Brought to you by Summit Place Kia. The Tigers lost to the White Sox 7-5 yesterday, suffering a critical series sweep in the process. Rookie Brett Callahan was impressive in his debut with a 2-run triple in his first at-bat to put the Tigers up 2-0 in the second inning. Later that inning, Max Clark had an RBI single to score Callahan and make it 3-0. Colt Keith made it 4-1 in the third with a solo home run. In the fifth, Drew Romo started a rally for Chicago with a 2-run homer. That led to a Colson Montgomery RBI single in the sixth to tie the game. In the seventh, Munetaka Murakami hit a 2-run blast to put the White Sox up 6-4. Dylan Dingler's RBI double later that inning made it a 1-run game, but Chicago scored last with a Miguel Vargas homer in the ninth to make it 7-5. The White Sox homered 7 times this weekend against the Tigers. That's the second most home runs allowed in a series this season behind the Reds, who hit 10 against Detroit and Cincinnati back in April. Tigers are now 5.5 games back in the division, but only 1 game back in the wild card. They start a 6-game road trip tonight in Pittsburgh. And in golf yesterday, Scottie Scheffler won the FedEx St. Jude Championship by a whopping 8 shots at 17 under par. He now leads the FedEx Cup standings with over 4,800 points. And at Marion Golf Club, Florida State's Jack Whaley won the 126th U.S. Amateur Championship. The 22-year-old English golfer defeated Stanford's Jay Lang Jr. 4-3 to win the title. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
What the voice guy said. Good morning. We're out live for the Gibby golf outing. And we were out here last year. Excited to be out here once again. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. It's great to see you guys. Great to be out here. Obviously, I should have stayed at my parents' last night. They live in Oxford. It would have been Heather waking up. I text you guys, and she was still at her house.
Yeah.
You were like, oh, it's a dark entrance. I was like, oh, good to know. I'm not on the road yet, but thank you.
She's still in bed.
Yes, yeah. This is the furthest remote that we do, so it's actually remote, and it's a long way from my house. But something very fun happened this morning. Something that I do believe that the commuters this morning will appreciate. I got every green light.
Oh, good for
every
you.
green light. And it was from my house, obviously, Ann Arbor Road to 275. No lights on the highway. But then I got off at Telegraph, and it was every green light. I was in time and ended up, even on Lapeer Road, green lights. It was one of those mornings where everything was going my way.
Today's your day.
Today's my day. So I'm very excited about that.
Well, good.
Completely irrelevant news.
The Tigers did not get every green light this weekend.
They didn't get many green lights at all. In fact, they haven't got a lot of green lights this year in terms of stolen bases. What are they at, 36? Maybe they 37 compared to what the major league average is, but that's not the point of the story.
My point is if you were looking to win this division, you got a bunch of stop signs. You got a bunch of red lights. You got a bunch of, whoa, okay, maybe not.
And it's frustrating because, and I say that in regards to you've got a young athletic team. I don't think they're taking enough extra 90s, putting themselves in scoring position. But the problem is when they get in runners in scoring position, they haven't been productive enough, at least not in this series.
Well, okay, so this opens up the door to what went wrong. Why did they get swept? And it's really a dealer's choice situation. But bigger picture, I'm curious the mood. Is this bummed or – we sold anyway. I didn't think this team was winning the division anyway.
Bummed because they were in a playoff position to begin the weekend. And we had, Stoney and I talked about if they sweep the Sox, they could be in first place in the AL Central, which, first place is a big deal, especially coming back from where they were. But leading a bad division, it's kind of one of those, okay. The problem is the White Sox, they extended their lead, and they put the Tigers now a game out of a wild card position.
Yeah, 5.5 back in the division. And by the way, if you lose one of the final 4 games against the White Sox, you lose the tiebreaker. Right. So the division we are waving goodbye to.
To me, that's not the story. The story is you've got to find a way to get back to 500. I've had this all season long. There has been no team make the postseason, whether it's in a regular season. You can't count the COVID year. You can't count the strike shortened season. In a 162-game season, there has been no team that has made the postseason less than 500. So we can talk about the wild card spot. We can talk about the division. To me, that is irrelevant. You are 4 back of 500, and until you get to that, history says, until you get to that 500 mark, you don't have a shot at the postseason. So we could talk about, hey, they're a game back and all of these different things. And I know Baltimore right now is in that final wild card spot. They're 2 under. Somebody is going to get hot. The Toronto Blue Jays have come out of quote-unquote nowhere. They've leapfrogged the Tigers. They've been 7 of 3 in the last 10. The Tigers are 5 and 5. You're going to have to get to that 500 mark. So until they do, this is a fun story, but you can't be serious about it until they finally get a way to get to 500.
Serious, that's the word. Is this a serious playoff team? Look, someone's going to win their way in, and the Tigers lost every game at home over the weekend, 2-4 on this all-important critical homestand. And as much as I could sit here and yell and scream, they sold anyway.
Right.
I called it house money. I'm going to be a man of my word. I'm not going to sit here and make this an international incident. They did the right thing to sell. This team clearly has flaws, and you saw just about all of them over the weekend. Take your pick. John, I'm not really all that bummed other than losing sucks. I don't have some big aspirations for this baseball team.
This is a team that if you look at the next – I know we keep looking at the next 6 games or the next 12 games. The next 6 games, I think, will determine what this team ultimately does.
And if that doesn't, the 6 games after will.
Oh, no, the 6 games after that is Tampa and L.A.
Oh, okay.
And it's not the Angels, it's the Dodgers. So
the good LA.
And I know that they've struggled a little bit, but they're going to be just fine.
Well, hold on. What if they take care of business against the Rays and the Dodgers? Then they're right back in it, John. It's the 6 games after the 6 games after the 6 games after the 6 games.
Yeah, I understand where you're going with this, and you're trying to make fun of me. I appreciate that. It's Pittsburgh. It's Kansas City. It's 6 games that, quite honestly, instead of going 4 and 6, you're going to have to sweep one of these teams. You might have to sweep both of them to be able to create. I was talking at the end of last week about creating a buffer. I don't think there's ever going to be a moment this year where you create a buffer, where you get to that wild card spot and then you start to create separation between that you and the first team that's out. And, you would hope it'd be a game, 2 games, 3 games, 4 games by the time you get to the end of the season. That's not going to happen. At Pittsburgh, at Kansas City, these are must-win games. Not got to have it. They are must-win games. And if you don't at least sweep one of these but win both, I don't know that it's going to happen.
And look, it was set up. You guys were on the air. They were in the playoffs. I took a screenshot and everything, John. They were in the playoffs.
Yeah. So when they played the day game, I think it was, Thursday?
Yeah.
They finished, and they were in a playoff spot. I thought, I should screenshot this because if the Rangers won that night, they were going to, again, be bumped out. Well, the Rangers ended up losing. I didn't. I'm like, I've got confidence that the Rangers are going to lose. I did screenshot it the next morning to just see that they were in a playoff spot, and it was – I'm glad I did because it was fleeting.
Yeah, I don't want to take or minimize beating Cleveland, taking 2 or 3 against the Guardians, but the White Sox can actually hit. And I think that was maybe one of the big stories from the weekend is, they're going to hit us.
Yeah.
And they hit us plenty.
And we just didn't hit enough. That was the problem, and that's the issue you have when you have a young team that we're all excited about and should be excited about the future of this team. It's the fact that they're young players and they're going to have slumps, probably more so than veteran guys, and they may last longer than some of the veteran guys. So it's going to be an emotional roller coaster from here to the end of the season. Do I think that this eliminates them? No. But you're going to have to be really good in the next 6 games because then it is Tampa and the Dodgers at home. So that slight advantage there, but you're just running out of runway.
Skubal still on track to pitch against us? I think he is.
I believe so.
That Friday night, maybe?
Yesterday and win 109 pitches.
Wait, what was that?
Yeah, win 109 pitches in 6 innings.
Over his 3 starts.
No, that was
just
one start. One start. He won 109 pitches, and we've talked about this. I think it was when you were still in last week, he is throwing more pitches to get through 5-6 innings. And it was not 109 to get to that 7th inning. It was 109 to get through 6.
His walks are up.
Yeah. So
anyway, he may pitch against the Tigers at the end of the month. I think that Friday, but you never know. If a guy gets pushed back a day, could end up being
who knows?
something else.
Yeah.
Irrelevant. We'll get to it when we get to it. 248-539-9797. Trying to take the mood of Tiger fans this morning. Are you bummed they were swept, or is it, hey, house money, they sold at the deadline, I really don't have high hopes for this team anyway? 248-539-9797. We'll get into the biggest reason why they lost, why they were swept, and this question of, are they going to or are they not? It's a division wild card or out question. We'll do that at 6:35. My Leelanau adventure. We'll get to that. I'm excited to be back, refreshed and ready to go. We'll get to that coming up at 6:18.
I was a little nervous because I gave you a food recommendation, and I'm curious to hear if it was good. Because
not only a food recommendation, an Italian food recommendation.
Oh yeah.
And I want to know if you ever got that Bloody Mary with the fish head.
Fish
in
head?
it. Yeah. I didn't see any photos posted, so.
I did see some photos, but
But
we'll
not of
get
the
to
fish.
It. No.
We stayed right across the place that serves the Bloody Mary with the fish head.
You had to do it just to get a picture of it, right?
We will get to it coming up next. It's 97.1.
Hey, you could be a great driver doing everything right and still get hit, and most likely never even saw it coming. That's life on the road, especially with so many people out in the nice weather. You got bikes, motorcycles, summer traffic's picking up, orange barrels everywhere, e-scooters, e-bikes, all of it is creating distractions. And if you're injured, call David Femininio and the Accident Response Team. They're going to help you right away, and David will fight to get you what you deserve. When you're in an accident, get the right team in your corner. Give David a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
5 seconds, you're up.
You guys, Cosm Detroit is opening soon, and it's a venue that brings fans the ultimate immersive sports experience. At Cosm, you can watch all your favorite sports on these massive, high-resolution displays surrounded by fellow fans. And when you watch a game from inside the dome, it's going to feel like you're transported right to the field or the court. It's incredible. Plus, you can have food or drinks brought directly to your seat. Cosm has a huge selection of games from NFL to NBA to college football, Premier League soccer, WWE, and more. Plus, they also have immersive movie experiences, so it's going to be great for the whole family. To get more information on upcoming events, including pre-sale access to tickets, go to cosm.com/Detroit.
Okay, look, that's one of those A.J. leaves Holton in because lefties are coming up. But Holton didn't look good in the 6th.
No.
And the same thing happened later in the game. Waguespack was good in the 8th, and then he gave up a homer in the 9th as he stretched him for an extra inning. Look, I don't think A.J. has a ton of great bullpen arms, but you're also not doing yourself any favors when you ask these arms to give you that second inning of work when they've already shown they're a little shaky Holton in the 6th.
Well, and what did we say? If you're not going to get 7 innings from Valdez or 7 innings from Melton, you're going to tax the bullpen.
Yep.
And this is where it starts to really rear its ugly head when you know Drew Anderson goes longer than he normally does. And like you mentioned, an inning longer. And then it's, Holton, it's Rainey, it's Waguespack. Like you're asking these guys to do something more than they really should be asked to do.
One of the many reasons they were swept over the weekend. The biggest reason they lost, we'll get to it at 6:35. And then the question for you, put you on the spot, are they in the playoffs or are they going to be out of the postseason? A couple quick texts, then we'll get to the Leland All review. Text says, I am kind of bummed. This team was hot. We took 2 or 3 from Cleveland, and we played poorly. It wasn't like Chicago was so much better than us.
Well, agreed. It felt like those were winnable games, and they just could never take advantage of either runners in scoring position or it felt like you were giving them multiple opportunities when they were at bat.
Did Costa lock the Tigers sweeping the White Sox? What happened? That's from Steve. No, you can't blame me for this one, Steve. John continues to say the next 6 games are critical.
Well, you're just running out of runway. And you've got 6 games that are winnable games. And, yeah, can you beat Tampa? Sure. Can you beat the Dodgers? Yes. But they're much better teams. So you're just running out of runway when you look and you say, okay, well, you've played 124 games. You just don't have enough time to make up. If you start to dig that hole again.
Biggest reason they lost, they picked up Jake Rogers. Now everyone can see how to beat the Tigers. Sleeper agent, Jake Rogers.
I'm not sure there's a lot of secrets. Hey, get to the bullpen.
Yeah, no kidding. Text says, the Smoked Chum Bloody Mary is the best. I go every time I'm in Manistee. That's Jody in Orange Park, Florida.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Big fan of the fish Bloody Mary.
Yeah.
What's it called again?
He said this is the Smoked Chum Bloody Mary, but that's in Manistee. I was in Leland.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
So they might have called it something different.
Yeah. Well, there's multiple fish head drinks down there. Oh, up there.
I guess so.
So that's where we made our home base. We were in Leland. Fishtown.
Fishtown.
Yeah. They had like a little shop downtown, and we stayed right above it. So
okay.
Little balcony, you could look out, see the harbor, see Lake Michigan. Loved it.
Yeah. What'd you think of Fishtown? It takes you all of about 10 minutes to walk through it.
Yeah. But it's a nice
cool.
little,
It's cool. I've always liked it there.
It's relaxing. I think that's what I always fight with vacations. I'm not someone who just like sits still for 8 hours on a beach and does nothing. So there's not a ton to do in Leland, but there was enough, and we could go to some other places from that home base and still have a spot to just chill and see the sunset and have a couple drinks, glass of wine.
Did you stop by the Swan in Elk Rapids on your way up to Petoskey?
We ended in Petoskey. We drove through Elk Rapids. We did not stop.
Did you see the Swan, though?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. I've had people that, because I make fun of my buddy, that's where he's from, Grandpa Ty. And it's one of those where if you're driving back and forth, you kind of just ignore it. You don't necessarily recognize it. And they're like, wait, Jansen said there's a swan there? And then now they're actually recognizing it. So, yes, there is a giant swan right along the highway.
You actually gave me some recommendation. Well, one restaurant recommendation.
Yeah.
The first night on our way up, we stopped in Traverse City. And I said, John, what would you recommend? We're going to do dinner at X, Y, and Z. You have a different place in mind. And you go, well, if you can get a table,
you
should try to get it. So we ended up doing an early dinner to sneak in under the wire and get a seat.
And what was the review?
John, it was really good.
Yes.
When you recommend Italian food.
Yeah. I recommended Italian food. Not only that, but I recommended their pizza there. And you're a self-proclaimed pizza snob.
Now, I didn't do the pizza.
Okay, all right.
So you might have.
I might have been off on that one, but I don't. I sit down and like my pizza analysis is: do I like it or not? I don't sit there and analyze the crust, the toppings. I'm just like, did they put enough meat on it, and is it greasy enough? I like it.
From Leland, we did Glen Arbor and Sleeping Bear Dunes because it's a short drive. I mean, why not when you're right there?
Did you make it to the top of the dunes?
We started at the top of the dunes, did not go to the bottom of the dunes because then we would have had to make it back up to the top of the dunes. They're very explicit for those that haven't been. You do not have to go down, and if you go down, you are on your own.
If you take the cafeteria tray, you can actually slide down the dunes.
Silver Surfer.
Yeah.
I think I would have made it up, but the idea of throwing away 30, 45 minutes and hating myself the whole way.
Throwing it away.
Well, you're not having a good time climbing up a dune that steep, are you?
Sure.
You're getting a good workout.
You are getting a good workout.
Yeah. I mean, you're not throwing away time. You're not throwing away time doing anything up there. That's a bad take. Throwing away time.
Instead, I stayed at the top and looked at all the views.
It's one of those experiences that I think every Michigander, and not only that, but you drove right by Bronner's on your way up.
Well, anytime you go on 75 up,
yeah,
you're going to drive
and
past.
still no stop.
Maybe another time.
He's not going to go.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm kind of being stubborn about it.
What was your favorite place up there?
I like Leland.
Okay.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I know you have a special place for Petoskey.
Oh, sure. I mean, I lived there for a decade, so
Yeah.
it's there's so many great places up there, and it's really a matter of which launching spot do you prefer?
But I actually think the people who said Petoskey and Traverse City are becoming overdeveloped. That didn't seem like it was going to bother me. I liked things to do and things to see.
Yeah.
I see what they're talking about, though.
Yeah, I mean, in the summer, it's always jam-packed with people. That's why I loved, it was like September up there. It's less people because everybody down here is everybody's back in school. They're back in, not taking the week vacations anymore. So the traffic goes way down. The congestion goes way down. I don't necessarily know that it's been overdeveloped. Traverse City maybe, but I think a lot of it has to do with some of the roads that have been washed out is putting so much traffic into, different arteries going into Traverse City.
And by the way, once I started posting some stories up there, listeners start, you got to try this, you got to try. Yeah. Every recommendation that I listen to, phenomenal.
Oh, good.
People know what they're doing.
Yes. People are very opinionated about their up north
God.
spot,
Yes,
and glad that they worked out for you.
Quick text. Maybe if Tigers didn't trade Skubal or Mize, we wouldn't have Job and Anderson. They could come out of the pen instead. What a concept. Are we still doing this?
No, people will. You got to know that they will.
Is this what we're signing up for another 3.5 hours? They had a losing record with Mize and Skubal. They couldn't beat Kansas City and Baltimore with Mize and Skubal.
No.
This fantasy land that people are living in, that if they had kept them, this team was going to be this super team. I don't know what to tell you.
Right. It's okay. They were in the postseason the last 2 years with those guys. Are they going to be a game out, 2 games out? And if they had kept them, would they have possibly had a better chance of getting it? Sure, that's common sense. But common sense told you they needed to sell at the time. And I'm not going to do the revisionist history.
Glad we're on the same page. Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
You guys, I woke up to the sad news that Hayden Panettiere has passed away. I don't know if you were big fans of her, but I started following her from Remember the Titans, right? She was a child actress then. She was in Heroes in Nashville, only 36 years old. There's not a lot of information being released, but preliminary investigations say there's no signs of foul play or suspicious circumstances. Everything remains under investigation, but just
Anytime a
gosh,
36-year-old.
I woke up and I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
You know, she hasn't
Shocking news.
been in the spotlight a lot lately. She did recently do some interviews. She wrote a memoir where she had opened up about the postpartum depression she suffered, addiction that she had struggled with as well in the past. So I don't know. No
Sad
word
news.
on what
Yeah.
happened at all. Very, very sad for sure. Gosh, another sad story. A deadly series of shootings in northern Michigan left 6 people dead, including the suspected gunman. Michigan State Police say officers responded Friday morning to a home in Missaukee County, which is about 170 miles northwest of Detroit. They found a 16-year-old boy, 45-year-old man, and a 40-year-old woman dead inside. There was a 13-year-old girl. I believe she's the one that actually made the 911 call, critically injured, but she has survived. She is now in stable condition. But then authorities say 39-year-old Chad Hickman fled the first scene, led a large-scale search, right? Investigators later found a 53-year-old man dead at a second home. And then they also discovered a 29-year-old woman dead in the woods alongside the gunman. Police say all the victims died of gunshot wounds. So authorities haven't released, was he related to these?
Yeah,
I know
what was
that
the
he
connection?
lived, according to neighbors, lived at the second home. So I don't know if that was his fault. I don't know, but that's where he had been living. He has previously been convicted of child abuse back in 2024, was sentenced to a year in jail. Just a devastating story.
Yeah.
Northville Township Police are asking the public's help in identifying a man suspected in a Peeping Tom incident that occurred last week. Now, police say the incident occurred last Tuesday morning at a home on Wildflower Drive. And now what made this
Did you just show her a photo?
He did. Because what made this story a little different than other Peeping Tom stories is that this guy was completely naked.
He had his shoes on, so
yes.
not completely naked.
And a ball cap, so he wasn't fully nude. He's described as a white man, possibly between 25 and 40 years old.
Do you agree?
Very pale.
Yeah, white man.
Yes, I agree on that. I just briefly looked up. I was like,
funny
wait a
part
minute.
of this story is it's near the corner of Sheldon and 6 Mile, and I'm like, wait a second, I know somebody that lives over that way. And then I read further in the story, and it says the street. I'm like, wait a second, I know somebody that lives on that road.
Did you know the guy?
No, but so my buddy, his neighbor is the one that this happened to.
Oh my god!
And so obviously, being the mature individual I was, I'm asking my buddy. I'm like, dude, what were you doing at 2 in the morning? He then sent me the original picture,
which is what John just showed me. Which is why
just a little
There
distraction.
was no blur or those little boxes. It was everything.
Yeah.
Lovely.
It only needed a little blur. So
Yeah, I guess so. I didn't want to look fully. I was like, wait a minute, what are you showing me?
also the joke I sent my buddy.
Oh, my goodness. You guys, there's a new development in the legal fight between former Fox 2 News anchor Taryn Asher and the station. So Fox 2 and its owner have responded to Asher's lawsuit, which alleges that the station there was gender discrimination, retaliation, she says. She claims she was treated less favorably than her male co-anchor, Roop Raj, particularly when it came to scheduling and guest interviews and those types of opportunities, and that she was fired after she raised those concerns. Well, Fox is kind of pushing back on those allegations. The station says that she was removed from air because of what it describes as unprofessional workplace behavior and these outbursts, they say. They say she shouted at employees about the order of interviews during a newscast. She used profanity with employees, confronted an employee she had believed complained about her. They also say that she frequently missed editorial meetings where interview assignments were discussed. So they're kind of firing back at her accusations. Her attorney denies all of those and says that nope, she
acted in a professional
yes,
manner.
and that there was no justified termination, and that it was all about gender discrimination and retaliation. So
Well, apparently
The
it's gonna
saga
play out in the
continues.
course.
Yes, for sure. This is a really cool story. A 47-year-old father in San Jose is proving that, you're never too old to follow a dream. So Justin Buzzard, he is a pastor at this church in the San Jose area, and he just made a college football team.
Oh.
Despite being nearly 3 decades older than all the players. So he had always had this goal of being a college football player, right?
Yeah.
But he played in high school. He played his freshman year in college, suffered some injuries, never got to continue on. But he reached out to the coach. This was at San Jose City College.
Okay.
Kind of said, I've been working out. I've been ready for this moment. I've been ready for years. I'm prepared. The coach kind of heard him out and said, let's see what you got. Brought him in.
What position does he play?
He is a defensive end.
Oh.
It's the position he played during his college experience his freshman year. So,
Okay.
and the coach kind of said, it's kind of cool. I talk to all the students about following your dreams and pursuing your passions and never giving up. And here's this man I can bring in and kind of show everyone that I believe in you, Pretty cool. His first game is going to be August 29th, so we'll see how he
Good
does.
for him. Good for him.
It's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, Tigers swept. Biggest reason why, and then we ask you the question, division, wild card, or out? It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, let me give you some reasons why it should be a Ram truck. Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal right now. Seen the Ram side by side with other trucks, and for power, there's really no comparison. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or you've got the 420 horsepower Hurricane engine. If that's not enough for you, they also have the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane engine. I chose the 420 and absolutely love it. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Plus, the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram's got a 5-lane coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, do me a favor. Just go sit in a Ram, and I promise you're going to feel the difference. I'm going to revisit this one right now. The lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. It's simple. Just pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today. When you do, tell them I sent you.
Yeah, their boppers showed up. Vargas and Murakami each with homers yesterday. White Sox sweep the Tigers 2-4 on this all-important homestand in the division. John, what's the biggest reason why they were swept?
I mean, we got obviously open it up to everyone. There's plenty to go off of. You could talk about the pitching. You could talk about the bullpen. For me, for success for this team, they are going to have to be offensive juggernauts. Because, and I know we joked a couple of weeks ago about the add-on runs. Like, you've got to be able to outscore your opponent, obviously, to get the win, right? You got to score one more than the opponent, master of the obvious. But when you are 5 for 22 with runners in scoring position, you're out hit by 10 hits, 34-24 over the course of those 3 games. And you mentioned it. Hey, the Sox are a team that does hit. You're going to have to match it bat for bat, and they just weren't able to do that. And then when you think about I mentioned the runners in scoring position. I also don't know that they're getting runners in scoring position enough. When you have a guy like Max Clark or McGonigal or any of these young, fast, athletic guys, like that is the beauty. Now, Valencia's not going to be that guy. Dingler's not going to be that guy. But when you have them on first base, like you're going to have to start taking some chances. Let them use their speed. Take the extra 90. Call the stole. For a team to steal the base. Like it's just that's what frustrates me a little bit. And I'm not asking for them to go small ball, right? Hey, you walk, you get a guy on first, you steal second, you butt him to third, and then you hit him in. Like I'm not asking for small ball. I'm just asking for them to be a little bit more aggressive on the base pass.
Where do you think the Tigers rank in stolen bases as a team?
I'm guessing they're probably 24, 25,
Lower.
28.
Lower.
Last.
Yes.
Huh.
And I remember a couple years ago asking AJ about this, and he said, well, we don't have a lot of team speed. Well, that's not the case anymore.
That's my point is, and I'm shocked that they're last. I'm not surprised that they're bottom third or bottom 5, but to be absolutely last when you have, and I know Max Clark hasn't been up a long time, and he's not been on base like he was those first few games, but when you do get him on base and you have McGonigal on base, you have these guys on, you need to be more aggressive at this time of the year. And maybe it's not, a philosophy that they want to live by for 162, but you got to start taking some chances.
Now you got me going down this rabbit hole. I don't think the biggest reason they lost is because they don't steal enough
No,
bases.
that's
I know, and you're not saying it either, but now I'm staring at this. 36 stolen bases on the year.
Right.
Number 1 has 135.
Right.
They're almost 100 steals behind first place.
And I don't know how many teams have over 100, but half the league will have over 100 by the time the season is over.
Right.
And the Tigers won't be anywhere near that.
You're just saying it's another element of offense and how you create offense.
Yeah.
I looked at it because you'd been saying if they score 5 a game, they'll be all right. They scored 5 in 2 of the 3 games, and we're not all right. And I know what Tom is going to say, and I'm going to have him blow a gasket. I'm actually not going to signal it all on the bullpen. Sunday was the bullpen.
Right.
But the starters actually gave up more runs in this series. The starters' ERA was north of 8 in this series. They didn't get a good start from any of the guys who took the baseball to start this series. And if you're getting off on the wrong foot, they're scoring runs from the jump. You put your offense in a world where 5's not enough. And you put your bullpen in a spot where you can't make a mistake.
Right, and you have to get to that bullpen earlier than you really want to. Now the bullpen is taxed, and it's a snowball effect. It keeps compounding on itself. It's just frustrating.
I give you the numbers. The bullpen pitched 14 innings. The majority of the innings were the bullpen. They gave up 8 earned runs. The starters gave up 12 runs in the 13 innings, an ERA of 8.31.
Yeah. It's just too much.
Yeah.
And you could look at the starting pitching. There's a lot of people that'll bring up the bullpen because it's been a hot button issue all season long. But to me, it's and I know, they did score 5 runs, but when you allow 7, you're just going to have to be able to outscore opponents. And I think we kind of understand that with some of the pitching issues that they've had. We didn't foresee that it was going to be a starting issue. But if it's going to be a bullpen issue or if it's going to be something that happens defensively, like you're just going to have to score more runs. And they weren't as opportunistic as they were in the Cleveland series.
I would put it like this. Their starting pitching didn't get their footing set So the team never had their feet set in this series, and they played on their heels.
Right.
And it only makes the other things look so much worse. Tech says Murakami seems to be the X factor. Imagine if we had added him this offseason. Jake Rogers passing on scouting reports. They're going to DFA him soon, but he's the reason we lost.
Oh, so does he get DFA'd and then Pittsburgh picks him up?
That's
Does he
gonna
get
be how it
DFA'd
works,
there and then it's Tampa that picks him up? Not that they need him. Like, come on.
Come on. Tom, you're back at the studio. What was the biggest reason they lost this weekend series?
I think it was definitely the starting pitching. I don't even think it's close. I mean, they didn't get one quality start. Like you said, they gave up 12 earned runs in 13 innings. I thought Job and Melton got a little exposed for the first time. I really think this is the first series where they missed Mize and Skubal. Not saying they shouldn't have done it, but they had those guys when they swept them earlier this year.
Yep.
So
They also had them when they were swept earlier this year.
yeah,
too.
exactly. And the bullpen was classic in one of those for sure.
Yeah.
But look, this team they went 2-4 on this homestand. They played equal or better teams after coming off playing lousy teams, and they just are what they are. They're just like the rest of these other teams battling for the wild card. It's going to be it's a war of attrition.
So we asked the question: division, wild card, or out? Which camp would you put yourself in today? And this is a question for everybody on the show, but also we want listener participation. We'll do Overreact Gyms at 7:02. A little bit on the Tigers, a little bit on the Lions, a little bit on the Red Wings, and some of it on Northern Michigan. With the Tigers, John, I want you to think about this. I want to get the answers coming up next. Is this team winning the division, winning a wild card spot, or are they going to be out when the regular season ends? 248-539-9797. We'll take feedback, phone calls. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you want your roof to look in great shape as the summer goes on, you don't want to have those questions of, hey, do I need to secure everything before fall comes? Hey, maybe I'm making some great summer plans. If you don't want any of those issues, you got to give Rapid Roofing a call. You can find them on the web at rapidroofing.com. They took care of my house, and I've got peace of mind in it, whether it was, hey, they just come and check things out and say, you're good. Or they may say, well, we need a little repair over here. Or, hey, we got to do the entire thing. You can still get on their summer list. You can find them on the web at rapidroofing.com.
Welcome to the bigs. Brett Callahan.
Yeah, there's a couple of great auditions over the weekend. How about the Reds? Is it the Reds? Baez with the 3 home runs. It's some great rookie debuts over the weekend.
Cardinals.
Baez,
different red team.
Yeah.
Callahan, though, comes up first pitch. They said he likes to ambush. First pitch, and it's a breaking ball. He didn't miss it.
His family was going. I always loved them showing the family in the crowd. They were going bonkers.
They're shooting the video of it, which, whatever. It's their kid. But I think Dickerson pointed out, there will be video copy of this.
Yeah, but it's different. It's
I know. It's their unique. This is their son or their brother or, whoever.
Then you see it
family.
posted, and all of a sudden, hey, they hit, and all of a sudden, the phone camera starts bouncing around. And,
what was the stat? Like the last Tiger to have a triple in their first major league at bat was some guy like 100 years ago?
There's been a lot of stats about all of that stuff. It's just really cool, and it's glad that he was able to contribute that early in the game. And because
they needed it.
They needed it. They needed more of it, and it just didn't happen.
Yeah, it's the first for a Tiger. Okay, Ed Irwin, 1912.
Oh, old Ed.
Who could forget?
Yeah. took the spot of Ty Cobb for the day.
No kidding. Anyway, we got some text coming in, but the question was, okay, hey, you had a big 6-game homestand, 2-4, swept by the White Sox, 5.5 back in the division, but only a game out in the playoffs. Our question to you, division wild card or out, which camp are you in? 248-539-9797. John, you go first.
I think they're out, and it's until they get back to 500. I just can't take them serious. And they were so close. And now they lose 3 in a row. They're 4 back of 500. Now it's going to take those 4 games to just get back to 500. And it's going to have to happen sooner rather than later. And I know it doesn't have to happen until the very last game of the year. And maybe that's when it all gets settled. And they're looking for that 81st win, 82nd win, 83rd win, whatever it is to get them over the hump. It's going to be a battle all the way to the end, but with the young arms, and I know I took a little bit of exception when you said, or maybe it was Tom, that Jackson Jobe got exposed.
That was Tom.
He's had 2 starts since he's been back after the Tommy John surgery. The first one we celebrated. I'm not going to throw him under the bus for the second one not being as dynamic or as good as the first one. He's going to find his way. But having said that, Troy Melton's been good. Is he going to? Is he allowed a bad outing?
No. For this team to make the playoffs, the answer is no. That's the point.
Yeah.
Yes, they are in their overall development, and no one's stoning them or putting them in a guillotine. I mean, but the reality is they can't have any of those if this team's going to make the playoffs, and they knew it as a management team.
Right.
And they sold because they knew that.
You're expecting this team to play near perfect baseball. Near perfect baseball doesn't mean you win every game, but you're going to have to play near perfect baseball, and I don't think they are built yet to be that team. Now we start next season, I think it's completely different because you have the experience with Max Clark. Obviously, McGonigal going into his sophomore season. You have all these different things where you think everyone's going to take a step forward, and we know not everyone always takes a step forward. But
I generally like the young nucleus. I'm just not of the belief they're going to be a playoff team.
Right.
I'm still in the out camp. This was the week. Look, we can't say it's a big week and then they lose the majority of the games and say, but they're going to make it anyway. That
right.
defeats the purpose of it being a big week. It was a big week. They showed who they are. They're not there.
Yeah, and I know I get caught into the, let's see what happens in the next 6 and the next 12. You're going to have to make a statement. You're going to have to beat the teams you're supposed to beat. And did I sit there and say that they were supposed to beat the White Sox? No, it's like versus like, and it's not like you're playing the Dodgers or the Rays, but the Dodgers or the Rays are on the horizon, and you're going to have to play in that 6-game series. You're going to have to play perfect baseball, and maybe even above that. Some guys are going to have to play above what they have been doing or what they're expected to do to try and win some of those games.
Tech says if that was a preview of a playoff series, the Tigers don't deserve to be there. It's apparent. Another says our starting outfield is all hurt. Green, Meadows, and Carp. You can't expect much from this group. Another, I'll be rooting for them every game, but they will be out.
I think that's pretty much where everybody's at. We're rooting for this team. We want them to be in. That doesn't mean they will be.
I'll be rooting for them every single game. Read that one. Another one says, until they're officially eliminated, I'm in the Tigers playoff camp. I agree with John. Let the young kids run. Kevin and Max both had steals yesterday, but our bats swung at bad pitches. We need more juice on the bases.
We do.
Roster construction reflects Harris half measures. Not good enough and tiresome. That's Tim.
Wait, say that one again?
Our roster construction reflects Harris half measures. It's not good enough and tiresome.
I don't know that they're necessarily half measures. This is a team that over the last couple of years we have identified flaws. And now there's no perfect team. The Dodgers are as close as they're the best team money can buy. But even if when you look at them, they're not a perfect team. You're not going to be able to construct a perfect. They're always going to have somebody at the end of the lineup that's hitting 220, 230. And in today's day and game, okay, that's just fine. But there's no perfect lineup. There's no perfect rotation. And it's baseball.
But I don't disagree with the half measures. What was their big addition last year at the trade deadline? Half measures, right? What was their big offseason oomph? It was Valdez, right? But nothing with the bullpen. It's always like old dudes or hurt guys or people on them. And those are half measures, right?
It all depends on a matter of perspective. If Scott Harris is looking at it as, hey, we want to make the playoffs as many times as we possibly can, but early on in the tenure was we don't want to block the young guys. And I think that's still part of this situation. And we're seeing it start to pay off. But is he pointing more towards 27 and 28? That's where we're going to make the official run out of World Series. Now, you thought it was going to be this year because this top 10 payroll, they brought in Valdez, they brought in Jansen, and all of these different individuals, but they didn't address the lineup. They've done that with the young guys. So
John,
I guess you could say those are half measures as well. But if their whole goal is to get to 28, then I don't necessarily know that they're half measures for this year.
No, I know, but that's what it is. It becomes a half measure in the interim, and it's wasting fans' time is also a concern or a frustration. But you and I had talked about bullpen and bats going back to last summer, the summer of 25. What were we talking about in July of this year? Bullpen and bats.
Yeah.
What were the solutions? Rookies, call-ups, AAA guys, projects, old relievers.
And guys that were expected to perform better at the major league level than they did at the minor league level.
So I don't disagree with the phrase half measures. We got to stop making those half measures if we want to be a team that wins divisions and wins postseason series and wins a World Series.
I agree.
248-539-9797. Got Overreact Gyms.
Oh,
coming up at 7.
already? A little early. All right.
Well, I get a little preseason football while I was gone. I got some thoughts on that. You got a baseball team that's playing meaningful games.
Were you able to watch any of the Lions preseason games?
Yeah. It would have been Thursday night. I started it late, but was able to get it on the smart TV and rewind it. Make it up on the rewind.
And I know we're going to get your overreactions, but what was your instant reaction to the Lions' first game?
Well, I mean, when your starters don't really play, I'm not taking too much out of it. But there were individual performances that I thought were noteworthy in the game, And
kind of where I was going with it. Yeah, individual performances. What'd you think of
I
the
think they're
center
winning
position?
the Super Bowl, John. That's what I actually wanted your thoughts on Blake Miller, but I thought he did a nice job, especially in that first half of that game.
Yeah, to me, and I kind of went over this on Friday, he certainly looked like he belonged. I think he's going to have a tremendous rookie season. He's not going to be a concern, during this season. There are going to be some rookie moments, but, hey, you've got your left tackle secured with Penei Sewell, and you've got a really good start of things with Blake Miller at right.
I got some thoughts on Tesla, Hassanin, the Lions as a whole. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers lost another close one yesterday, falling 7-5 to the White Sox. Detroit had a lead or was tied after scoring runs in every game this weekend, despite going 0-3 against Chicago. Yesterday, the Tigers led 3-0 and 4-1 at separate points before the White Sox scored 5 runs in the 5th, 6th, and 7th innings. 5 of Chicago's 7 total runs yesterday were scored on homers. The Sox hit 7 dingers against Detroit this weekend. That's the second most home runs allowed by the Tigers in a series this season. Now 5.5 games back in the Central, A.J. Hinch did not lose sight on how competitive this division is.
I think a lot of times in the Central, and it doesn't matter what anybody's record is or where we are, we sort of go toe-to-toe with one another, and this is another example where some big at-bats or big pitches or execution, or maybe there's an error, or maybe there's a great play. I mean, things happen in these games that really decide the 1 or 2 run games. So it's no surprise, given that we're so familiar with one another and mirror one another in a lot of ways, with the exception of they keep it moving.
Tigers have a 6-game road trip this week, starting tonight in Pittsburgh at 7 o'clock here on 97.1. Reports from Lions training camp yesterday say second-year guard Tate Ratledge took the bulk of snaps at center during practice. There were reportedly a number of missed snaps between both Ratledge and newly acquired O-lineman Juice Scruggs. The Lions have preseason game number 2 this Saturday at Ford Field. Kickoff is at noon against the Commanders for Detroit's only home preseason game this fall. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
They're back.
And it's going to be exciting.
I've got stories on the Tigers, the Lions, the Red Wings, and the Leelanau Peninsula. Let's do it. The first overreact, Jim. The Tigers will miss the playoffs. Look, we can't keep saying it's a big series. It's a big 6-game homestand. You go 2-4, you see what you're made of. You're not good enough. They're on the outside where they will stay.
I agree they don't make the playoffs, but I don't think it's an overreaction. I don't know that there's anybody that is looking at this young team and some young pitchers and think that even though the staunchest Detroit Tiger fan with the hopes and dreams of, hey, they're a game back, they're a half game out, they're in the postseason, now they're out. We all are excited about this team. But to sit there and say, yeah, this is a postseason team, they got to get back to 500 to begin with.
And they're drifting further away after this weekend. 5 of 22 runners in scoring position. Bullpen wasn't good. Rotation was even worse. They never got their footing, and I just don't think they're going to make it. Tom, what about you?
So I think this is an overreaction because, first off, I have nothing with the Tigers to say that the Tigers are going to make the playoffs. It's not them. It's everybody else. I, for the first time, think under 500 is in play for the last wild card. Nobody can pull away. Look at the Texas Rangers, 2-5 this week against the A's and Angels. When they had
someone's got to win their way in. Someone's got to.
You know what? I don't know if somebody's going to win their way in. I honestly think 80, 81 wins might do this at this point. Nobody's going to pull away from each other, so the Tigers are in it just because everybody's stuck in the mud, and they might just be the one standing at the end.
Doomy.
Dylan Dingler lost the MVP this weekend. That's if he had any chance to win it. If they were going to win it, they needed to win this division. They're now 5.5 out. Dingler's in a 1-for-30 stretch right now. And Yordan Alvarez, Triple Crown, he's got a higher WAR. Dingler's not winning the MVP.
No, and I don't necessarily know that it's all on him, right? It's a tough stretch, but you're going to have these throughout the course of the season. It's tough right now because they need him to be the Dingler that he's been throughout the course of the season. Currently, he's not, and I asked AJ about it on Thursday or Friday of last week, and he jumped all over me.
Oh, did he?
A little bit, yeah.
I missed that.
He answered a question with a question, and I was like, well, hold on a second here. I'm not saying he's having a bad season. Like, he's been exceptional, but he's in a bit of a slump, and it continued over the weekend. I know he got a hit yesterday, but it's more, I think unless you're going to win the Triple Crown, you can't be on a team that doesn't make the postseason. I don't know if the Astros make it, but they don't necessarily have to.
They're winning the division, and the guy's going to probably end up with some hardware.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Tom?
This is not an overreaction because I don't ever think he was really in it because of Alvarez, like you mentioned. He's got right now he has the Triple Crown in the American League. I don't care if they don't make the playoffs. If he wins the Triple Crown, he should be MVP.
Panama.
That's a new one.
That's from my soccer adventures. Ahmed Hassanin will lead the Lions in sacks for people not named Aiden Hutchinson. 2 sacks in the preseason game against the Bengals. They had their starting offense out there for one of them, John. This guy is going to fill the role of Al-Qadin Muhammad.
This is pump the brakes. As you said previously, it was the first of 3 preseason games. And I know, hey, they've struggled, Cincinnati, to protect Joe Burrow throughout the course of every season.
High motor, works hard.
Yeah, he's going to be a productive part of this defense, but DJ Wanham is going to be the guy that has the second most sacks opposite of Aiden Hutchinson.
You know, I do think, you got to, in the words of Jim Costa, whoa. This is just too early. I could see a path to it happening, but John mentioned the name. You got to go with Wanham, and I actually think you can put McNeil in the conversation if he does what this team needs him to do.
Well, and it's just simply about opportunity. I think especially in the first half of the season, maybe by the end of the year, Hassanin shows that, hey, he's the better option because he's a run defender and can rush the passer. But I think early on it's going to be, DJ Wanham gets the bulk of the best opportunities to get after the quarterback.
I mean, I have to see the full package.
Ennis Rakestraw is actually made of glass. Another injury, a shoulder. He will be a bust.
I nicknamed him Peaches because hey, if you bruise a peach, all of a sudden, hey, nobody wants to eat it, and you got to throw it away. I'm going to wait because it was a contusion. If it's a contusion and this is a player that is determined to be a contributor, I expect to see him against Washington on Saturday. And he may be uncomfortable. It may not be 100%. You know what? No guy playing is going to be 100% until sometime in March or April of next year. But his track record says, yeah, he may have a glass jaw.
Is that how Petrie got the nickname? Peaches? Tom, what do you think?
You know what? I think for now it is an overreaction. I don't have much hope here, but I think it's just too soon. And like John said, it's just a contusion. Let's see what he does in the preseason here. Him going at it on social media with PFF's grade, not a good look, I don't think, for a guy that's hardly played at all. But I mean, the thing is if he fits the profile of the 2024 Lions draft class, he's going to be a bust.
You want to swap?
Everybody's talking about Tesla as a second-year breakout. He's going to have a sophomore slump. Numbers are going to go down. Did not like what I saw in the preseason. People at camp are saying they're just not seeing it with him.
In regards to what we saw in the game, and I know that all of the conversation coming out of camp is, hey, he's dropped some balls, and then all of a sudden yesterday he makes a miraculous catch in the end zone, and it's all over social media, trying to save a little bit of respect for the kid. He's not a number one receiver, and he was running in that first game as a number one.
Yeah, but you got to catch the ball and it hits you in the hands.
I'm not even sure that first one hit him in the hands. I think it went right through his hands and hit him in the face mask.
It would have thrown right at you.
Yeah, you do. I agree with you. But the numbers are, what did he have, 16 catches last year? I think 6 of them were for touchdowns.
Yeah, he's not doing that.
I don't know that he has 6 touchdowns, so maybe that is where it's, hey, the production isn't there, but I do think he has more than 16 catches. So what are we calling a step back?
Well, think about it, though. If you have all these other mouths to feed, a healthy Laporta, Gibbs is going to be on the field as much, if not more. J-Mo and Amon-Ra were 1,000-yard guys. I don't see food being taken off of their plate, and you got a guy who doesn't separate, who's starting to drop the ball. I mean, that's a guy that's not going to be on the field enough to get the catches.
He is going to be the number 3 receiver. Doesn't mean he's the number 3 target. He's 5 or 6 down the list. Do I expect him to have more than 16 catches? Yes. I think he's going to be one of those guys that everyone else is covered. All of a sudden, he's running wide open. Now the matter is, can you catch it?
Catch the ball. Tom?
Overreaction right now. People that get the dropsies, and it's just too soon to react to this. Now, if this trend continues and you're seeing him do a quick slant over the middle here in the preseason, it hits him right in the numbers and he drops it, we might have a problem here. But, 16 catches is not that much. If he can't do that, right, it's really going to start being, I'll use the word again, a bust pick. But it's way too soon to react to this. And I just think, you got to give this a little bit more time. But it is concerning.
Well,
we're both trying to pull and tug at it.
Yeah, just one little tap. Not bust because of where he was drafted, but because of the resources they gave up to get him.
You know, Jim, really quick, on Friday after the game, we came to the conclusion, can he be Josh Reynolds?
Right.
He's got to at least be Josh Reynolds, or this is a
Well,
horrendous
Josh
draft.
Reynolds. Sorry, it's just too easy.
One
Yeah, he
drop,
could jump the
He
ball
also,
just like Josh Reynolds.
He also
Yeah.
was schemed in and game planned in the Rams playoff win in that opening drive.
Okay. The Leelanau Peninsula is the best vacation spot in Michigan. You get Lake Michigan, you get the Traverse Bay, you've got Moomer's ice cream. It's a wonderful thing. The Sleeping Bear Dunes. I went to the best vacation spot in the state of Michigan, the Leelanau Peninsula.
Overreaction. Now, there's a lot of great things to do there, but you're stuck on a peninsula, and to get off that peninsula, you're going to have to find a way to get through Traverse City. And it could be a little congested. I'm going to stump for Petoskey. It's all about the launching spot. You got the inland waterway. You're right there by Mackinac City. You can head down to Traverse City. You could hit the Clydes up in the UP. I think by location and by everything that got Boyne is right there by Petoskey as well. I think this is a bit of an overreaction for a guy that maybe is only dabbled in the up north scene.
Heather?
Yeah, I agree with John. Overrated.
Okay.
Overrated?
Oh,
Not
I don't know.
overrated.
Yeah,
What's
yeah,
your
it's
overreaction?
Yeah.
It's not overrated. I think
Leelanau, overrated.
it's rated appropriately, but I don't
Okay.
think it's the best vacation spot.
Tom?
I think, yeah, you're overreacting here a little bit. You need to get a little bit more sampling of up north before you come to this conclusion.
Where is it? Where's the best spot then?
I like Petoskey area.
Do you believe?
We shouldn't trust that the Red Wings are going to get this hire right. Look, I was out late last week. The chaos report in the Free Press. The big gripe is hearing that ownership overruled Yzerman on Stamkos. That's a 40-goal scorer who contributed 5-on-5. If you don't trust the people you hired, that's a major red flag. And if you don't trust them, fire them in a timely manner, not a full year and a full month later where you've thrown away another offseason. The fact that this is a month late doubles down on the concern that they've been in the way. And I like the idea they'll go outside the family for the first time in 30 years. Lord knows they need to do it, but I don't feel good they're going to get it right.
I don't think this is an overreaction, and it's track record. It's all the things that you mentioned, but it's the timing of it. A lot of the great hires that you would want to go after, maybe they're comfortable with where they are throughout the course of this season. Maybe you're not able to get the one that you really want, and you don't hire an interim GM or president of hockey operations just to redo it next year when you can actually get the guy that you want.
Tom?
You know, I don't think this is an overreaction either. There's just no reason to trust anything that's going on at LCA with the Red Wings right now, because it's when you see these reports and you've got all these baseball people it's all baseball people. It's not hockey people, you know. I know Jeff Greenberg does have a hockey background, but
Yes.
I need to see the hire, and I need to hear from Chris Ilitch, and what he thinks about this situation. Like, I do think he needs to be open when this press conference happens, this hiring happens, and be pretty candid about where the organization's at. Until I see that, I just have no reason to believe or trust anything.
Those are your overreact, Jims. It's 97-1.
Yeah, they're doing really good. Yeah, they're doing.
I got a granddaughter that did not want.
Are we on?
No,
We shouldn't be. There should be a. See, something good happened over the weekend.
It's always exciting to see. Hey, first at bat, you end up with a triple. First time since you had that stat in 1912.
Yep, we all remember it.
Yeah. Well, Stoney's not here, so no, we don't. No, we don't have first-hand accounts.
They've had some memorable debuts this season, though, the Tigers. Valencia with the home run.
Yep.
Clark had he was on base like 4 times in his debut.
Yeah, we all know how McGonigal started the
Yeah.
season. Yeah. So there is reason to be excited. The problem is all those exciting guys are young, and I'm not in a position right now. If you're 4 back of 500 with just shy of 40 games to go, I don't know that I can rely on all those guys to be the go-to individuals.
Look, they can be young and youthful and exciting, playoff bound. That's another thing. Quick update on the Lions. This center situation. So you tell us. I read some headlines. Juice Scruggs was working in a little bit. Ratledge was getting some run with the ones as the center.
And so it's obviously the news coming out of the weekend is that Tate Ratledge was taking a number of snaps, the bulk of the snaps yesterday at practice, and the ball was on the ground some. Juice Scruggs, coming back from that soft tissue injury, he was taking some snaps at center when it wasn't Ratledge, and the ball was also on the ground. The most important part of every single play, that's why every practice starts with the CQ exchange, center quarterback, the ball's got to get to the quarterback. If it doesn't happen, you got no chance at anything, and it kills drives, kills momentum. It kills practice. There's nothing more frustrating than the ball continuing to be on the ground, and you don't get any rhythm going in practice. You don't get to work on anything. But here's why sometimes it's on the ground, and here's why I think it's fixable. And I didn't see the film of practice. I wasn't at practice. But when you have a young player in Ratledge that's trying to take on this new challenge of moving to center, we obviously heard he did it a little bit at Georgia. Why is it that the ball is on the ground? Is it the shotgun snaps? All right, that's fixable. It's just a matter of reps, and you got to keep doing it. It becomes muscle memory. Is it only happening when they've got outside sweeps? And so you've got to identify the issue. And is it because, hey, when he snaps the ball and he's trying to get an extra, step, does he sit down on the ball a little bit? That's for a young center. One of the things you've got to be very consistent. Your butt can't drop. You can't sit on the ball when you're trying to make a wide one, or if there's a head-up nose and you're trying to get a little bit lower. Like, why is the ball on the ground? And if it is only on some of those plays, now you can identify this is what we have to work on. And it's also up to the coordinator. Hey, if we haven't mastered this, then maybe that's a play that it just isn't in the playbook. It would be with Cade Mays, but if it's Juice or if it's Ratledge, you got to know what the limit of your team is. So that's really where I want to be able to talk to Hank and Dan and say, okay, what is it that is causing these balls to be on the ground?
They say they want their best 5. Ratledge getting some reps, bulk of the reps the other day at center. Does that
I don't
jive
like
with you? Okay, what do you think?
don't like that at all. I think ultimately it's Juice Scruggs, and he's just getting back. And you say, okay, well, if he's just getting back, why is the ball on the ground? It could be for a lot of the same reasons. He doesn't have a lot of snaps at the center position, but he does have some starts at that position. I think it's Juice because I don't think with a young tackle and in Blake Miller, who I thought played well, you want to keep that pair together. You don't want to weaken one spot just to create a okay position at another one.
Yeah, Ratledge didn't play center in games in college. We
No,
went through this exercise last year, and it lasted all of a week in his rookie season, and they said, actually, we're going to play you at guard. And, John, it could be a season where he gets a lot better in a second season playing right guard in the NFL. if they got to move him to center, they're starting to create a domino effect all across the middle again.
Right.
So again, the alignment the other day when he was in, Ratledge was at center, Barch was at left guard, and Mahogany was at right guard. So we're displacing 3 dudes to get. Are we getting any better at center in that world?
Right. What I want to know is what does it look like with Juice at center, Tate and Blake at the right side, and then Barch at left guard? Because what we saw in the game wasn't good enough. Mahogany at left guard, and I know coaches are the same way. When a guy comes in and he's the only guy that doesn't pass the conditioning test, or he comes in overweight, like all of a sudden – those things, if you can't be disciplined in the offseason, why would I trust you to be disciplined when my job, everyone else's job is on the line? They're going to give him opportunity, but if he continues to, not get the job done and he can't move guys off the ball, or if he weighs in and he's overweight, or if you can't take care of your own business, I don't want you taking care of my business. And so I do want to see Barch at that left guard spot. I want to see Miles Frazier again. He had a penalty issue. Some of those things can be coached up, and we'll see, okay, you've got this on film. This is what went wrong. These are where you got into trouble. And it's a lot of times footwork that can prevent you from penalties. Everybody says, well, if it's holding, if it's this, it's his hands. No, position blocking means you've got to be in the right position at the right time, and it's footwork that gets you there first. And so can those things be coached up with a Miles Frazier? Do you see him in there? Is it Barch because he's got some more experience? But I do like not having seen every snap of practice. I think Juice is the best option at center. You keep that right side with Blake and Tate. You keep that locked in, and you allow them to continue to develop together.
End of the hour, we'll get to the Tiger weekend. Are you bummed, or is this, they sold anyway? House money. How would you characterize yourself as a Tiger fan after that weekend? We'll also get to the chaos report. Not great. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, a mass shooting in northern Michigan left 6 people dead, including the gunman, on Friday. Police say the deaths happened at 3 different locations in Missaukee County. Officers were originally dispatched to a home about 170 miles northwest of Detroit, where they found the bodies of a 16-year-old boy, a 45-year-old man, and a 40-year-old woman. There was also a 13-year-old girl in critical condition. She was the one who was able to call 911 despite the fact that she was shot multiple times herself. It sounds like she is still recovering, but is in stable condition. So from there, the gunman, identified as 39-year-old Chad Hickman, fled the scene and prompted this large-scale search. At a second location, a second home, police found the body of a 53-year-old man. And then they found a 29-year-old woman dead alongside the suspect in a wooded area. Absolutely devastating. Now, police haven't released a lot about the identity of the victims, but somebody online has identified at least a couple of them. Amanda Everett is apparently the mother of the 13-year-old girl, Bella, and her son, Eric, who passed away as well. And then they also have information about this suspect, a long history of violence, previously convicted of child abuse, also accused of domestic violence, domestic abuse. And obviously the shooting has shaken this small community up north. So
horrible,
devastating.
awful.
Yep. Another awful story. Sorry, guys. Let's get these out of the way. 3 people are dead after an early Saturday morning fire at an adult foster care facility in Redford. Fire officials responded to a fire shortly after 6 a.m. They were met by heavy smoke, active flames. During the search and obviously the suppression operations, firefighters found 3 people deceased inside the building. 2 other residents were able to safely escape. The cause of the fire remains unknown and is under investigation. All right, completely switching gears now. Okay. It's hard to always transition to these stories, but this is interesting. Jim, maybe you'll have some insight on this.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, there's a new list from an adult retailer that doesn't really matter. Just revealed the best U.S. states for swingers. Yes. So the list.
I'm glad you said basically selling adult toys, and you instantly went to Jim. I thought, well, was there something I don't
No.
know about here? But now
Yes,
it all
now you
comes
get it.
together.
So
Yes.
the list analyzed each U.S. state using 9 factors, including Google search interest for swinging-related items or terms, I guess, the number of swingers clubs, swinger-related Reddit activity, bars and hotels per capita, the percentage of married residents in each state, and then each state was given a ranking out of 10. Anyway, in the end, Florida victorious, rated as the best state for swingers. Apparently, they have the most swingers clubs than any other state at 148.
They got the nude restaurant.
They
I
do.
would imagine that. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
so that makes sense. But what I found is that Michigan in the top 10.
Oh. All right. So, hey, you're in the right place at the
You
right
are.
time.
I hate both of you.
Texas is the runner-up. Have you ever been there?
I've been there before, yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, there you have it. Georgia, Nevada, Tennessee, California, Pennsylvania, New York, Ohio, and Michigan, rounding out the top 10.
You take one cruise without kids on it.
And at least you're connected to another state. So, I mean, it expands your options.
Thank you, John.
Yes, there you go. Well, so being an Amazon delivery driver can be physically demanding, and there's one particular order that's making the job even worse. There's this one Amazon worker who's kind of going viral on TikTok after calling out customers who order water, cases of water. Not only are they heavy, but they sit in his hot car all day.
Thank you for making your political statement.
I love the sappy music in the
Right.
background. I wasn't
I mean,
expecting
come
that.
on. Like, and no one is going to be drinking the water as soon as you deliver it. I think he just doesn't want to carry the heavy water. Yeah. Come on, man.
That's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, Chaos Report. Oh, boy. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, I'm going to give you a few reasons why a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. First and foremost, Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal right now. Seen the Ram side by side with other trucks, and I've been telling you about mine. I absolutely love it. For power, no comparison. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or if you like the Hurricane engine, which I do, you've got two choices, 420 horsepower and the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane. I chose the 420. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram's got a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, just go sit in a Ram, and I promise you'll feel the difference. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today, and when you do, tell them I sent you. What's the benefit?
Got a story on the Red Wings that went into the weekend. We'll hit that. First, let's go to the phones, 248-539-9797, where we have John and Canton standing by. John, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, how about, you guys didn't mention him, Seth McLaughlin, who started for Lions against the Bengals, and I guess was playing against their number ones. What do you think about him?
I think he did a fine job, and certainly is in the mix. I would think it would be between him and Juice Scruggs. So hopefully, Juice was unavailable last Thursday with the injury. He's back at practice. I think we'll get a chance to see both guys on Saturday against Washington, and then we'll get a chance to see for ourselves if who's better at that position.
In terms of how Seth played in the game, I got Dan Campbell's quote. Says he's quick, he's super sharp, and then in the pass game, he's the anchor. He's got to do double what someone else does. I thought he did that the other night. I certainly was not disappointed in him.
Good. Yeah, I'd like to see Tate stay at guard, and get somebody else there at center.
I agree with you 100%, and it's more for the benefit of that right side. Ultimately, if he's the best option, then you've got to figure out who those both guards are going to be. But if you can lock that in on the right side, and then Seth has a nice track record in college, whether it's at Alabama or Ohio State. He was a Remington Award winner. He is now 2 years or coming upon 2 years removed from that Achilles injury. And I mentioned this, I think it was last week, Jim, when you and I were both on. It wasn't necessarily the year after I had my Achilles where, I was fine to go out and play. But it was 2 years removed where I finally felt like myself and could go out there and do the things that I felt my body should be able to do and had the confidence in my Achilles. So Seth McLaughlin is entering that time frame. Yeah,
Ratledge, he didn't play center in college. The idea that he's just going to take to center in the NFL, it's not a given. They tried it for a week last year and said, well, hold on, he's a rookie. Let's not have him switch positions on top of playing his first season in the NFL.
No, it's also not unheard of. Like, it can be done.
Many of the top centers played center in college.
I agree, but I'm just saying it can be done. It's not like you're taking a tackle and trying to put him at center. The views are very much the same. The calls, the guy, you just go from, hey, listening to somebody identify it to being the guy that's got to be the voice. And again, I don't know that I want, Tate Ratledge to take that on mentally. We want him to take that next step as a guard. I don't want to complicate things in his second year by asking him to take on everything that a center has to do.
Well, you tell me, because Cade Mays is not done for the year. The thought is get him back around the bye week. I still want to play another 10 games of the year with Ratledge at right guard, and I want him to be building that rapport with Blake Miller, who is a rookie. What I don't want to do is take the Cade Mays injury and turn it into three different problems. It's one problem. They got to find a center for 6 weeks.
And if you don't have a good option that you believe you can go into the center with or into the season with, then you start looking around the NFL and say, well, who's got a backup center that we might be able to trade for? And I was on with Brock Heward in Seattle when we were talking about them signing Terrion Arnold. Looking at their roster, and they asked me the question too, would Detroit, with the injury to Cade Mays, be interested in Oluwatimi? Where, hey, he was also a Remington Award winner, didn't play a lot last year. And I said, hey, if that's beyond my pay grade in regards to or any responsibility, I liked him at college. I think he's done a fair job when he's been in there. I saw him against, I think they were playing Dallas this past weekend, so I watched him a little bit, and he did fine. But it's guys like that where you would look and say, hey, if there's an opportunity to trade and upgrade that position, maybe you take a look at it.
That would be if Scruggs isn't doing the job or you don't trust McLaughlin to get the –
Right. I think there's enough on the roster to be able to salvage the first 4 or 5 games of the season.
Right. Story going into the weekend, the Red Wings chaos at LCA. This picked up some steam, and it all started in the Detroit Free Press. Carlos Monarez, who cited Chris Ilitch's hesitation on Steven Stamkos in the 2024 offseason. Stamkos scored 40 goals last season, John. He was very productive, including on 5-on-5. And if true, ownership meddled and got in the way. Then you throw in the fact that they also didn't act quickly when the season ended. We were more than a month into the offseason. right? Before things started really moving.
If you're not going to trust in the regular season, whether it was 2 years ago, last year, I don't care, that the decision maker isn't making the right decisions and you're going to step in as an owner, then why wait so long in the offseason to make the change? Like, I don't understand the timing of things, because if you're going to override something that your general manager or wants to do to make this team better and say, nope, you can't do that, then why would you, especially after Dylan Larkin comes out and says, I want to be out. I want to trade.
Well, right. And maybe Larkin's frustration is not just with Yzerman.
Maybe it goes all the way to the top.
All the way to the top. Look, if he's going, wait, I could have had Steven Stamkos on this team for 2 seasons when we were hitting our head on the ceiling just outside the playoffs.
Got jerseys.
I got too many jerseys, but I got Steven Stamkos, and we couldn't make the phone call because we didn't get the permission from the owner in time. Why did Yzerman need permission?
Right.
He's the legend that you hired, that you write the checks to make those calls. Let him sign whoever he wants up to the salary cap. And if he fails, you fire him. But it felt like they were late on both fronts. Didn't let him do his job, and then when he did it poorly, they didn't fire him in time.
Right. It's just it's frustrating on all levels.
And that's why I said in the overreaction, I don't have trust they're going to get this right.
No, because if you're going to turn down the hockey mind that you brought in to make a trade to make this team better, and now we're hearing reports that, hey, they've got a search firm, and I know they did this with the Tigers, and right now we're fine with Scott Harris. But if you're going to do that on the hockey side of things, I don't have faith that they're going to come with a list, and is he going to is Chris Ilitch going to be able to make the determination of which guy is actually best?
And then will he actually give him autonomy? It's one thing to say it. We thought Steve largely had it, but to actually scoop back and let the guy do his business, I don't know. Now that becomes a concern I have moving forward as a Red Wing fan is, will this person, assuming they are the right hire, truly be allowed to do whatever the hell they want? Keep in mind, this is a situation where we look at it as Red Wing fans and think, Original Six, beautiful facilities.
Right.
This is a good job. They don't have an elite prospect pool. They got a couple guys. They have cap space, but remember, no one's been taking our money. So this is not this and destination where you're promised success.
And big decisions need to be made immediately.
Yeah.
And so if that new general manager comes in and puts a trade in place for Dylan Larkin, is he going to get overridden on it? And is the owner just going to say, nope, you know what? Hey, he agreed to a contract. He's a Detroit Red Wing.
Yeah, I think there's a few things you got to navigate from the jump. And by the way, your offseason's done. You take over, and we're on to training camp.
That's right around the corner.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's
wait a couple more weeks, and then we're
into
camp. September, and
you've got to find out, is Dylan Larkin going to report?
Text coming in 248-539-9797. I don't care if Costa doesn't have trust. Costa, who cares? Well, I'm just speaking as a fan.
Right.
You can call and disagree. You got trust in this group? All right, here we go, tough guy. You call in. You tell me why you trust what's going on with the Red Wings. I'm speaking for myself because I got a microphone, but I'm speaking as a fan, and if fans disagree, step on up, pick up the phone, and dial.
And I would say that the trust is being whittled away with reports like this. Before we knew that there was a chance at Stamkos and it was overridden by ownership, you got to think, okay, well, all of the blame goes on Steve Yzerman. He wasn't able to do his job, and they're going to move on. But now all of a sudden you're looking at, well, was he how long was he handcuffed? What happened 3 years ago, 4 years ago, before any of this, these reports are coming out? Was there more going on behind the scenes that Steve Yzerman was battling a lot of things and just wasn't given the tools that he needed to be successful?
Look, more than one thing could be true. Steve didn't act with a normal amount of urgency.
But was he allowed to?
But how much of that was? But I thought the same thing towards the late years with Holland. You got to step up and demand respect from the owner. Hey, I'm not keeping your streak going. I've architect Stanley Cup champions. I'm Ken Holland. I'm not going to be your errand boy. Fire me or let me do my job. And I felt like while Yzerman didn't have that success here,
maybe that's what Yzerman finally said.
But I hope at some point that clicks and you go, look, I don't need to be doing this. Let me do the job or figure it out on your own. That disturbs me as a fan reading that report.
Yeah, as it should. It is very disturbing because now instead of just is the general manager able to make the right decisions, now you're questioning your owner who, he ultimately is the biggest decision maker and should be presented with these things before you do them.
Yeah.
But to think that he's going to step in and veto them, like what were the reason? Why did he veto it?
Well, that was the other part, was that apparently Yzerman was not schooled up on the analytics, and that was how Chris Ilitch liked to be presented things in those more numeric.
So he just didn't present it the right way to the ownership? I'm even less or more dismayed.
Well, but that's the thing. More than one thing can be true. Steve probably needed to get with the new school hockey, and Chris Ilitch needed to either – if Chris Ilitch determined this guy doesn't know what he's doing in 2024, would it have been?
Yeah.
Fire him. If you feel like the guy is trapped in yesteryear, he's driving a horse and buggy into the facility every day, then you say bye. But the fact that you overruled but continued to employ him, you let this fester and get far worse, and so much so that, yes, your captain wants out. That now becomes a reflection of the top of the organization as much as it was Yzerman.
Maybe both captains asked out.
This guy, he's rolling on a Monday. 248-539-9797. Coming up next, the Tiger weekend. Did that bum you out, or is this, hey, man, they sold. It's not going to bother me. It's 97.1.
Hey, your home is likely your biggest investment, as it is for me. Is it working as hard as it possibly could for you? Whether you're looking to lower your monthly payment, fund a major renovation, or consolidate high-interest debt, First Merchants Bank is here to help you navigate the refinance process with ease. The market's moving fast, but their local team moves faster. They offer refinance consultations to look at your unique situation and find the best path forward. It can leverage your home's equity with a team that values personal, attentive service over everything else. They've been a dependable partner of mine for a number of years now and a pillar of the community since 1893. Their reputation for excellence is backed up by Forbes and Newsweek, so don't settle for a faceless online lender. Talk to someone local, just like I did, who understands your goals. Start the refinance journey today with my friends at First Merchants Bank. To do that, you can learn more at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
We'll get to the Tiger weekend. Got some feedback. Do you trust that the Wings are going to get this right? After that report going into the weekend, hey, Yzerman wasn't hip to the analytics, but ownership also overruled him on Steven Stamkos.
I think there's a lot of hope. Just like we hope the Tigers make the postseason. We hope that the Wings get this right. It's just a matter of how much faith do you have that they actually will.
Yeah, to me, it's you don't trust your GM, but you still employ him for another year plus, and then you're a month late to actually doing something and ruining another offseason. It's everything wrong. You don't want to be hearing this stuff because that's the thing that doesn't change.
Yeah, and it's also, I mean, it makes you wonder, and you'd think it would have been in the article as well, but was there a trade in place for Dylan Larkin? And ultimately Chris Ilitch said no, and that's why Yzerman and Ilitch couldn't move forward any further.
Or to be fair, we don't know the opposite. Maybe there was a deal on the table, but Yzerman was stubbornly standing by, hey, we have to get X back.
Right.
And now the organization's in limbo. Either way, it's a question of the fans. Do you guys trust they're going to get this right? Because none of this sounds good. Ryan and Lapeer, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I have often wondered how much control Steve Yzerman truly had over this team because there's been a couple head scratchers over his tenure here. And I think that we're starting to find out that he was not as in charge as maybe we thought he was. I don't think that he's innocent in all this, but I also think that he was handcuffed from the get-go, and he was never able to truly do what he wanted to do for this team. So, and I never thought that I would agree with Costa, but here we are.
Ryan,
it hurts, doesn't it?
Who would have thought? You and me right here. And I want to just focus on the Stamkos piece of this because I don't know what other deals were nixed or weren't nixed. I don't have reporting on that. Steven Stamkos is a player we talked about that offseason because he had a proven playoff track record. And last season, he scored 42 goals. That would have helped this team who couldn't score enough.
Yep. And if Ilitch isn't going to allow for that trade, God knows what else he's blocked.
Yeah, and that's the thing is ownership doesn't change. They can hire someone and stay out of the way, but we thought that's what was happening.
Yeah, and hopefully they hire someone and do stay out of the way. They just sit there and sign the checks.
Right, because it's important that you shouldn't be aloof. You should be
involved.
Sure. People got on Tom Gores, different owner in the town, because it's like, oh, he's always in L.A. and he's not paying attention. And he threw Monty Williams all this money, and they were terrible. Well, you got to step in and admit your mistake, and Gores did. There's a sweet spot. You can't be so aloof that you're not paying attention to the day-to-day, but you can't be Jerry Jones and running the team yourself.
Unless you want to be the GM, then go ahead and name yourself the GM.
Oh, well, there you go. 248-539-9797. On the Tiger weekend, they got swept by the White Sox. Everybody's coming in today. I don't know how you're feeling as a Tiger fan. I'm not bummed because I said this was house money, and I'm not going to talk out of both sides of my mouth. They sold at the deadline. So losing sucks, but beyond that, I'm not, they had a playoff spot. I don't think they're making the playoffs.
Well, I think there's a difference between being bummed and being angry with what happened over the weekend. And, I mean, the initial reaction, you can be as angry as you want, but then you look at it and you say, okay, well, reality says this team didn't do themselves any favors. Yeah, they brought up Max Clark. They brought up Valencia. They brought up some guys that at times are helping them. But I think you still can be bummed while admitting you're still playing with house money. I'm bummed that they lost, that they got swept. But I wasn't of the mindset that this was a team that was a sure shot to make the postseason.
They started this 6-game homestand out of the playoffs. They ended the 6-game homestand out of the playoffs. They're running a daycare. Brett Callahan, who is playing left field? Like, I mean, I want good things for this team. I settled in and rooted for them. But in terms of expecting things, having aspirations of more, when they sold at the deadline, I made my bed with it. I will root for them to get in, but I'm not expecting anything. And when they get swept, I don't feel like I was robbed of them grabbing a playoff spot because I don't think they're going to be in the postseason.
Right, but we're again in one of our semantical arguments. I'm bummed that they got swept this weekend. I'm bummed that they lost the series. But I didn't go into it thinking – I was hoping – that they would sweep them and be first in the Central. All right? And so I'm bummed that they didn't. But I'm not sitting here with, I'm not pounding on the table and I'm not angry because this is a team that's going to have wide swings. It's going to be a roller coaster from here to the end of the season. And do I think they eventually get back into a playoff spot? Yes. Do I think they lose that spot? Yes.
It's a good follow-up on that. Yeah, well, they occupy a spot for 24 hours. They did this
They
week.
did, yeah.
I screenshot it and everything.
We all did because we didn't think that they would get back. Like, just being back where they are, it's a phenomenal run. It's exciting. And they are in the thick of it. The reason that they're in the thick of it is right now, Baltimore, last team in. They're 2 below 500. Now, I know Tom said earlier that he thinks this could be a year. And when we say could, yeah, it always could be, that a below 500 team makes the postseason. I don't think that's going to happen. I think whether it's, hey, Baltimore is playing better, Toronto is that team that they've won 7 of the last 10. I think maybe they're a team that could get back to 500. Maybe the Tigers are that team. I don't know, but I don't think that this is the first time in Major League Baseball history where a team under 500 makes the postseason.
Yeah, tie this in. We talked Red Wings to start this segment. A couple years ago, we had that soft bubble.
Right.
Someone had to win their way in. You can't simply exist with a losing record and fall into a playoff spot. Someone in the American League wild card is going to win 4 of their next 5 and grab a playoff spot. That's just how this is going to go. And you cite history. This is how it's always worked in baseball. 162 winning record is the only way you're making the playoffs. Watered down American League, extra playoff spots included. I still feel like you got to win your way in. Do I trust this team to win their way in? No.
No, but do you trust Toronto? Do you trust Texas? Do you trust Baltimore?
Well, Toronto played in the World Series
Guardians.
a year ago.
Yeah. So maybe that's what develops the trust in the Blue Jays. I don't know.
Yeah. All right, we'll get more into this, and the biggest reason they were swept next, 97-1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers were swept by the White Sox yesterday, losing 7-5 in the series finale after leading 4-1 entering the 5th inning. After the game, A.J. Hinch detailed what went wrong yesterday. The White Sox hit 3 homers yesterday for 5 runs. They hit 7 all weekend against Detroit. On the season, Chicago has hit more homers than any team in baseball against the Tigers this year with 16. Their .479 slugging percentage is the highest of any Tigers American League opponent this year as well. No days off for Detroit, who now starts a 3-game road series with the Pirates at 7 o'clock tonight. Pre-game starts at 6:35 here on 97.1. Dan Campbell said yesterday, despite the NFL's new challenge rule allowing teams to designate a specific assistant or coordinator to throw the red flag, he will not be giving up the responsibility this season. Tate Ratledge took the lion's share of snaps at center during practice yesterday, according to reports. Drew Scruggs also got some reps. Those same reports say there were a number of botched snaps between Ratledge and Scruggs, but that could be attributed to yesterday's rain. Lions face the Commanders this Saturday at noon. Scotty Scheffler won the FedEx St. Jude Championship yesterday, passing Rory McIlroy for the most money earned on tour all time, with a total of $119 million won in prizes. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning. We're hanging out live on a golf course. It's the Wingate Country Club, Rochester Hills. It's the Kirk Gibson Foundation Golf Classic. Out here last year, hanging out this year. Last year we bumped into Tom Izzo. We may get a chance to talk to him again today. Work in the room. We got some guests lined up. Gibby's going to join us in an hour.
Yeah, always excited to talk to Gibby when he shows up, and I'm sure you are. That it takes away the phone call. Like he could just.
Oh, we're past that.
Yeah,
he's probably going to tell us today. Be more positive. I know they were swept, but Matt Vierling's coming back, and it's all going to be okay.
Got to put that one on a tee for you. I appreciate you hitting that one out.
No problem. Let's talk about why were they swept this weekend. They're not good enough. Okay, but let's distill it down a little more. Vargas had 3 homers in the 3 games. Murakami had some big hits and homers. Their big boppers stepped up. Dingler had 1 hit. McGonigal had 1 hit. You can start there, but it goes even further, John. Tom's not going to like this. I'm not putting it on the bullpen. I'm putting it on starting pitching. Starting pitching didn't give him a chance really in any of these games, right? Specifically Job on Friday night, but the starting pitchers gave up 12 runs in 13 innings. I'm sorry, like this team's just not going to win that way with this bullpen, with these bats. It's just going to make it a non-starter, pun intended.
Yeah, for me, it's their boppers hit, our boppers didn't. And, you get out hit 24-34, you get out homered the way that – and we know, hey, Chicago's kind of one of those all-or-nothing teams where they hit a lot of home runs. You're going to have to match that production. Now, it doesn't have to be in home runs, but you've got to force ways to get guys across the plate, and the Tigers just didn't do it. Runners in scoring position. That's kind of been – when they've lost, and they've done a lot that this year, that's been one of the biggest issues is getting guys – across home plate when they're in position to score.
Yeah, like Job didn't get them very far. Melton had his worst start of the year.
Yeah.
And Drew Anderson, maybe an inning too long, but that became the theme of Sunday. An inning too long of Anderson becomes an inning too long of Holton, becomes an inning too long of Waguespack. And it's just the reality. They didn't get off to the right start in those games.
And the reason that I think that they don't eventually make the playoffs is you have to have perfection from here to the end of the season. And when you're relying on such a young team, we can celebrate the fact that they've got young, exciting players, and they've got some bats that we're excited about. They got some arms in Melton and Montero and a lot of guys that we're excited about. They're still young players. And like Job, we were so excited about his first start against the Giants, right? Punch outs at, triple digits. He's going to have moments like this because he's not as experienced as other starters are. Their batters are going to adjust. And I know that, there was, I can't remember who said it. I read an article about, hey, maybe the batters saw, he was giving away his pitches because of how he delivers the ball. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, now he needs to adjust because the batters did that after one game.
Yeah,
and so you're going to have those. And in Melton, you mentioned it's probably his worst start of the season. He's such a young pitcher, and we expect near perfection because that's what he has been throughout the course of the year. But you're going to have moments like this, and it's about the timing of it. You're not allowed to have those anymore simply because you don't have enough games. You're 4 back of 500. And I still hold to you're going to have to get to 500 before you can make the postseason. I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah.
If they end up at 80 and 82, and they make the postseason, okay, I'll be happy to be wrong for the first time in Major League Baseball history.
I keep going back to something Greg said, and maybe it's a couple weeks ago now. He kind of mocked all these referendums we've done. And I get it, dude. We got to get through 162 with this baseball team of Jekyll and Hyde. But we've tried to give them so many opportunities to win us back, right? This 6-game stretch and this 10-game stretch. Yeah. And if they can go this by this point in the deadline and this. I thought we were pretty fair. This is a 6-game homestand in division. 2-4. The takeaway is the takeaway. They're not good enough.
And the further you go down the road, and the problem that you have is you're just running out of runway, and you don't have as much time to make up being 4 under 500 than you did 3, 4, 5 weeks ago when they were, when they had this huge gap to overcome. They were able to get 1 game back, and then they get swept by the Sox. And we talked about winning series. And now at some point you go from winning series, which seems possible for this team, winning 2 of 3. To having to sweep series. Yeah, and that becomes a much bigger challenge.
Let me maybe phrase it this way. I don't think they're winning the division. They could still make the playoffs as a wild card. I don't expect it. They could still make it as a wild card. The division, it's, 5.5 now?
Yes.
And the key here, guys, the White Sox have the season head-to-head and will if they win one of the final 4 meetings straight up. So Detroit has to beat Chicago 4 straight times in September to take the tiebreaker. I don't think the tiebreaker is really going to come into it. I don't think this team's winning this division. They have a chance still in the wild card, only a game back, because no one has run away with it in the American League. Could they be the team to run away with it? Technically, yes. I'm not expecting it. And I think this weekend shows you a lot of the little things, right? You can mention their bats. Murakami and Vargas being 2 big ones. We got a texter who points out Dylan Dingler. He's killing the team right now. He's 1 for his last 30. Well, that's a huge factor, right? McGonigal, I think, only had 1 hit this weekend. 5 of 22 is your number runners in scoring position. You can say that's the bats, and that's been a rallying cry. You aren't wrong if you thought the bullpen wasn't good enough, specifically Sunday, but then throw in starting pitching and what you're asking of young arms, and you just add it all up and you realize, oh, okay, well, this is why they did what they did at the trade deadline, by the way. This is why they could have kept these. They had a losing record with those guys.
They were further back at that point than they are now.
Right.
And they've made up some ground, and we all did it. I think there's probably a ton of people that took the screenshot of, hey, they're a postseason team. And Stoney and I did the bid on Friday morning. If the season ended today, they'd be in the postseason. Like, we all have some fun with it, but they're going to be a team that is hovering right around almost being there. And there's going to be times, I think, within the next – between now and the end of the regular season where they are in a they're in a playoff position. Yeah. But I also think they're going to lose it. They're going to bounce back. It's going to waffle back and forth, but I just don't trust that they're going to be consistent enough throughout the course of the rest of the season to overcome what the Blue Jays are currently doing. Or, I mean, I don't necessarily see the Twins and Guardians, who the Tigers are currently on top of in the wild card standings.
It's tight.
But it's the Blue Jays, it's the Rangers, it's the Orioles. Like, they're all right there, and I think it's going to be really between those four teams as to who's going to make it. And maybe it's Toronto, because they've been hot as of late, and they are coming off the heels of a trip to the World Series.
Yeah,
you just trust them a little bit more.
And some people might go, well, the Tigers have made the playoffs the last couple of years. Trust them to make – maybe, but the difference would be the Rangers and the Blue Jays have won the pennant in the last few seasons here. So they also have the edge in the experience department. If you call your shot, we asked this question earlier in the show, 63% of people saying out. This team will be out of the playoffs. 31% saying they'll make the wild card, and if we're rounding up, 5% say they will win the division. You can weigh in 248-539-9797. Hey, how big a deal is this Dingler stuff?
I don't think it's a big deal.
You and AJ went back and forth.
Yeah, we did a little bit, and I wanted to know how do you help a guy that's had so much success? He's in a little bit of a slump. Can you get him out of it sooner than other guys? And he had a hit yesterday, but he's still not popping out of. He's not been the Dingler that has the second most RBIs in a two-strike count. In Major League Baseball. Like, we just haven't seen that guy over the last 10 days.
And there's just. I still think he's having a breakout season. There's just no room for him to take
it's just
a down
bad timing.
week.
It's bad timing for Melton to have his worst start of the year. It's bad timing for Dylan Dingler to be in a slump. It's just bad timing for Riley Green to be out for 10 days.
It's just as soon as the MVP stuff started to be whispered about.
Not
that I don't think he's hearing it, but it's just ironic how it works in sports. We start saying, hey, man, this team's climbed all the way back in the playoff spot. If they are able to have a great weekend and win this, look, if he did what Vargas did, 3 homers in the 3 games, and the Tigers swept the White Sox, I actually do think we'd be talking about Dingler more seriously for the MVP. We'd know that Alvarez has the counting stats for the Triple Crown, but you'd start to create a conversation where what if the Tigers win the division and he gives you so much defensively that he's actually a more valuable player than Alvarez? It would have created that conversation.
Yeah. It's an argument that's tough when there's a guy that is actively leading the Triple Crown and thinking that.
But that can change. Junior Caminero hits 2 home runs today, and
sure, it can change. But the buzz around him is so much more. And maybe it's Dingler. They're on national TV tonight. Maybe he pops out of it in a spot that's very visible to everyone.
I just think the challenge is so many things are working for Alvarez. The Astros are leading their division. Yeah. He does lead in average. He's going to win the batting title. Homers, RBI, slugging too, by the way. And it's not like his WAR. I think his WAR actually is ahead of Dylan Dingler's, even with all Dingler does behind the dish. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, 248-539-9797. Going to tell you about Shaner Roofing. 30 years of trusted service, proven track record serving Michigan homeowners. With Shaner, you get 5-star quality for roofs, windows, and siding. Shaner, truly family-owned. And when I say family-owned, they can treat you like family because they are one. It's how they run their business. The no-pressure promise. You're not going to get some high-pressure, slimy sales pitch. You get a true, honest assessment of what your home needs. The reputation speaks for itself, but you can Google them. 4.9-star rating. That's thousands of satisfied homeowners. and a reputation that they've earned through doing the job right. I think the other thing you got to stress with Shaner, peace of mind. Every roof installation comes with a lifetime transferable warranty, and that means something for a company that's been in business for over 30 years. Ready to get started? Get your quote today, mymichiganroof.com. That's Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding, the name Michigan trusts.
We've had some steamy weather recently. If your AC is struggling to keep up in the heat and the steam, it's time to call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft is available for those 24/7 uh-oh moments, and they stand behind their work with a very valuable 5-year warranty. They made a huge difference in my home. They'll do the exact same for you. Right now, they're running some amazing special, and here's one of them, an AC tune-up for only $79. And when it comes to service, they're going to get to you faster than anyone else will. Easy financing options are available. Schedule your free in-home estimate at mastercraftheating.com.
Yeah, Texter says Murakami was the key factor in the series. The dude's a monster. That's Nick.
Hard to argue that, yeah. I mean, he hits like a monster.
Tex says, guys, think it was a coincidence the White Sox had all those home runs and hit Job and Melton right after they acquired Jake Rogers.
I think it's funny that everyone thinks that Jake Rogers is the key that unlocks an opponent's pitching staff, or it's the one that unlocks batters. Like, you still have to get out there and put bat the ball, and there's really no secrets out there. I mean, Melton has pitched, 5 times? It's all out there on film. I don't know that there's anything that Jake Rogers is telling him, like, hey, when he winks at you twice, here comes the curveball.
I thought I had read that Rogers wasn't even there until Saturday.
I don't know the timeline
Regardless,
of Jake Rogers' travels.
It's silly. Yes, the whole division came down to the backup catcher of the Chicago
giving the
White
scouting report
no
in
kidding.
that series.
Come on now, people.
Yeah, well, he'll be DFA'd, and Pittsburgh will pick him up. And then he'll find a landing spot in Kansas City.
His revenge tour on Detroit?
Yeah.
All this MVP stuff with Dingler and the stuff with Melton that happened against inferior teams. Now they're playing somebody that would be in the playoffs, and they can't produce. They're not as good as most believed. This weekend proved it.
Dingler's really good. He's been very good throughout the course of the entire season. It doesn't matter the opponent.
Says, I wonder if this is just the fact that he's overworked as a catcher and it's a tough position to play.
Well, they've done, I think, a pretty good job of when Jake was here. Like, you'd get 3 with Dingler and then 1 with Jake, and now it's Valencia. Like, there's a big advantage to having Dingler behind the plate, but it's not like he's there every single day. And when he's not, he generally is the DH in the lineup.
Well, that's AJ has talked about it. They want to. I think they still will get him a day off soon. You just weren't going to do it on a 6-game homestand in the division.
Right, but so then my question is, because we are the Tigers are up against it, I don't know that there's going to be a lot of days off. Like, okay, you'd love to be able to give McGonigal, a young player like Max Clark, you'd love to be able to give him a day off to say, hey, look, learn, listen, talk to the guys while all of this is going on. You're just not in a position to give the guys that you're expecting to produce days off, because every single game matters. Every single game is a got-to-have a game.
Yeah, if he would have sat Dingler on Sunday, because he's struggling, 0 for 26, I think, at that point.
Yeah.
We would have said, really?
Right.
You're going to sit your best hitter? Arguably your best player.
And if you were in a playoff position, then you could say, yeah, okay, I understand it, but you're not.
Yeah, you're drifting further and further from 500. It feels like every single game.
And AJ has told us, he's told reporters pregame, postgame, like every game he's managing as a Game 7. Well, in Game 7, you're not going to give your best hitters days off.
Yep. We got some more text coming in, 248-539-9797. Text says Hinch might get along with his players, but he's one of the worst managers in all of baseball. Why are you pinch hitting for Keith and not McKinstry? Why do you leave Jobin when he's clearly done to face Montgomery on Friday? What's your concern or frustration with AJ? Like, I felt like he doesn't have a great bullpen to work with, but that he left guys in too long on Sunday.
But how much of that is, he used arms with the Valdez start. He had to use arms with the Melton start. He had to. And you only have so many arms in the bullpen, and, I mean, let's be honest, none of them are great arms.
Right. Selling at the deadline did not directly affect what happened this weekend. It's the bullpen again. It says maybe if they would have bought at the deadline, but it's still been the same issue all year, unnamed text.
Well, anytime Max Anderson starts, it becomes an issue because
Drew Anderson,
sorry, I keep saying Max Anderson.
You're trying to manifest him onto the roster.
Anytime Drew Anderson starts, that's one where it would have been Skubal or Mize. And so it gets highlighted, and the fact that he's a guy that's going to go 4. He should only go 4. Yesterday he had to go 5. It's just, and you kind of hold your breath.
And that's when he gave up some of the damage.
Right, and through 4 as a starter, he's been pretty good.
Yeah, he would have been fine if they got him out there. Same thing if Holton gives up a little bit of damage in the 6th, but if that was the end, and Waguespack good in the 8th, but you ask him to pitch the 9th.
Yeah.
It snowballs on itself. Look, it all started with Job not going far enough on Friday, Melton not getting you deep enough on Saturday, and then what it's going to yield is more the ugly. You can't hide the ugly.
Yeah, there's enough blame to go around. Is AJ innocent and everything? No. Players, front office, there's enough blame to go around as to why currently they are where they are.
Yeah, and I'm just not of the belief, like the insinuation, if they had bought at the deadline, added bullpen arm, buy for what? To accomplish what?
Right.
If you felt like trading Skubal was the right thing, and I did, and you did, and many in the fan base did, the team did, you're not a World Series favorite. You're not even a playoff team. It would be silly then to give up anything to chase the maybe. If they make it, great, but I think this is what it is. Let's go to Dave on a cell. Dave, good morning. You're on 97.1.
How you guys doing?
Good.
I got a question for you guys. A lot of times teams need freshness. Will AJ Hinch ever get the team over the hump, or will they always be an also ran?
What do you define as over the hump? Win a World Series?
Well, I'm just wondering if he is more of the manager that was at Arizona than he was at Houston, because I look at he's used 110 different batting orders in 120 games.
No kidding.
The other day, Colt Keith goes 2 for 2, and then he takes him out for a pinch hitter.
So AJ loves the matchups.
And sometimes I think he overmatches so bad that in the later games, later part of the games, he has nothing to throw out there at him other than a bunch of bench players. And then he loses.
Well, then how much of that, this is the long-standing debate, how much of that is if he's got a roster of bench players, is that on Scott Harris?
Right.
And I'm not trying to absolve AJ because we have him on every couple weeks. I mean, look, there's criticism to be made. We asked him about, is he pinch hitting too often? He wasn't getting results on the pinch hitters. It's all well and good to play the numbers. I'm going to leave Holton in to face a lefty. One problem, Holton didn't look good to end the previous inning, and now the ballpark can't hold the fly ball that you serve up to Murakami.
And it's also on the heels, and I know it's 2 years ago now, but Pitching Chaos, where we were praising him for the matchups and the things that he was doing to get this team into the postseason.
But that felt like smoke and mirrors. And if you as an organization become infatuated with that philosophy, you are going to have a hard time. Like, I'll give AJ credit. That team didn't quit. I don't think this team is going to quit this season. I think he's very good psychologically about getting everybody bought in.
Right, but if
get over the hump. They've made the playoffs 2 of the last 3 years. They could make it 3 straight years. I'm not out on AJ. I have my gripes. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but if he's also dealing with, and I asked them this, I think it was a year ago, about the lineups. And I don't remember what the last caller said about how many lineups he's had throughout the course of this year.
Over 100, he said.
Yeah, you're going to have those variances in lineups because – you're trying to create matchups that are favorable for your guys. And if you are creating matchups based on favorability, you're going to have a whole bunch of different lineups. You're also going to have a bunch of times where guys don't come through because that's the roster that you were given to manage.
Got some text coming in. This one calls us fickle. Because we're not being nice to the Tigers today.
They got swept.
They did.
In a series where they had to have wins.
Says, please look at the big picture. Tigers have only lost 3 of their last 13 series. None of you have the balls to predict them to make the playoffs.
I'm simply focused on they got to get back to 500, and they're 4 back of that.
Keep waiting for it. Anyway, let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, good morning.
Good morning, you guys. I woke up to the sad news that actress Hayden Panettiere died yesterday at the age of just 36 years old. She was apparently found unresponsive by a friend inside a South Carolina home. Reports say that she was in cardiac arrest. I've also seen reports of a perhaps overdose, but police authorities have not released the cause of death. That is under investigation, but they do say no foul play is believed to be a factor. You might remember her as a child actress.
Yep.
Remember, The Titans was a huge one for me when she was a young girl there. She might be best known for her roles in Heroes, Nashville as well. She was in the Scream movie. She's done a lot. She recently wrote a memoir. She did open up about struggles with postpartum depression, addiction. She has an 11-year-old daughter.
Yeah, clearly something was going on.
Sad.
36 is way too young.
So sad. Mass shooting that left 6 people dead rocked a northern Michigan town over the weekend. Police say the deaths happened at 3 different locations on Friday in Missaukee County. Officers were first dispatched to a home where they found 3 people deceased, a 40-year-old woman, 45-year-old man, and a 16-year-old boy. A 13-year-old girl who had been shot multiple times was able to make that 911 call.
Incredible.
Was able to identify who the suspect was. His name, Chad Hickman, who's also deceased as well, then led police on this wild chase, large search. Another home, they found more deceased individuals, 53-year-old man, and then in the woods, they found a 29-year-old woman killed along with the suspect. Obviously, so much to unpack here as far as motive of how they're related, how they knew each other. I don't have all those details, but this man does have a violent history, was convicted of child abuse, accused of domestic abuse as well. This is an interesting story. The Cincinnati Bengals lost a rookie cornerback in an unusual way, I would say. Sayer Wright stepped away from the team to pursue another opportunity as an actor.
Oh.
Something he's actually dabbled in the past, so it's not like a wild jump, but they announced on Saturday that he's left the team to pursue other options. Head coach Zach Taylor said Wright called the team Friday night to explain that he had this opportunity he wanted to pursue, and Taylor said 2 things Wright is passionate about were kind of colliding, and he decided to go the other route. So he played LeBron James's son in Space Jam: A New Legacy. He also was in some TV shows like Grownish, Two Broke Girls, a couple other things.
Stuff.
Yeah, like not like extensive, like one episode here and there of some things. So something he has done, and apparently he got an opportunity he couldn't refuse.
A major movie, right?
That's
what it was said. Yeah.
I don't know anything. Yeah, major movie.
Good luck.
So, yeah, good luck to him.
Yep.
The Jaden Daniels jersey number drama has officially made its way into Major League Baseball.
This is amazing.
So if you don't know the whole backstory, Daniels, obviously Washington Commanders quarterback, former LSU star, has been at the center of controversy after LSU gave his old number 5 jersey to sophomore cornerback DJ Pickett. Well, Daniels, who wore that number during his Heisman Trophy winning season, kind of took issue with that, didn't want that number to be given away. His attorney sent this cease and desist letter to LSU saying that the school could no longer use his name, image, or likeness. And that, of course, that dispute kind of led to a lot of trolling online, and the New York Mets have kind of joined in on the fun. So after beating the Washington Nationals 4-1, the Mets posted on social media, poking fun at the whole number 5 incident, saying, stopped at 4 out of respect for Jaden Daniels.
Yes. He's being trolled
everywhere.
Everywhere.
There was somebody that reported the NBA was going to make a shift to go 4-on-4 out of respect for Jaden Daniels.
They won't sell you tickets in bunches of 5 out of respect for Jaden Daniels.
All of that. People are having a
Wouldn't
lot
want
of
to
fun.
cross him. It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the Overreact Gyms. They're back. We got some preseason football while I was gone. I have some overreactions to that, plus the Tigers, Red Wings, and up north. Overreact Gyms next, 97.1.
Hey, Cosm Detroit is opening soon, opening in September, and you've got to go check it out. It brings fans the ultimate immersive sports experience. At Cosm, you can watch all your favorite sports on these massive, high-resolution displays surrounded by fellow fans. You've got the Dome. This is this experience with these massive wraparound displays, reserved seating. You've got the Hall. It features wall-to-wall live multi-view sports, so you can catch every game while cheering on your teams with fellow fans. And, of course, you can't forget the deck. This is Cosm's top-level bar with amazing views for when you need a break from the action. So to get more information on upcoming events, including pre-sale access to tickets, go to cosm.com/Detroit.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all our great sporting events is Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience absolutely built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view no matter where you are. You could be poolside in a cabana. You could be swimming. You got a great view. That massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Good morning, 97.1. We're hanging out today, the Kirk Gibson golf outing out at the Wingate in Rochester Hills. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We'll be joined by Gibby and his son Cam coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. It's a who's who event. We got to talk to the man himself.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be an absolutely perfect day for golf because we got some cloud cover, not expecting any rain. It's going to be a high of about, 80, 82. So it should be a really nice day for the event.
It is ideal. Hey, quick Lions news. What's going on at the center spot?
Well, so obviously Tate Ratledge, the reports are yesterday he took the bulk of snaps at the center position. I think what they're doing is they're giving, yesterday it was Tate Ratledge. Today it's probably Juice Scruggs or whenever they go, full pads next. Juice did get a little bit of action at center now that he's back. They're trying to feel out the process of who gives them the best option at the center position. I ultimately think it's going to be Juice Scruggs. The report also said, the ball was on the ground. CQ exchange, center quarterback exchange was an issue, whether it was with Tate or with Juice. And I'm not concerned yet about it, more so with Tate because it's just not his position. But there's a lot of different reasons the ball could be on the ground. If it's in the shotgun, then it's simply, it's a matter of repetition. And it can be, if you're doing that shotgun and you're trying to reach far to the right or you're doing a certain pass set, and that's always when the ball is low to Jared Goff or it's off the mark in any way, shape, or form, now you can identify, I've got to work on that pass set with that snap. If it's in the run game, now all of a sudden it's kind of the same process. Is that ball only on the ground when I hard reach to my right or hard reach to my left? Then it becomes, because if you're going left and you're a right-handed center, then that becomes where is that ball? I got to get it to the same place every time. But if it's a certain block that is throwing that off, some of it is Jared Goff's got to understand his center, know his center. When we got to play going off to the left, I'm going to have to ride him a little bit more to be able to get that ball. Every center is going to be a little bit different, and that's why you've got to zero in on who's it going to be when they face New Orleans in that opening game so you can get as many reps as possible with Jared Goff. But it's also the center. They've got to identify, these are the blocks that give me a challenge. And if they can't master it, then Drew Petzing's got to say, we're not running those type of plays while we have – it's going to limit the offense, which we knew if it's not Cade Mays, you're going to have a limited offense, a limited call sheet because there are certain things they can do, and I'm not going to ask them to do anything that I know that they can't do. You're setting yourself up for failure.
The timeline would have Cade Mays out 4 or 5 games, get him back right around the bye week.
Yeah.
So it's about finding out who the best 5 are to get you to the bye week.
Right.
I ideally don't want them to move Tate Ratledge because the thought is year 2, keep him in the same spot, help a rookie next to him and Blake Miller, and solidify the right side, not have to move him to center and then move him back to guard, in the middle of October.
Right, yeah. You want to create on both sides. All right, who is going to give us the best combination? Is it, Miles Frazier and Penei Sewell on the left? Is it, Ratledge and we believe it'll be Ratledge and Blake Miller on the right?
Right.
Now you fill in that center position, whether it's Seth or whether it's Juice. You've got to figure that out. And now that Juice is healthy, I think we'll see both Seth McLaughlin at center when they face Washington on Saturday, as well as Juice, and they'll get game film, they'll get game situations, and they'll start to make that evaluation.
Other NFL story: Von Miller to the Dallas Cowboys. They have been rebuilding this defense that got gashed a year ago.
Yeah, and they've done a really nice job. Obviously in some of the trades that they've made, they've given up some draft capital for it. But they've got a nice defensive front. You throw in Rashawn Gary over there. Now you've got on the other side Von Miller. The question I have for Von Miller is 9 sacks last year. He's now in the top 10 all-time sacks. And he's tied with DeMarcus Ware. He could pass Terrell Suggs, Jason Taylor, even Michael Strahan this year to get him into that 6th spot. Is he going because he wants to win with the Dallas Cowboys, or is he going because he just wants to get more sacks and move up that list? Now, that could be good, but the guy that's at the top of the list, Bruce Smith, he got those final numbers when he was with Washington, and that was the only thing that he wanted at that point in his career.
So you lived it. You saw it. Dallas gave up the most points in the NFL a year ago. Mm-hmm. Crazy to think I could see them in the middle of the pack this season. A couple first-round picks, some vets on that defense.
Yeah, Christian Wilkins. I mean, top 5. I mean, no, sorry, top 15. I forgot the one in front of the 5.
That's good note. Make sure we include that. Yep. All right, we'll talk a little Tigers in the 9 o'clock hour. Talk to the Gibsons as well. It's coming up next, 97.1.
Brought to you by University of Michigan Credit Union. Tigers lost to the White Sox 7-5 yesterday, suffering a 3-game sweep at the hands of the division leader in the AL Central. With the White Sox sweep, Chicago now has a 5.5-game lead on the Tigers with 38 games to play this year. Detroit had a 25% probability to win the division and 34% probability to make the playoffs before this weekend. Those numbers are down to 10% to win the division and only 18% to make the postseason after the sweep. Tigers are still only 1 game back at the last wild card spot, currently occupied by the Baltimore Orioles. There are 6 teams within 2.5 games of the O's right now. Tigers now have a 6-game road trip coming up this week. It starts tonight with 3 games in Pittsburgh. Framber Valdez will get the start for Detroit. Carmen McGinsky will make the start of his 3rd consecutive outing. He did not pitch more than 3 outings in either of his previous 2 starts. First pitch from PNC Park is at 7 o'clock tonight. Pre-game coverage here on 97.1 will begin at 6:35. From Lions camp yesterday, Dan Campbell is not giving up his challenge flag despite the new rule change allowing coordinators and assistants to be delegated as the team's challenge flag operator. Also, reports surfaced yesterday that Tate Ratledge took most of the snaps at center. Drew Scruggs got some as well on a slippery day that might have affected numerous botched snaps during drills. Lions have their only home preseason game this Saturday against the Commanders at noon from Ford Field. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
That's way better. Awesome.
It's become a tradition for us. Head out here in the summertime. The Kirk Gibson golf outing is part of the foundation, the work that, Kirk, you continue to do. We're joined by Kirk Gibson and Cam Gibson, his son. Good morning, guys.
Been up about, 8 hours now?
Yep.
About.
I got a text at 3 a.m. He's been up for a while.
You got to make sure things are rolling correctly.
Well, you should have joined us at 6 then. We could have got this off the ground and running really early.
Well, we'll have to plan a little better next time.
There we go.
We're good at planning things and carrying them out still.
Yep.
Yeah. So how have things been going with the foundation and the work that you guys continue to do?
Things have been going really well. Since opening in October, the turnout has just been, exponentially better than we could have ever imagined. We've had, twice the number of people sign up than we expected to for 2026. And, the goal is to reach as many people as possible. So it's really cool to see all the people finally get to utilize the facility the way that we were imagining it before it was opened up.
Is it one of those things where once it's opened up and people know about it, they start signing up, now all of a sudden you're looking at, hey, did we make this big enough?
Yeah, right. Now we're looking at, do we need to build up on the roof or something or expand outward?
We just did, actually. I just got these numbers as of a couple days ago. We got 2,300 people that have been registered. Then after that, you get an orientation, then you get an assessment, and the assessment tells you what level of class you're capable of signing up for. So out of the 2,300 registered, we've got 1,400 assessments. Orientations completed are almost 1,400. And their classes are offered about 170 per week. So they're rolling in there. They're basically enrolling in classes that are activity-based, and they're obviously based towards trying to help you deal with Parkinson's disease. So when you deal with some of the things, the symptoms, you can deal with them better, avoid falls, staying out of the hospital. And it's sky is the limit. They've taken a great culture in there, just like you would dream a nice championship team, which you guys talk about every day, which you want. And there's a great culture, and it's community-based, and they've really taken ownership of the facility. And we feel like we're going good places for people dealing with Parkinson's And really, not only that, it's a model that will work in many other places.
I know you've talked about how important staying active has been for you. What kind of feedback have you gotten from the people who utilize the facility?
It's off the charts. I mean, the one thing they probably didn't realize when they walked in there, what the community would be like. They come in, they've made new friends. Everybody knows everybody. There's really no differences, you know. They're digging together, you know. They're sharing their own stories together. And I don't know if you guys will stay for the beginning today, but we have a tape, film that will run. It's about 5 minutes, and it kind of tells you what it's like a day with Harry, one of our members, in dealing with Parkinson's. So there's a big awareness component of it, and we've also brought Michigan Parkinson's Foundation into our facility. We're trying to get together. We're not trying to be the guy. We're trying to create an environment, and we went to Phoenix this year for the World Parkinson's Congress, and people from all over the world were there. So there's a bit of a Parkinson's reunion recently, and there's like a movement is really beginning. There's the cause is really the cure. If you stop what causes it, we feel that is the cure, but it takes 10 to 15 years before you even start to see a little glimmer of that turning around.
And Cam, what's the next steps for the foundation and for the facility? I've jokingly said, you know, adding on another floor, but where are you guys going? Not just right now, but in the future.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously the first year, opening up for the first year is really big. We got done a lot of the things we wanted to get done, but there's still so much more that we need to implement, that we need to make sure we're running fully functionally and you know, best in class before we go to the next step. But the next step, so many people from around, not even just around the state, around the country, they're like, hey, like, we see this, we would really love, you know, one of these here in our state or here in our city. And we hear you. We hear all of you. So the next step we would really like to do, and we're still strategizing about all this, is, you know, we kind of want to get into the information sharing business. Everything that we gather, every bit of information, data, research we gather, it's not just for us. It's for all these other people who are looking to do something like this, to open up their own type of facility here in Grand Rapids or over down here in Texas, something like that. So we really want to be able to share the knowledge that we've gained from this whole experience and help other people in the community.
When you come in, you get an assessment, and then they everybody gets measured the same. So you're storing your data points so they're equal. And then every 6 months after that, you get reassessed. So this goes on and on and on, and we're trying to figure out what makes you stay healthier. And, you know, baseball changed. You guys say hockey's now changing with all the analytics.
Mm-hmm.
We're starting to look at the analytics of why and when with Parkinson's disease.
Right.
And there may be an answer or two right in there, just like they're doing in every other spot.
Yeah, if you can measure it, yeah, you guys can, you know, figure out exactly how to improve people's lives.
Well,
exactly.
You look at WAR, okay, in baseball. It kind of measures everybody. You know, McGonigal leads all players right now in WAR, and that's an index, which is kind of a synopsis of the kind of player you are. He's good at everything. That's why he's so high. So we're trying to create an index with Parkinson's and be able to look like if you're a 1, you're not a risk to fall. If you're a 9, you are more of a risk, because all of our programs are free. We fund everything, but we do feel the insurance companies should chip in as well at some point after we prove why it makes sense for them to do so.
Yep.
We're talking to Kirk Gibson, Cam Gibson. You know, if we have both of you on, we do have to talk some baseball. And I like you getting us into the Tigers here. Swept over the weekend, but this is typically where you talk us off the ledge, right?
Well, I monitor you guys. Trust me. I make sure you guys are okay.
We don't want to jump, but they're out right now. What's your outlook for the Tigers right now?
It's no different than it was before they lost 3. And I know you guys are great. You ask the question, and then if you don't get the answer you want, you re-ask it again. But, I mean, seriously, you're going to have ups and downs, and you do really just have to play it game by game. They got Pittsburgh coming up, right?
Yep.
They want to win. They won 7 series before that. So, I mean, it's all how you look at it. You don't want to get yourself mentally paralyzed, because then you don't play the game the way you were. And when Cam played, we've been going through this stuff. Now he's doing it with the foundation. But it's just part of it. You got to keep a consistent attitude. And regardless, when somebody offers something negative or just is having trouble looking at it in a good way, you just undo it. They say, you paint your own picture. You take the picture that you want. You don't accept others telling you. Now, I don't know whether they're going to win or not, but I like the way they're playing. They had a tough time during the trade deadline. These guys are smart. Trust me. If they'd only share half the numbers that they look at before they decide who they're going to take. Cam's a little bit old-fashioned still. We have our debates. But I give the Analytics Society. They're doing well, but you still think you could do it without it?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, I'd love to hear the debates between you two.
Yeah,
what do you guys
exactly,
debate?
yeah.
This would be great.
No, they got a lot of time left. There's still, what was there 40?
Just shy of 40 games.
Just shy of 40 games left. Yeah, it's tough to try and be optimistic for certain situations. Like you get swept, obviously you're not feeling great. You're not feeling very optimistic about the rest of the season. But there's still so many games left. You just kind of got to ride the wave with them. When you have a good weekend, if you sweep someone, ride that high. And then if you have a bad weekend, like last weekend where you get swept, it's okay. You can ride that low with them. But they're still going to be at the ballpark tomorrow. They're still going to play a game, and they're still going to work their tails off.
You got to stick together. The one analytic that I would monitor is the 40 WAR. You guys know that one?
I've heard about this. Yeah, you want your team WAR to
be 40.
Yeah.
You'll be in the playoffs just about always. So, what are they right now?
Now I want to know. I'll try to pull
All right,
it up.
so while he's pulling that up, let me ask you, they've got you already mentioned McGonigal, and Dingler's having a hell of a season. Of the young core, who excites you the most when you see them at the plate or even just in the field?
I like them together, and the reason I say that is because you got to put pressure on your opponent when you play him constantly, because they'll fold, is one of my beliefs. And McGonigal, he does everything. Dingler, he's scuffling right now, but he doesn't want out of there. That's why I like it. I mean, you could go in there and say, yeah, AJ's probably had a talk or two with him. Max Clark, I wish they would have brought him up earlier, because I like, you get McGonigal and you get Clark on the bases. Dingler, he runs the bases good. You got people that you've got multiple pressures going on in the play, and they've won a lot of games that way. They've really played well for as young as they are. I mean, it's going to be hard, but that's what you have to cherish. That's what they're here for. You get here, you get your parents here, you get your first hit, you get your first home run. Now you got to get your first playoff appearance.
You remember your first hit?
I don't, actually. I remember my first home run off Steve Stone.
Where was that?
That was in Baltimore.
Yep.
Pulled it down the line, just tucked it inside the foul pole.
Roll over it a little bit.
What are we at?
I'm seeing Tigers 7th in baseball for team WAR.
It's not bad.
How many playoff spots are there?
More than 7.
70?
These days?
Yeah.
The concern, though, is still losing record, right? Bullpen's been shaky. And offensively, 5 for 22 runners scoring position. We can dig up all the numbers that put the doubt out there.
I'll tell you what did St. Louis do that one year? They won it with it.
They beat us in 06.
That's right. And we got in 87 when Toronto lost 7 games in a row. And they swept us in Toronto. the weekend before and lost all 7, and we swept them the next week. You don't know. That's the wonderful thing about being involved in that type of thing. It's different. You got the bat in your hand, you got the pen in your hand. I get it. It's all good stuff. Love it.
Well, appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. Always great to catch up with you guys, and we'll try and stay as positive as we possibly can.
I want us to
as we ride the roller coaster.
give us a few more reasons, and we will be.
You just remind each other you can take it. All right.
Yeah, exactly. Kirk Gibson, Cam Gibson, thanks for having us out, and continued success with the foundation and the facilities.
Thanks, fellas.
We got to get some golf clubs in your hands next year.
Yeah, next year. Yeah, I'm in.
Thanks, guys.
It's 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham & Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms have come and gone, but for 30 years of experience, it's a true testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes, even payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or give them a call at 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We're hanging out live. Wingate. Got the Country Club in Rochester Hills for the Kirk Gibson Foundation Golf Classic. You know Gibby. He's always going to hold out hope this team can find their way back into the postseason.
Yeah, and never wants to single out a guy. I am glad that he talked a little bit about McGonigal and the special season that he's having. But you ask him, and I do like that from a guy that knows baseball, wanted Max Clark called up a little bit earlier. So,
and he also talked about a little speed on the base paths, something you've pointed out. You'd like to see him run a little more.
Yeah, and I know they did a little bit over the weekend, but this is a team that one of the things that we celebrate is their youth, their athleticism. And if you're going to be a much younger athletic team, then you've got to be able to take advantage of that on the base path, take that extra 90, get some stolen bases, put yourself in a position. They've struggled with runners in scoring position, but, hey, it's like that fire hose. Just keep dousing it. Keep getting guys second, third base, and sooner or later.
Put pressure on them.
Yeah, put pressure on them. Sooner or later, somebody's going to knock them in.
And I didn't know this until I looked it up this morning. Dead last in stolen bases.
Yeah, with
the Tigers
36, yeah.
Yeah, 36. And how many games have they played?
Yeah, 124, I believe.
A lot of them. Yeah. So, again, the team with the most steals has 99 more than our Tigers, almost a stolen base a game more than us. I mean, when I said to Gibby, though, I want them to give us a reason to be optimistic. Like, we went into this 6-game homestand saying, this is it, boys, go grab your playoff spot. And they start this homestand out, they end the homestand out, and the division's even further out after a sweep at the hands of the White Sox. So I mean it. Like, give us a reason to sink our teeth in and buy back in. But in terms of at a cliff or jumping, I didn't think they'd get in. It's why I wanted them to sell. I'm not angry. I'm not upset. I'm not shaking a fist at the clouds this morning.
Yeah.
If they get in, great. It's house money.
Yeah, and we all ride the emotional roller coaster of, hey, they're one game out or they're in a playoff spot. Now they're one game back again. It's going to be an emotional roller coaster. I'm just glad that we can ride that coaster, that we're not 20 games back or 10 games back. They've fought their way back into it, and it's fun. And we are going to, throughout the course of the what's left of the season, hey, we want this team to be in the postseason, no matter what it takes.
One game back right now of the final wild card spot. But again, this jumbling up of teams, and you have hit this, and I agree with you. You got to win your way in every year. Someone above 5. You got to be at or above 500, or you're not going to make the playoffs.
In a 162-game season, no one has ever made the postseason with a sub-500 record. So, hey, you're 4 back now. You've got a chance against Pittsburgh to narrow that gap. You're going to have a chance throughout the rest of the season. It is going to be a roller coaster, but you're going to have to do it playing nearly perfect baseball, which means Dylan Dingler, that slump has to end. And next time Troy Melton's on the mound, going to have a better outing. Same thing with Jackson Jobe. It may not be fair for Jackson Jobe, but we need him to have a great outing.
This team's built on their starting pitching. They've got some young starting pitching. They're going to go through some bumps and bruises. Unfortunately, any of those bruises could be catastrophic as we get down the stretch here. And it was this weekend. Their starting pitching did them in more than anything else. That's what I would hammer to people. We can identify the bullpen's been a season-long issue and certainly didn't help them on Sunday. But this weekend, the starting pitching actually pitched fewer innings than the bullpen and gave up more runs. They didn't get off on the right foot, and I think that put extra pressure on a mediocre bullpen with too many blow-ups and an offense that, hey, they scored 5 runs in 2 of the games, needed more because of the eruptions from the pitching.
Yeah, and just before we get to Heather's news, just a quick nugget. This was just announced from Pete Thamel at ESPN. Western Michigan Athletic Director, I believe it's Dan Bartolome, is finalizing a deal to become the athletic director at Michigan State. So for all you Spartan fans out there, it sounds like you've got an answer as to who's going to be leading the athletic department moving forward.
I was looking around to see where Izzo was. Maybe he was going to do both.
Yeah, he could have made the announcement.
You know what? Jim's going to hate Michigan State even more now. We got a guy from Western.
Yeah, Yeah, but it weakens his.
Yes.
You would think it would weaken his rival. So
Yeah.
it should be great for
And
him.
I hope they hire a homeless person there. It'll be great. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this news is sponsored by Michigan Lottery. Well, following the sudden passing of Hayden Panettiere at the age of just 36 years old, Hollywood co-stars and her friends have just flooded social media with tributes, really emotional tributes. That's what I see when I log onto my Instagram. It's just tribute after tribute. She was found unresponsive by a friend yesterday afternoon in a South Carolina home. No cause of death has been reported. Of course, there are things circulating online, but they say, officials say no foul play is believed to be a factor. And most people know her for, really, she's most popular, I think, for Heroes and for Nashville, but she started as a child actor. She was, remember the Titan, she was in soap operas and commercials and in a slew of other movies in between all of that. She had just released a memoir, and during an interview recently had just talked about the laundry list of things she still wanted to accomplish and was looking forward to doing in the future. So it's just devastating news. Way, way, way too young, for sure. Well, there's a new development in the legal fight between former Fox 2 News anchor Taryn Asher and the station. So Fox 2 has responded to her lawsuit, which accuses the station of, gender discrimination and retaliation. She claims she was treated less favorably than her male co-anchor, Roop Raj, particularly when it came to scheduling and guest interview opportunities, and that she was fired after she kind of raised all of those concerns. Well, Fox is pushing back against those allegations. In this court filing, the station says that she was removed from the air because of what is being described as unprofessional workplace behavior and outbursts, they say. The filing alleges that she shouted at employees about the order of interviews. She used profanity. She confronted an employee who apparently complained about her. They also say she frequently missed editorial meetings where interview assignments were being discussed, right? The things that apparently she was complaining about. Yeah. She wasn't there. Now, of course, her attorney denies all of this and is saying, no, she was terminated, and it's all about gender discrimination and retaliation. So more to come on that.
Yep.
There's a unique food truck that just keeps selling out in Lenawee County. So there's a man, his name is Eric Funk, and he operates a hot dog food truck. It's called Funky Dogs, right?
Yeah.
But there's something else he also loves besides running this food truck is being out on the water.
Oh, who doesn't love
particularly
being out on the water?
Devil's Lake, right? Everyone loves being out on the
Yes.
water.
Yeah.
And he was bummed he was missing like holidays in particular because he was out on the road, right, with his hot dog stand. So he said, you know what? Let's combine two of my passions. And he created Wieners on the Water. Selling hot dogs right there on the water.
So could you please specify what his two passions are? It's hot dogs, right?
Yes.
Okay.
She said that.
Yeah, his hot dog stand and being out on the lake, right? So he's created
Is this his
Yeah.
Oh, look at this.
So he put this like the chassis of this
food
box truck, onto a pontoon boat, and he goes out on the water and he sells out almost every weekend. Isn't that incredible? So he estimates that he sells about 280 hot dogs each day. Now he's only out each weekend. He's not every single day. And he's got 3 varieties of hot dogs available. They each cost between $3 and $5, depending on what you choose.
That's a great price for a hot dog.
Yes, and sells all sorts of other things, chips and things like that too.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, right? Getting a lot of attention. And also, I think the name of
will draw some eyeballs.
Yes, and the logo, he says merchandise, getting calls from all over the place.
Good for him.
Yeah. It's a great story. Speaking of topics, Northville Police, I think, are still looking for this man, a Peeping Tom, who was wanted in Northville. So what makes this story so unique is that this Peeping Tom is completely nude.
Yes.
Showed up, apparently looking in windows, or at least one house, completely naked, hat and socks or shoes, all that's being reported. Described as a white male between 25 and 40 years old, wearing a baseball cap and black socks.
A funny side note of this is when I saw it at 6th and Sheldon, I live over that way, but I've got a buddy that lives near that intersection.
And this was your buddy?
No. But I did ask him if he was, perusing the neighborhood at 2 a.m. But then I looked at the street and I'm like, that's the same street that my buddy lives on. It's literally his neighbor that this guy was peeping through the windows, and he, no thanks on this one, but he did send me the unedited version of the picture that is circling around the neighborhood there. Hey, if you've seen this guy, please notify police.
See, the peeping Tom is supposed to be looking for people who are naked,
right?
Not getting naked themselves. This is an interesting twist.
It is.
An interesting twist.
It
yes.
is. Sure is.
All right, that's Heather with the news. Glad we got that in. This football season, elevate your tailgating game with Moran Chevrolet. And yes, football season is coming up. Great tailgate starts with the right truck. The 2026 Silverado, the 4x4 crew cab with the V8 engine, is ready for game day and hauls for all your summer toys. See why Moran Chevrolet is Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. Check them out. Shop anytime, MoranExpress.com, or in person. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Oh, what are you doing
Oh,
there?
hey, fumbling around with the multiple headsets here. Good morning, 97.1, Jim Costa, John Jansen, hanging out, having a good time. Kurt Gibson Foundation Golf Outing. Let me get this headset out of the way. We may or may not have a guest. That's what I was shuffling for. Sorry.
That's all right.
It's all good.
So let's go back to a little bit of the Tigers. And I know you've stated until they get back to 500, you can't take them seriously.
You've said the same.
Yeah, and I mean, we can take them seriously in regards to this is a very fun team to watch, and it's a team that you're rooting for. There's a lot of baseball fans that are rooting for the Tigers to find a way to get back into the postseason simply because, hey, they've got a lot of young individuals. You had the number of guys that were under 25.
Like 7 or 25 or younger.
Yeah, and then you start talking about Riley Green, and I think
he's
in
that group. People don't realize he's still only 25.
Dylan Dingler, and you start to see some of Valencia. He's a guy that we're excited about the bat, and we don't need him behind the dish. That's going to be Dylan Dingler, more times than not. So this is a team that can be fun, but it's going to be an unbelievable roller coaster from here to the end of the season.
Yeah, I just don't want to shine a turd. Like, if they're going to have a losing record all year, I don't want to be the guy that continues to cape and stick up for them. Like, this was your chance to go grab a playoff spot. They didn't. So I'm going to continue to be skeptical, but I'm also of the acceptance phase that they sold at the deadline. This is house money, and if they can rip off 5 of the next 6, I'll sit and enjoy it every night in front of the TV. I'll have it on, the radio when I'm driving around. I'll enjoy it if they can get hot and do this. They just continue to come up short. That's kind of been the story of this season.
And these are a couple of teams that they can rip off 5 of 6. And they're kind of in that situation where instead of just winning series, you're going to have to start sweeping some of those series. Yeah. And if they win 5 of 6, they'll be right there at 500. And we'll get a chance to see who else is keeping pace with them. And that's really what it is when you start talking about keeping pace. Because it's Toronto who's been on a heater a little bit as of late. They've just jumped you. They've got one more win, one more loss. So things will start to even out when you start having the same amount of games played. But the Rangers are back on top of the Tigers. Baltimore still on top of the Tigers as well. So you still have some teams that you got to jump.
So the Tigers are out there. We welcome people on the phones, 248-539-9797. Your reaction to this weekend, was it a bummer? Are you angry? Are you sad? Or are you just, hey, man, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Let us know. The other story that was big going into the weekend was the Little Caesars Arena, the chaos report, the Free Press. Carlos Monarez with the story that apparently Steve Yzerman wanted to sign Steven Stamkos in the summer of 2024.
Was overruled.
Maybe didn't understand analytics enough to communicate it properly. I don't really want to get caught in the gobbledygook on this. Your GM wanted to sign a player, and ownership got in the way. That bothers me as a fan. And I had my issues, and we all acknowledged Steve had to go by the end of it. But if you're going to pay the guy to do the job, you let him do the job. And once you've reached the conclusion that maybe they go, okay, he doesn't know how to do modern hockey. He doesn't get the analytics. He's not. Then fire him. That's my biggest gripe is reading that is as a fan of this team going, is meddling ownership getting in the way? If you believe in Steve, let him sign Stamkos, who scored 40 goals last year. If you don't believe in him because you think he's off his rocker, stop letting him make moves, period, and bring somebody new in. Now we're a month late into this offseason. Everything's dragged out. I don't think they're going to get this right, and in part, that report only confirms it.
Does it complicate it even more where, okay, it's already complicated enough because it was Yzerman, and it was a month after the season, a month late, and now you're looking at the search firm going, well, okay, they may come with 3 or 4 names. Do those individuals look at this report and go, you know what, hey, if I'm going to be into this, and maybe for the first 2 years I have autonomy, but the third year, if things aren't going along as they should, is the owner going to step in and overrule any decisions I would make to get us over that hump?
Well, then it becomes frustrating because towards the end of Holland's tenure, disappointment, but one of the crutches people would hold up is, well, he was told by ownership he had to keep the streak alive. To which I often said, well, dude, you're a Hall of Fame general manager. Stand on 10 toes and say, no, I'm not going to run errands and be an errand boy. Like, I'm going to run the team the right way and not just listen to edicts.
If you don't like it, then
I'll move on. Right, yeah. And I just am of the belief if you hire people, you let them do the job. Otherwise, don't hire them or make the change.
Yeah.
And it felt like that report confirms a fear that people have, which is they're going to screw this up.
Or just go full Jerry Jones. If you
Make
think you know
yourself-
better,
yeah, you know what?
you
There you
make
go.
yourself the GM.
Yeah. So, look, I think whenever they announce this new GM, and that's part of the annoyance, too, is that this is dragging out. We're a couple weeks away from September. Training camp is in September. Preseason hockey is in September.
The Dylan Larkin question is still dangling out there.
It's hanging over your head. When they make this announcement, ownership's going to have to talk too. And full autonomy sounds good. There's still going to be questions until it actually plays out that way.
They're in a tough situation. It feels like every day that goes on and every story that comes out, it just keeps getting more and more complicated.
And I know we framed this, we weren't the only ones, but like captain versus captain. Larkin versus Yzerman.
Yeah.
Unhappy with the direction of the team. Is there any chance Larkin's going? I would have liked to skate with Steven Stamkos on my team the last couple seasons. You don't think that would have helped our second line out if Steven Stamkos was peppering in some chances and some goals on our second line? Was Larkin, and that's the thing, people go, well, now that Steve's gone, is Larkin going to be okay with staying? What if Larkin's concerns are higher? And that's not changing.
Well, and it's, how much did Larkin know? Was he privy to, was he talked to about, hey, we would like to bring in Stamkos, what do you think? What's your thoughts? And how close did he know that it was to being done? And then did he realize or did he understand who was the one that vetoed the trade? Because we thought it was originally Larkin versus, as you said, Yzerman. Well, maybe it's Larkin versus everyone in the organization, and it doesn't matter who's brought in. He just wants out no matter what.
I don't think that T-shirt's going to sell as well. Larkin versus everybody.
No, that's no.
But
everyone in the organization.
Read. Well, and that's the thing. It's just a dissatisfaction. If I gave you my prime years, for whatever reason, Steve's fault on this, ownership's fault over here, maybe it's an analytics failure over there. Collectively, I have given the prime years of my career, and what I have left, I would like to play somewhere else. If that stays the same,
and
we are headed for a showdown in September.
And without more information, we're left to connect the dots. And one of the dots that you might connect is, hey, maybe Yzerman had a trade in place for Dylan Larkin, and it was vetoed. Maybe, there's a lot of different avenues that this could be going down. We have no idea what the real situation is.
It sows the seeds of doubt is what it does, because we don't have all of the information. We have this report, but it feeds into a fear. And I just leave it to Red Wing fans if they want to join in before the end of the show. I think they're going to get this wrong. I don't trust that they're going to get this right. And I'll only speak for myself, but you guys can do the same. 248-539-9797. They are going outside the family, we think, for the first time in 30 years. It's necessary.
How far outside the family?
But, is it down the hall? And I don't even mean to suggest that Greenberg would be a failure, because maybe he'd do a good job. But
is it the best hire? But is that just the best hire you can make now?
Right, because you're on the eve of camp and you have to figure out Larkin and Edmondson.
Yeah,
John,
a lot of size,
I don't
know. A lot of gnashing of teeth.
I blame Tom. He goes, hey, we got to get your thoughts on this. This happened while you were gone.
Yeah. By the way, welcome back.
You're a ticket holder, man. People want to hear what you think about this.
I know.
You're one of the hockey guys on the station.
You read into this what I read into this, right? Which is you can't have a person you hire that you don't actually allow to do the job.
Correct, but I also, the whole analytics thing and how Yzerman really didn't embrace it is extremely troubling. Exactly. No, this is like the absolute worst it could have gone when you hire a legend and bring him in who actually was the best hire. And it's just completely blown up their face to the point where I'm apathetic now. Like, I know you said it a few minutes ago. I need to really hear Chris Ilitch, borderline from the heart when this is all settled, when they name their GM is McClellan saying, talk about a guy in limbo.
Yeah.
What's he think about all this? I'll try to get him on the show.
Yeah, look, he's a guy, we like having him on. He spoke bluntly. I've said I want to keep him because I think getting rid of him sends the wrong message. It says the jerseys run the team. I don't want that. No, this has gotten as messy as it could get, from inside the walls of the locker room all the way up to the general manager's chair, all the way up above. You have real doubt as to how this thing is being
I would ask.
I would have respected if they had said in the summer of 24, you want to sign aging Steven Stamkos to $8 million a year? You've lost your marbles, you're fired, and we're moving on. I would have respected that more than saying you can keep the job, but you can only do it our way. That handcuffs a guy who already wasn't getting it done. it just made things worse.
I just want to know if Wings fans are like, are you embarrassed to be a Wings fan? Honestly, this is a circus.
Hey, Hockey Town's back on center ice for this season. You see that?
Look at him. Where's that button?
Exactly. Hey, if you're thinking about all the businesses that keep Detroit moving, you've got retail stores, restaurants, warehouses, offices, and job sites. They can't afford break-ins, they can't afford fire damage, and they certainly can't afford downtime. That's where Guardian Alarm comes in. Security cameras, fire protection, access control, live local monitoring, backed by real people 24/7. Guardian Alarm has been protecting Michigan businesses since 1930. If you run a business and want real protection, not guesswork, you got to give Guardian Alarm a call. You can reach them at 1-800-STAY-OUT for a free quote. That's 1-800-STAY-OUT.
All right, Wings fans, we end the show with some of your thoughts on this whole deal. Are you embarrassed? Do you have any trust that they're going to get this right? The idea that Yzerman was overruled in the summer of 2024 on Steven Stamkos. They overruled him but let him still have the job for another year and then didn't even fire him when that season ended until we were already through free agency. This is a mess. Let's get to the phones. We start in Grand Rapids, and we got Tim. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, I think when you're describing the front office, it feels like you have Yzerman and Draper in the front office. They're trying to manage the team like it's, 2006 or something like that. They have not adapted. Then you have ownership it feels like it's directionless. And it feels like we've been directionless since basically we moved into LCA. We're just adrift at sea, and there's no real direction. There's no real leadership, no real forward thinking. We're just stuck in the 90s, and it's showing. And it seems like it's just been a dysfunctional organization for a long time.
Dysfunctional, man. That's the thing that stings, because this team should have been set up for this, right? You have these great facilities, this brand new arena. You have the original 6 branding, which means less and less, but matters. You used to be cutting edge, right? Getting players from Russia and Sweden, using the international pool. This team used to be aggressive right before the salary cap. We'll go out and add everybody every which way. We used to be ahead of the curve, cutting edge, and now we'll find out who's running this team like days before training camp, and we're going to be behind. They're not going to be ahead of the curve. We're going to be behind the curve.
This is a seminal moment for Chris Ilitch in regards to the direction that this team, this franchise is going to go. We've seen, the basketball side of things. You brought it up earlier. Tom Gores makes a hire. It's not great. All of a sudden, hey, 1 year after, he's willing to write a big check and then go in and bring in JB. Mm-hmm. That's worked out. And that was a seminal moment for them. It feels like it's kind of that same thing for the Wings right now.
Well, there's a sweet spot, because Gore's criticism for a long time was that he was too aloof. Right? He's out in L.A., he's not even at the games, and he just paid Monty Williams all this money, and does he care? He made those comments about when you put aside winning, we're doing so much in the community. It was like, how invested is he? And he answered that by paying $60 million to fix that problem. If Chris Ilitch, if the criticism is, are you too meddlesome, will you truly give this person autonomy, hire the right person, and let them go to work for you? We're about to find out.
Yeah.
Let's go to the phones where we have Adam in Gibraltar. You're on 97.1.
Hey, I mean, I agree with that caller. This feels directionless. I think Chris Ilitch, when he does, hire this new GM, he does need to take a step back, because, I mean, even though, Stamkos ain't a 5-on-5 player, I mean, I personally still would have liked Stamkos here. He's going to add scoring depth to your lineup. You probably more than likely make the playoffs with Stamkos here. So I feel like this team is just directionless, like the last caller said. But, you need to go outside. Like he said, this feels like early 2000s, like Wings. We haven't adapted to the analytics of the game. We think it's like old school. We still think we run this thing. No, we're the mockery of the NHL right now. You built this whole new facility. You haven't made the playoffs in it once. And, the Pistons, who just demolished Auburn Hills, move into your place, and, they make the playoffs twice already. So whose place is it really now? Do the Pistons want to kick you out of there now? All jokes aside.
I know.
But I mean, this team's a mockery, man. I love my Wings. Like, I remember they're my first, team that I watched lift an actual championship in Detroit. So I kind of fell in love with this team back in 08, 09. Like, we were lucky back then to, see an actual, structured team and an organization. And now we're just so dysfunctional, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, and I want to go back to the Stamkos thing. You said he's not a great 5-on-5 player. I get that, right? At the same time, 40 goals a year ago, 18 5-on-5 was actually pretty strong across the league. And at the time they wanted to bring him in, it would have also filled a bit of a leadership vacuum, a guy that had played in playoff hockey games
and that's what I'm saying, Costa. He would have just done more than bring goals. It's leadership. You honestly, he could have taught Larkin a thing or two on, like, hey, when your team's down in the dumps like this is what you should be doing to your team. Like, those are the things I feel like Larkin was not doing in the locker room, which is why you saw those 5, 6, 7, 8 game losing streaks. Like, Henrik Zetterberg and Lindstrom would never let that team do that.
So it's one of those deals. If Steve wanted him, had the money set aside, was ready to do a deal, and was overruled.
Yeah, Costa,
the way he said that. You know, you're
wagging his finger at you.
You can only blame Yzerman so much. And I don't say that to do revisionist history. Yzerman did not do enough in totality in his tenure, and I was very much on board with him being fired. It's just, is the next guy going to get a fair shake at this?
Right, yeah. How meddlesome is ownership going to be? Are they going to continually look over your shoulder and, question whether you're doing the right thing?
You got a text, Costa, you renewing season tickets. Well, you have to do those well in advance.
You did that, what, about 6 months ago?
Yeah, before the March collapse.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we got our tickets.
Yeah, and you're in.
LG.
You even know when you're going, right?
I think the first game we have is the Fedorov bobblehead night.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Just one night? Skubal got 2. He only gets 1?
Yeah, and I don't think it's a Red Wing issue, although I don't know.
No,
the New Year's Eve game. It's not a night game anymore. That's one of our premium games. It's like a 2:30 game now.
Well, it's premium at 2:30. When everyone gets, even those in Europe get a chance to watch it.
Yeah, great. Wonderful.
Hey, come on. The World Cup showed that you could show those games.
You sure can.
And people will watch.
You got those guys standing by in the studio?
Yes, sir.
What's going on, boys?
Doug!
How we doing?
Welcome back.
Yeah, survived.
This is my partner, Rugged Doug.
Yes. How was the camping trip?
We will talk about it. I just
I mean, the survival expedition?
Yeah, I mean, it was the Tequamanon Falls and the Temple of Doom campground, and survived it, and back alive, and excited to maybe camp
mattress?
again. No, so there was good advice and there was bad advice from the listeners, and the good advice was don't rely on an air mattress, which we knew better, but we thought we had it all sorted out. But air mattresses, there's no such thing as a reliable air mattress.
Too much jumping around on it.
Hey.
Gymnastics.
Have a good one, fellas.
We will.
It's 97.1.
Well, hello, and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. I am Doug Karsch. That is Scott Anderson. Hello, Scott.
Hi, Doug.
How was your last week?
Busy?
Here's my question.
Yeah?
Only 4 remotes. Do they know
Just
there's
4?
5 days in a
I
week?
know.
Do they know there's 5 days in a week?
I don't know if it's like
They needed
Like,
a
why
day
would they
off
only-
because of transferring equipment from one location to another. They just needed a day off. I don't know.
Why would the station only schedule 4 remotes when there's 5 days in a week?
Can't answer that.
Yeah.
That's not a question for me.
It
to
seems
answer.
strange.
It does a little bit, yeah.
But obviously they wanted to win easy on you.
Yeah.
People don't know. Doing remotes is a little bit more difficult.
It's challenging.
to do.
It's
but
just
the
challenging.
doing the show from in studio, which we are in studio all week, I think.
Yeah, we should.
think, all right.
Yeah, there's no Thursday game, so.
No, there's a Wednesday game, though. It's a 12:30 start.
But they're on the road.
Then they will probably be in studio.
Unless, are we doing the show from Pittsburgh?
Well, no.
We've done that before.
But I shouldn't use the term "we." But anyway, my kid's moving into college. I gotta move him in. I gotta move him in.
I shouldn't say all.
Yeah. Sorry. Gotta move him into college. So how are you?
I'm fine.
Yeah.
I will tell you that when I got home on Friday after the Dream Cruise, I could not wait to just decompress and lie down. And it was by the end of the remote on Friday, it was hot and steamy, more steamy than hot, and so I just could not wait to just lie down on a bed with a fan in my face and just relax, which is what I did.
And it all worked out.
It did.
Yeah.
Everything worked out.
Thanks to Rieger and Mark for sitting in last week. Yep, we had our call before the storm vacation, stayed in state this year, went up north. Indeed, we went camping. I want to start with this because when I brought up that we were buying a tent and going old school tent camping, my wife and I, the reaction from the listeners and from many people made it sound like the response was if we were like I was Lewis and she was Clark, and we were about to go do something that was borderline dangerous and like nobody does this.
Irresponsible, reckless.
Yeah, people camp. People have tents.
Oh, do they?
Yes. We camped, in spot 72 at Tequamanon Falls. It wasn't like you ventured to uncharted lands.
Right, you weren't going into the land of Cocaine Bear.
No. And so, we bought a tent, and with the REI deals are pretty good because if you're a member, you can return something up to a year for any reason. And we flat out told them, if we hate this, we're returning all this stuff. I got to hand it to REI for the Base Camp 4 tent. Dude, the engineering on these things, like color-coded poles.
Oh, yeah.
This thing.
Make it as easy as they can for something that's complicated.
I'm so impressed with the engineering in this thing.
Maybe the folks at IKEA should get together.
Perhaps. But we went to the Upper Peninsula. I do not have a lot of Upper Peninsula on my resume. Okay. And I got some observations, and we'll get into it as the show goes on. But we went to Tequamanon Falls. We went to Pictured Rocks. And, I'd seen pictures, but never been there. And it was great. It was awesome. I liked it more than my wife. Okay, let's just say that. And there was something really strange that happened that we'll get into it later. Not unexpected. I'll say unexpected happened in this camping.
Oh, word strange. It's a synonym that works.
Yeah. But the bottom line is, I think we're going to keep the tent.
Wow,
I think we're going to keep the tent.
That's big.
Yep.
First time camping in how many years? And now you're saying you think you're going to keep the tent.
We camped once, borrowed my parents' tent back when we were dating. So a long time ago. And I think we're going to keep the tent, but it will get discussed after a little time passes and whether or not we want to. Do we really think we're ever going to do this again? Some of the listener advice was awesome. There were things that I never thought about. But that the listeners suggested, we took advantage. Other things they warned about were just no big deal. So all worked out. Spent a day on Mackinac Island, which was nice.
In a tent?
No, we got a hotel there. And we're at our place.
How's the fudge? Did you get some fudge?
We did not get any fudge, no.
I think you broke the rules, I think.
Is that a rule? Is that a
I
requirement?
don't know. I've been a Mackinac a million years.
Yeah, Doug asked everyone, "Is this better than a Dairy Queen Blizzard?"
And everybody's like, "No,
Like,
it's just fudge, man."
Yeah, so Doug said no.
It's fudge only. Yeah. So that was nice. Went to our place, played golf at Boyne Highlands. Nobody cares, but played the Ross there. And the same thing happened. Here's the thing about the Ross.
The signature course.
Yes. I know that holes 5 and 6 kill my round every single time. And, I'm playing with my wife, and I said, okay, 5 and 6. She doesn't, play a ton of golf, but I said, okay, here come 5 and 6.
Do you know what they're a signature of? Of which courses?
No, every hole there is a signature of another.
Of another Donald Ross course, famous Donald Ross course.
I will tell you this, with me as a golfer, the summer of Doug was fully coming into, I was coming to fruition. I was 1 over going into 5.
Wow.
And I went triple on 5 and 6. 5 and 6 always kill my round. And then it was bad after that. But still a beautiful course. I mean, it's just in great shape. And they're redoing hole 3, which I think was a Oakland Hills hole that they had mimicked. But I was good and got over to Charlevoix. I got some stories out of Charlevoix. But Northern Michigan's great, man. We are very fortunate. As a kid growing up, we didn't spend a lot of time in Northern Michigan, and got up there once because when we first started venturing up there in adulthood, because my wife's aunt and uncle had a place in Harbor Springs that was kind of across. It was on Pleasant View Road that overlooked one window. One side overlooked the Boyne Highlands ski hill, and the other side overlooked the Nubs Knob ski hill. And we absolutely fell in love with Northern Michigan and ended up getting our own place. And we go back as much as we can. And we're really fortunate to have this resource in our state.
It's great.
It really is. It really is fantastic.
So many great areas throughout the state. I mean, frankly, everybody's provincial to what they know. West side of the state's great. Up north, the northern lower peninsula is great. UP is great. The Thumb is okay. More
not bad.
Right.
Yeah,
more and more you hear about the east side of the state when you get past the Thumb, but further on the east side, and I love this state. I mean, people ask all the time, "Hey, wouldn't you love to live in blank?" I'm like, no. I love living in Michigan. I love the 4 seasons. I may not love winter, but there are parts of winter I absolutely love and wouldn't give up, and that's why I stay in Michigan.
I mean, unfortunately, I think prices have gotten out of control. But I saw something, and maybe it's just because of where I was. The algorithm that popped up on social media on my phone was a post about how basically freshwater coast in the state of Michigan is vastly underrated, and relative to what gets all the hype, which is the East Coast and the West Coast, it is more affordable. Now, it's still really expensive, but it was basically a story done about how this is a unknown gem to the rest of the country.
Well, if you watch any HGTV, Doug, if you watch any House Hunters or any of these renovation shows or whatever, and when they focus on, let's say, the West Coast, in California in particular, what we have in our state is an absolute positive bargain in comparison. When you've got homes out there that are 1,500 square feet that are going for $1 million, and you think about what $1 million gets you in this state, it's night and day difference. And yes, waterfront prices are ridiculous for us here because the cost of living is different than, say, if you live out in California. But it's a bargain, and people that come here want to be here. People that come here from out of state, they're like, "This is what? That's it? Love it. This is amazing." They want to share in it, but yeah, I hope that Michiganders can hang on to it.
Okay, so we'll have a full camping update later in the show. There is a lot of interesting news breaking this morning. In fact, just before the show, Pete Thamel tweeted out that Dan Bartholomew will be the new athletic director at Michigan State. We'll give some thoughts on that coming up here. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Mondays mean Champ and Chump, so get your Champ and Chump votes in. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We tally up the votes and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. Want to hear from you. Exercise your right to vote. Of course, Tigers to talk about, Lions to talk about, college football right around the corner. There is a lot going on, so let's get rolling on a Monday here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, you love live music? Sam Bernstein Law is giving back to the community by launching the Bernstein Box Office. Follow them on Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok for your chance to win free tickets to your dream concert. It's free and easy. Sign up now and follow Bernstein Box Office and win. Champ and Chump, Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 248-539-9797. Interesting story on the Lions I want to talk about here coming up just after we do our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. Of course, the Lions preseason debut last week. And we, there's a lot to digest still moving forward with that team. Tiger weekend, suboptimal, as one might say. But the breaking news this morning is that Dan Bartholomew, who is at Western Michigan, is the new athletic director. Pete Thamel was the first I saw to report it, so give him credit. But he is the new athletic director at Michigan State. And, on his resume, the most important thing for an athletic director in college athletics is probably now spearheading fundraising movements. And, it's certainly tougher to do at a place like Western Michigan than it is a Big Ten institution like Michigan State. And Michigan State set up a whole bunch under Jay Batt, and we'll see if he can just continue momentum that they were building under the previous AD. But then the next thing is you got to get football right. You always have to get football right. They've entered into a new era of Michigan State football with Pat Fitzgerald. But he appears to have gotten football right with the hiring of Lance Taylor at Western Michigan, who seems like a good young coach with an exceptionally bright future. They were a bowl team last year, won their bowl game, and predicted to win the Mid-American Conference this year. Now, is he going to have to hire a football coach anytime soon? Doesn't seem particularly likely that it would be anytime soon, as Pat Fitzgerald is just getting started. But getting football right is always a high priority. Other stuff, the hockey program at Western Michigan won a national championship. Western Michigan was part of the new Kalamazoo Event Center, in which men's and women's basketball and hockey is moving into. He also has outdoor hockey game on the schedule this year, as Michigan is playing at Waldo Stadium in an outdoor hockey game. So a lot of the stuff that, people look for, he seemed to be on top of. He was considered a strong candidate when the job opened up, and sure enough, he will land at Michigan State. Spartan fans, you want to give your thoughts? Seems like a solid hire and a good fit.
It does seem like a solid hire and a good fit. But with Michigan State, look, all you want is for someone to be able to communicate and get their vision across and cut through the muck and mire that is the Board of Trustees. And hopefully people can work together and you can have a successful relationship for many years to come, because that has been the big problem at Michigan State forever. It's been the Board of Trustees and not being able to see eye to eye on things, and politics play a role in it and all that. And hopefully you can cut through all that red tape and just do what you have to do. Be great is all we want. I mean, we had a great athletic director for a long time with Mark Hollis, and obviously the way things ended up, I mean, he fell on a sword, walked away. So did the president at that time, and it's taking forever to try to recover from that. Thought we lost Jay Batt, did. We thought we lost Guskowski and didn't. It's all kind of weird how things are working there. I figure I'm going to live my life this way when it comes to Michigan State and the president / athletic director. If Tom Izzo's happy, then I'm happy, I guess, because I trust Izzo.
Well,
and if he gives a stamp of approval on something, then I'm going to be okay with it. So I'll wait to hear what Tom Izzo has to say.
Well, and here's the other thing. That's probably going to be the first thing that major move he's got to make is hiring Izzo's replacement. Izzo isn't probably how many more years is he going to coach? So this guy is most likely going to be the guy that is charged with hiring Tom Izzo's replacement. And, that's would be a huge priority, right? And you'd have to think that he will have the assistance of Tom Izzo on that project.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah. Whenever Tom decides that he's done coaching college basketball, I imagine that he's going to have an heir apparent, or he's going to have a real strong opinion on who the guy is supposed to be. So I don't worry about that. I just worry about getting this program back on track, making sure that they can.
This program being
Michigan State's just athletic program.
Okay.
Let's get back to being innovative, staying on top of the NIL world, staying on top of the transfer portal world, understanding the rules. Try to keep yourself way above ground here. Let's just work towards being great again. Like we're under the football program in the D'Antonio years, the athletic program with Mark Hollis years. There's a lot to work with Michigan State. Their hockey program is spectacular. So this guy coming from Western, where he built up a pretty good program there, and they end up winning a national championship. I like that. That sounds good. Michigan State's hockey program seems to be doing just great. I love the hire of Pat Fitzgerald with the football program. Izzo's got basketball humming along, and then there's all the other sports, the non-revenue sports that we'll see where that goes. But until I see otherwise, I don't have a strong opinion either way. I tend to be feeling better about this because of the pedigree at Western. Okay, great. It's those programs are going to be stepping stone programs to get to the bigger programs like a Michigan State.
Well, that's the other part of this, and certainly there are a lot more Michigan State fans out there than there are Western alum and fans, but there are Western fans out there that are like, damn it, we lost our AD. And I would imagine he was well-liked. Maybe some Western fans could provide some context on that. But now Western Michigan will be in the market for a new athletic director, which impacts, sports fans in our state as well.
Yeah.
And it looks like, hey, as far as Western's athletic department, for a MAC program, they're humming along between the hockey program, which I guess isn't in the Mid-American Conference, but you get the point. And football, they've been really, really good, all things considered.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, they're now Western. They're like when they had PJ Fleck, you knew it wasn't going to last. But it was
no, because he was too good of a coach to be kept in the MAC. He was going to expand.
Yep. But it's just the reality of what it is these days, and I guess it's always been that way. If you got a program that's it's like in the MAC, it's having success, you're probably not going to keep your guys.
No, Central had to go through that with football coaches, and Cincinnati went through that with football coaches for a while, and now Cincinnati is no longer a MAC school, so
yep,
they can handle their own.
248-539-9797 if you want to get in on that. Seems like a solid addition for Michigan State and one that makes sense. In the meantime, Gator, the Tiger weekend. Well, there's also, hey, there's still only a game out of the playoffs. Like, it was disappointing for sure, but I'm trying to keep things in perspective. They're still in this thing.
Of course. Yeah, but, going into the weekend, I'm touting this team. I feel foolish because I said, look, this isn't going to be easy, but hopefully they can win this series. But, I think this team, going into the weekend, I said, I think this team is going to win the division. And it's with a couple days before the season comes to an end, they're going to lock things up. I like where this team is at. I did have my skepticism. My skepticism was not about Troy Melton not being able to pitch out of the fifth inning. My skepticism was a little bit about Jackson Jobe and can he repeat what he did in the first outing? And he did not.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, look, I'm not knocking him because I go in with some hesitancy with Jackson Jobe to begin with because he's not a guy who had that track record in the minors where he was just lights out for 15 starts in a row and demanded to be promoted from, this level to this level. He showed some nice growth here and there, but he wasn't that kind of guy. And what we saw so far in 2 starts is exactly that. He's got all the arm talent in the world. Triple digits on the gun. The spin rates are fantastic. But if he's not commanding those pitches, that's a problem. Control, get the strike zone. Yeah, he knows the strike zone. But can you command where you want that pitch to go in the strike zone? That's what separates the good from the great and the bad from the good, frankly. And he struggled with that in his start over the weekend. And as a result, he got absolutely shelled. It doesn't matter if you throw 100 miles an hour anymore because today's Major League Baseball player, the younger ones in particular, they're used to seeing it. They see it all over the place. Every team's got like 3 guys, it seems, that can throw triple digits. So they're used to it. And if that pitch isn't moving anywhere, or worse, if you're just going to throw it straight across the middle of the plate, that's where a guy's going to barrel it up and do damage. And they certainly did that. It was the hard hit rate and the frequency which the ball was hit against, Jackson Jobe that was just startling because it didn't stop. It just didn't stop. But he'll learn from it. I think he's got a ton of talent, and he'll be better for it.
Just getting started.
Yeah, absolutely. So I look forward to his next start and trying to correct that. But from the weekend standpoint, getting swept by the team that you're chasing when you were 2.5 games out going into the weekend, and now you're 5.5 out, that's tough to take. And yet you only lost one game in the standings in the wild card. So
248-539-9797. Champ and Chump. We'll have our nominations today at 10:35. Want yours? Get them in. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
If you're looking at your home and you're realizing that, you know what, it's time. It's time for a new roof, windows, or siding. The biggest hurdle is usually finding someone that you can actually trust because you're spending a lot of money and you want to make sure that you're spending it the right way. This is why you need to call Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. With over 30 years of service right here in our state of Michigan, Shaner has built a reputation that's frankly unmatched. And we're talking about a 4.9-star Google rating. That's backed by thousands of homeowners. And you don't get those kinds of numbers by accident. You get them by doing the job right every single time. Because they're a local family-owned business, they skip the high-pressure sales tactics that nobody likes. Instead, they provide a true, honest assessment of your home's needs. And when the job's done, you're protected by a lifetime transferable warranty. Now, while other companies are being bought out by outside investment firms, Shaner stays committed to our community. They're here to stay. And when you're ready for quality that you can count on, make sure you visit Shaner Roofing at mymichiganroof.com. You're going to get that 5-star treatment that your home deserves. Again, at mymichiganroof.com.
All right, Champ and Chump votes are starting to come in. We'll have ours in a few minutes. Something interesting I want to talk about with our football team here in Detroit. 248-539-9797 from RC2 in Utica. My champ is CMU's Michael Heldman on the Saints as an edge rusher. Chump, the Tigers getting swept at home. Yeah, not a good weekend for the Tigers. I mean, it is what it is. It's not always. The thing is, and we've talked about this a lot, is you can't think of progress in baseball as a straight line up. There is always going to be dips along the way. This weekend was a setback. What's important is that your setbacks are shorter. What's important is that when you do take a hit, you keep it to a minimum. Winning this series in Pittsburgh feels like it's pretty important to get that arrow pointed back up.
It does.
Chump is the Tigers are getting swept by the White Sox when they needed these wins badly. Champ is St. Louis Cardinals Joshua Baez. Dude hit 3 home runs in his first MLB game, first ever to do it. Incredible feat. That's from Kyle in Ann Arbor.
This is after he's pumped out, I think, 35 home runs in the minors this year, and steps up and does that. That's amazing.
It really is
what a
incredible.
start.
Champ Comerica in Detroit brought my daughter in for the Dream Cruise and her first game at Comerica for both of us. Deep dish at Buddy's, drinks on the rooftop at Hockey Town, and fireworks after the game Friday night. Dream Cruise in Birmingham, didn't see Gator though. Great time showing my daughter my hometown, and we'll be back next year. Chump, creepy old guy at Hockey Town who chose to sit down next to my teenage daughter and talk about hunting with Nugent and Seager in Wisconsin, which would have been impressive if she had any clue who those guys were. Matt from... Matt from Oconomowoc, Wisconsin.
Oh, my.
Only included the city because I wanted to hear Doug try and pronounce it.
Oh, nice job.
Oconomowoc is what I think.
I think you're close.
I mean, I may or may not be, but there you go. What a cool story. Other than the creepy guy.
Right. Well, was he creepy? He was old and he was, talking to you. It sounds like he's friendly.
Yeah.
But
I wasn't talking to him. He's talking to his daughter.
Right. Well,
trying to impress her with Nugent and Seager stories. This teenage girl, apparently.
Hunting.
Yes.
Creepy old dude has a vote.
Yeah. I'll keep track of that one, Doug.
Got it done. Yeah,
you're
going to want to hang on to that one.
Creepy old guy on the board. All right.
He's on the graphic.
Time for our champ and chump nominations. My champ is a guy that I am just so locked in on watching, and he did not disappoint. He didn't really thrill me either, but Blake Miller, we need you so bad. You're my champ in a weekend. You looked fine. Every move you make, every breath you take, I'll be watching you.
Oh, my. What a police on. I'm going to go with Eduardo Valencia. Now, over the weekend, he went 4 for 10, had a home run, had a double, drove in 3. But this young man's early career in 54 at-bats is insane. He has done more this year in limited role. Like anybody that has, if you look at the numbers, players with 50 at-bats or more, he is number 1 in Major League Baseball in OPS with 1244 OPS. He's hit the ball out of the park 6 times with 17 RBI in 19 games. And out of those 19 games, a handful of those are coming in as pinch hit rolls. This guy has hit the ground just absolutely screaming through it, sprinting through it, not walking, not running. I mean, sprinting. I love watching his at-bats because he looks like he's going to do damage every single time he steps to the plate. And those guys that step into that batter's box are fun. And hopefully this is something we're going to see for a long, long time.
All right, my chump of the weekend is the same thing that was undermining the Tigers prior to the trade deadline, reared its ugly head this weekend. I thought the White Sox manager, Will Venable, had better options coming out of the pen than A.J. Hinch. I'm going with the Tigers bullpen. They gave up the go-ahead run in the Saturday and Sunday game. Particularly bad on one of those days, but the bottom line here is the reason I stopped trusting that this team could really make a legitimate push was because of the bullpen, and I thought this weekend in a critical series, Chicago had better options. So I'm going to give the Tiger bullpen my chump.
I'm looking at the pitchers as well, but I'm going to go with the Tiger starters. I mean, in 3 starts, he had 13 innings is all they gave you. 13 innings, 22 hits, and 12 earned runs during that time. Watching a game yesterday, and they're talking about Drew Anderson. Hey, went a pretty good outing for Drew Anderson, 5 innings and 3 runs. Like, no, that's not. That's like a 5.4 ERA. That's not good at all. That's terrible. You got to have better than that. And when Melton and Job don't make it out of the fifth inning or into the fifth inning, that's a problem. And that was why the table was set against him over the weekend, and then they turned over the bullpen, and that doesn't help out either.
There it is, our Champ and Chump nominations. We want yours at 248-539-9797. Get them in. We tally them up and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. And obviously, Tiger's going to get a lot of votes here after the weekend they just had. Here are some of the votes as they come in. My champ is the young Tiger hitters. These kids are all right. My chump is every Tiger pitcher used during the White Sox series. How do all of them have zero command? Ugh.
You know, when the weekend was all done, the guy I like most coming out of the bullpen is a guy who I know like the least about. It's that Waguespack guy.
Mm-hmm.
He looks great.
He did give up the bomb yesterday, but yes, it's going to happen.
Well-located pitch, but Vargas just does what Vargas is doing all season long.
Yep. Champ and Chump sponsored by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. Champ, Joshua Baez, 3 homers, first MLB game. Chump, Skubal and Boris for chasing every penny. That's from Greg and Coral. Look, I can't be mad at somebody for trying to do what they think is best for themselves and their family, okay? I think the problem is Scott Boras as a representative for players. At least we saw him toying with the emotions of the fans with all of his limericks and you know, I think that is very distasteful. And if he were representing me, I would have told him to shut up with that. Because you know, it's an emotional relationship that fans have with their players and their teams. And I think that is an example of somebody who's so out of touch that doesn't realize how irritating it is to a fan base to hear you jovial and having fun with the situation when for us it just kind of sucks. And look, I'm not, Skubal has every right to do it. I think most people out there would do what they think is in the best interest of themselves and their family. But when you have someone representing you that's having so much fun with it, with his limericks, that he wouldn't stop, and he hasn't done it since, so maybe Skubal did tell him to stop, but that stuff doesn't play well in Detroit.
Well, wait for the offseason. It's going to fire back up again. He's not going to say much during the regular season. Let his clients go ahead and work. I'm hopeful that this will be the last we talk about Skubal for a while. Mm-hmm. There's no need to keep talking about Skubal, keep bringing him up, and he's not a Tiger anymore. He's with the Dodgers, and okay, let's go. I'm want to focus more on the Jackson Jobs, the Troy Meltons of the world, rather than focus on what this team no longer has. It's kind of like lamenting what the team didn't do at the trade deadline. I can still be upset by that, but to keep bringing up that they didn't buy bullpen arms when they could have bought bullpen arms, that's frustrating, but it's over with. Nothing you can do about it now, but it's hopefully lessons learned.
From an unnamed texter, I am chumping Jaden Daniels for believing he owns the number 5. My champ is Joshua Baez.
That Jaden Daniels story is weird. It's just weird all around and keeps getting weirder.
So, I'm again, being out of the loop, he's mad that LSU is quickly giving away his number 5 to Johnny Next Guy when nobody has worn Joe Burrow's 9.
Correct.
Since Joe Burrow won the national championship and the Heisman Trophy.
Correct. And
he wants the same treatment.
Well, he expect and I don't know if he's way off on that. Given that he won the Heisman Trophy, he wasn't on a team that was anywhere near as just jam-packed with studs like the Joe Burrow team. The Joe Burrow LSU team is probably one of the top 5 college football teams I've ever seen in my life. Mm-hmm. That was ridiculous. And the season that Joe Burrow had was like a near perfect season statistically. But you go back and watch and look at what Jaden Daniels did a couple years ago with that LSU team that went 9-3. His season was spectacular. And if there were promises made, there were promises made. I don't know how all this goes, who sets up what. But to try to get them to stop with the name, image, and likeness of a former player there seems a little weird. There's reporting that goes on that says that they think it's his family is involved with getting this, like his mother in particular, that she's part of his group that helps to negotiate contracts and stuff like that, and that she's the one that started this. And they get the cease and desist order, and it's just a mess. It's an absolute mess, and maybe was it a mistake for LSU to promise this defensive back that number? I mean, it was done under a previous coach to Lane Kiffin. So Lane Kiffin steps in this situation. He's like, I don't know. That's not my doing. That's the previous coach. So it's just kind of weird how this is going to play out. And for them to keep barking about it seems a little petty.
Yeah, I am very me-centric. Me. And, that I'm not a fan, but I also am not covering that story all that much. But I'm not a fan of the me stuff. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Got a Lions topic we're going to introduce here shortly on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, there's a moment when a home stops being a someday and starts being a plan. University of Michigan Credit Union can help you get there today. If you're ready to buy a new home or refinance your current mortgage from another lender, UMCU should be your next call. Make your move by the end of August and you'll save $750 on closing costs, plus enjoy flexible fixed rates, free pre-approval, and no application fees. Seriously, let's get into that dream home today. Visit umcu.org, insured by NCUA. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 open lines, 248-539-9797.
Just saw an option for the Lions is gone.
What's it?
Well, hold on, what? Well, they had some attrition in the running back room after the game on Thursday, and I just see Pro Football Talk's tweet from 15 minutes ago. The Commanders to sign running back Craig Reynolds, as they have a picture of Reynolds in a Lions uniform. So that's no longer an option, as the Lions will be looking to add perhaps another running back, although they did over the weekend. We'll see if they're going to have to add anything else.
Let's go to David in Brighton. You're on 97.1. Hello, David.
How's it going, sir?
What's up?
Well, I went to the game yesterday, Tigers game, and, it was great for a while. Started off, winning or leading. It was a really, really good game until the bullpen got in. He gave up 3 home runs, and that's crazy. Like 3 homers. Wouldn't you? They had what? That's a lot of home runs for one bullpen.
Well, look, the bullpen has been an issue much of this season. And, the comeback here.
In fairness, the bullpen gave up 2 home runs.
The scratching.
2, I'm sorry.
Well, Drew Anderson gave up a home run too, but yeah.
Who's, emergency started and probably hopefully won't have to do it much longer. But, David, I will tell you that.
It was Holton
and Waguespack. I have the box score in front
I didn't know this guy's name.
Yeah, it's Waguespack.
Yeah. Bullpen's been an issue. And the comeback has been great here. The scratching and clawing and digging out of the hole. Can it change? Sure. Sure it can change. Basically, it can change if Flaherty and River Ryan come back and play some role and repurpose people into the bullpen. I kind of wonder if that's eventually what they'll do with Jackson Jobe. Just go give us an inning. How they'll Drew Anderson will go back to the bullpen, obviously. One arm to the bullpen can make a huge difference, but maybe 2 people end up back in the bullpen. And River Ryan, he's there. Is it a long shot? Sure. Everything about the Tigers is a long shot, but it was a long shot that they get here, right? Yeah, I mean, it's a long shot that they'd even be a game out in the middle of August after trading 2 really good starting pitchers.
When pitchers are pitching really well, you wonder, okay, when are they not going to pitch well? Because it's going to happen, and it's going to happen in an opportune time because it's never a good time. And that's what happened yesterday with Tyler Holton. Holton has pitched outstanding the last couple of months. In June, he went 13 2/3 innings and gave up just 2 earned runs. In July, he went 9 2/3 innings, giving up just 2 earned runs. And then going into yesterday, he had pitched 7 2/3 innings and hadn't given up an earned run in August. And then pitches the 1 inning, gives up 3 hits, 2 walks, and 3 earned runs. And that's not what you're expecting out of Tyler Holton because we've seen really good Tyler Holton, but he had his blow-up game. Unfortunately, it happens after you've already lost the first 2 games in the series to the White Sox, and you need to hang on and win this game, and he couldn't hang on.
Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox regarding Dan Bartholomew taking over at Michigan State. First reported by Pete Thamel this morning as athletic director. From an unnamed texter, I'm a Western Michigan alum. I have a kid who attends and lives in Kalamazoo. Dan is very well respected at Western Michigan, did a great job, but being a MAC school, we're rarely going to keep people for very long. I hope he's successful at MSU. Next text from Drew, a Western alum living in Lexington, Kentucky. Dan, to me, feels like a great hire. He has been a great fundraiser for Western Michigan, has certainly gotten hockey and football right with the new facilities for both of those sports. Sad to see him go. So more feedback there. Champ and Chump. Champ, Joshua Baez. Chump, the old guy, for his unsolicited Ted Nugent hunting stories. That's from Gabe in a mail truck.
I was Ted Nugent / Bob Seger.
Yep. Champ, Scotty Scheffler.
God, he was great.
Chump, creepy old guy talking to a teenager because he thinks he deserves another vote. Because I think he deserves another vote. Sorry.
You're just making conversation.
Yeah, that's what he was doing, Gator.
Mm-hmm.
Old people like to talk.
That they do. That they do.
Champ, Tigers fans in attendance Saturday for the awesome standing O they gave Jake Rogers. Chump, the Tigers pitching this weekend.
I thought there was a subtle, I forget if it was in yesterday's game or Saturday's game. There was a subtle thing that happened. The crowd started chanting the Seven Nations Army, the Jack White thing, and it got pretty loud. And then it died out and stopped. And then the DJ played it, like immediately after. And then the crowd just just started cheering again, and they just started chanting with it again. I thought that was kind of cool.
From Scott in Carlton, my champ is Doug's air mattress for surviving a violent 3-minute attack. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I want to tell you something about that's not what happened.
Aggressive mango.
Scott and Carlton finishes. My chump is the Tigers pitching in general. They are not clutch. So,
violent 3-minute attack, huh?
No. That's not what happened.
Was it a sweet, emotional 3-minute attack?
No, let's just say.
You want to make it worse? Let's go.
Yes. Yeah. The pump didn't work.
Oh, no. Oh, Doug.
For the air mattress. Air mattress.
It happens. From what I understand. The pump didn't work for the air mattress?
Yes.
You forget to charge it?
No.
What do you mean, no?
We had charged it.
So, but it's not.
It was a charge. You pre-charge it.
Yeah.
And we had charged it and then did a test run and it worked fine. We recharged it.
Yeah.
And 2 days later, and maybe it was 2 days, it didn't work. But what we didn't do was we didn't take it. So we left the camping gear in the car at St. Ignace when we took the boat across. Perhaps we should have taken the charger with us because we stayed the night in Mackinac and charged it again overnight. But when we got to the campsite, look, air mattresses are dicey. And what was one of the biggest advice people gave us before going on this camping trip was don't use an air mattress. Get a cot, get something other but air mattresses, blah, blah, blah. And we're like, okay, we agree but we've really tested. We're sure that this one's going to work, and it didn't work. And it's the old story. I mean,
yeah, I've never had an issue with the air mattress or anything else for that matter with pumps. No, I've never had a problem with it, so I wouldn't recommend against taking one. But you yourself said before you left, you've used air mattresses a lot in the house when you have guests over or whatever, and you know that
we have like
you've got a couple that are bad.
We have 5 of them, and two and a half of them work.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you've got a different experience with the air mattress. And
they're not great. They're one of the most unreliable things on the market.
Yeah, and they will leak. It's what they're going to leak. It's at some point. But if you have a hole in one, that's different. But if you have a pump,
we have a pump, and so then
faulty.
There was a plug there was a bathroom area at the Quamanon Falls, and we went and plugged the air mattress pump in and let it sit, and somebody unplugged it. So suffice it to say, it didn't. Maybe there were some rules, campground rules. I don't know, but whatever.
Sorry, man.
Yeah, Scott, though, very funny. 248-539-9797. More of your Champ and Chump votes coming up. Do you think the Lions have a bright future? You think the future is bright for the Detroit Lions? Interesting story. Want to get into that at 11:05. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Dan Bartholomew is set to become the next athletic director at Michigan State, according to multiple reports this morning. Bartholomew spent the last 4.5 years at Western Michigan, where he broke GPA, graduation rate, fundraising, and community service records. He helped Western hockey win the national championship in 2025 for the school's first national title in 60 years. The Broncos football program also won the MAC last year for the first time since PJ Fleck led them to a victory in 2016. In Bartholomew's 4 athletic seasons at Western, the Broncos won 37 conference championships. Last year, they had a school record 9 programs appear in the NCAA postseason. MSU football is right around the corner as the Spartans open the year Friday, September 4th at home against Toledo. In other college football news, reports say Colorado head coach Deion Sanders has been subpoenaed to appear in court for the bankruptcy trial of his son Shiloh. The only issue is the trial is set to begin the same week college football season starts. There's not a clear resolution yet as to what Sanders will do that week as Colorado opens at Georgia Tech September 3rd. In the NFL, Jets running back Breece Hall went down with a non-contact injury today at practice, but head coach Aaron Glenn assured after the fact it was just a groin strain and not a big deal. And according to Commanders reporter John Klein, Washington is signing former Lions running back Craig Reynolds. Lions face the Commanders in preseason week 2 this Saturday. And the Tigers face the Pirates tonight at 7 o'clock here on 97.1. Pregame starts at 6:35. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Champ and Chump every Monday from an unnamed texter. My chump of the week is creepy old dude for talking to constant teenagers. Maybe it means constantly talking to teenagers. I don't know. Champ Ahmed Hassanin for manifesting, sacking Joe Burrow, and then doing it. Chump the Tigers' weekend choke against the White Sox when they could have closed the gap. That's from Rob in Ann Arbor. Champ Joshua Baez, chump Jaden Daniels. That's from Eddie in a car. Champ dude from Oconomowoc, Wisconsin for giving his daughter a great day in Detroit. Chump is the old guy who is creepy to his daughter.
You're getting really comfortable with that city now.
Oconomowoc? Yeah. I've had some coaching.
Have you?
Yeah.
Who
Turns out, you know Steve and Laura, our friends? Yeah. Laura, apparently they have a cabin in Oconomowoc and sent me she happened to be listening and sent me that it's an easy pronunciation and spelled it out. O, next line, C-O-N, next line, O, next line, M-O, last line, W-O-C, Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. So I think I'm getting it right.
It's most O's Doug's heard all weekend, Gator.
Well played, man.
So that air mattress didn't work out, huh?
There's jokes.
Oh, there's jokes.
There's
all right.
jokes.
Yeah.
You know, there's one thing you told me about tent life, but yours was a little different because you were off the grid. But you said when you're in a tent, you hear everything. So also when you're in a tent, you're very quiet.
You try to be.
Yeah. But I got a follow-up story we'll get into now. And it has nothing to do with any of that. Then all the implications are here. Okay. But okay. All right. Next up. Do you think the Lions have a bright future? Not just the here and the now, but say the next 3-4 years.
Yeah, I think they have a window. I do. I think they've got a window, and I think they've locked up the right players that makes sense here. And I do think there's a window that could go on for several years. But like everything else, windows will close. Mm-hmm. It'll be fun to see how they decide to try to keep those windows open or, go into hibernation for a year at some point and try to reopen them later. Because I think the one thing you don't want to do, I think, is try to keep that window open as long as you can, even if it's just a crack, like what the Steelers did. And probably in hindsight, to their own detriment, because they never advanced in the playoffs. Sure, they made the playoffs, but when you're just barely above 500 and you're losing in the first round, that's frustrating. You don't see making the moves to make yourselves better. I hope that they'll recognize when that point comes and act accordingly. But for right now, when you've got the quarterback who's playing at a high level, you've got the running back locked up, 2 receivers locked up, linebacker, edge rusher, and offensive lineman locked up, and then you've got other young offensive linemen in fold. I mean, this is an opportunity here that's going to present itself for 3 or 4 or more years.
Kang, do you think the Lions have a bright future?
Yeah, I do. I think the real core is young enough. I mean, obviously it's easier said than done, but that's with any organization, you know? And I think the Lions has a bright enough future as anyone else in the league.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean they're going to guaranteed to do anything good or win anything from it. But I think their core is young enough and they're locked up, most of these guys, to build around.
So, I guess I want to ask the people at 248-539-9797. Do you think the Detroit Lions not only have, maybe not so much focused on the present, do you really believe they're going to be around here competing at the highest level for a while? 248-539-9797. And we do it because there's a story about this put together by outside media, meaning not,
not local.
Yeah, not a local, but it is a story done about this. And I think people.
I have to ask myself, okay, how do you make sure that happens? To have the bright future? What do you need to have the bright future? I think the first thing you have to have is a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think the second thing you have to have is a head coach. And you move from there. And then you're going to have a star player on defense. And I think you need to have an anchor on the offensive line. Then you need to have at least one stud offensive weapon. And then you go from there. And if the Lions check all those boxes, it may not be the quarterback that people would look at as the prototypical guy you got to have because he lacks mobility. But what he lacks in mobility, he more than makes up for between the years. He is a cerebral assassin out there in the football field.
One of the good news is Sorry,
yes.
It's been a week off.
More than one.
Something that's good news about Jared Goff is that age at the quarterback position, guys can compete into their mid-30s, and suddenly, if you're a quarterback that relies a lot on elite athleticism and you lose a step, what are you? That is not Jared Goff. Jared Goff is a guy that what will he be able to maintain his arm strength, I guess, is the question, so he can make all the throws. But he's not a guy that's ever trying to where they're game planning around him outrunning people. So that's not going to be an issue. But at 31, he's still got several good years in front of him. You also, the one thing about the Lions is you think about what we've dealt with our Detroit Tigers, an acknowledgement and sort of a reality that the Tigers are just going to lose their best player. We've all kind of accepted it when he went in with Boris and the way that sport works with the inequities in terms of what teams have to pay. We've kind of known for a while here, hey, it is what it is. The economics of the game, Tigers probably aren't going to have Skubal. And that's really not an issue with the Lions.
No, different sports. One has a salary cap, one doesn't.
Yep.
And that's it in a nutshell right there. Things will likely change dramatically the next collective bargaining agreement, but I still don't think there's going to be a salary cap. But it might, changes that happen to the CBA might force teams to act a different way,
Yep.
Be a little bit more restrictive. If baseball gets it right, if they cancel the loopholes or they close the loopholes that give the Dodgers that giant advantage because of their media deal,
Mhm.
if they make things more punitive for spending well above what everybody else is willing to spend, and also on the bottom end, if they were to put a cap floor, which needs to be done as well to keep teams honest that don't want to spend the money, force them to spend money. There's lots of ways that can work out, but in the end, it's still going to be different. But this is the advantage of playing in a salary cap world, is that all the teams have the same playing field, right? everybody's got the same restrictions. And with the NFL, it's a little fuzzier. The NHL is black and white.
Mm-hmm.
You know exactly what it is.
It's actually one of the great sports business models in place right now.
I love the NHL model. And, teams are starting to flirt with that. They're understanding it. There's a certain percentage that the top player can get on the cap and all this, right? The NBA, it's fuzzier because you have a luxury tax. And then somewhere in between is the NFL. Now, the NFL, you finagle cap space throughout. You cheat yourself 1 year to get it another year. You can restructure contracts, and it makes it a little fuzzier, but it's not fuzzy like the NBA is fuzzy. So it's still a salary cap, and you can still find ways to compete.
248-539-9797. Tony on a cell. Hi, Tony.
Hi, good morning or afternoon, morning.
What's up?
How are you? I was thinking about the Lions and their bright future. I think their future has passed them. I don't think that Dan Campbell can take them to where they need to go. He had his opportunity with that 17-point lead. I think he's the Rick Carlisle of the Lions compared to Rick Carlisle of the Pistons when they had to bring in Larry Brown. I think we need to bring in a championship coach that'll take us from here. He's gotten us this far, and I think this is as far as he can go.
Why do you think
that? He has shown us all he had. Because every playoff we go, what we do? We end up back home. We got a 17-point lead 2 years ago, and he blew that. And then he got on the mic and said, hey, we did what we always done. And to get somewhere that you never been, you got to do something you never did. And he is not willing to do that.
Well, he did
He's
get
not
it.
willing to do
That was the first year they went to the playoffs under Dan Campbell. They won 2 previous games, and then they fell in the NFC Championship.
Yeah, but you got to embrace the significance of that opportunity. And I don't think he did that. Because if he had, there's no way you squander that 17-point lead.
Well,
you have to embrace that because the opportunities to get back to where he was, you got a lot of things got to play out for you. Injuries, players, contracts. So when you get to that point, you have to pull all the stops out to win that game. You cannot plan on doing this
what stops would you have pulled? What mistakes were made there, Tony? You said you got to pull out all the stops to win that game. What stops were not pulled out?
He should have went to his offensive coordinator at halftime and his defensive coordinator and said, listen, we are going to do whatever we have to do to win this game.
So I'm asking you, so what did they not do? What did they not do, Tony? What did they not do in the second half of that game?
They did not. They became so dormant and became predictable.
Dormant? They went for it on fourth down. They didn't execute. That's what cost them in that game. They didn't execute.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with not going for it. They went for it on fourth down. A guy dropped the pass. On a 3rd and 10 play, they threw a perfect play, and the same guy dropped the pass. They had a bad exchange on a handoff. They had the weirdest interception face mask play on a deep pass that I can remember. There were a handful of plays that happened in a 10-minute period of time that completely torpedoed that game. But you're going to say that they weren't going for it?
All I'm going to say is this. All of that's part of coaching. You should have had your team ready for that.
It has nothing to do with coaching.
A botched handoff? Come on.
Yeah, interesting because that's
But that was a problem all season long. You can say, yeah, that's a problem with coaching. That was like I don't even know if they had a botched handoff the rest of the season prior to that.
The results didn't work. He is of the belief that it is philosophical. That Dan Campbell made decisions that cost them the game philosophically or didn't have them prepared for that moment. I tend to think it was more execution. Like the plays were there to be made and they didn't make it. Well, we mentioned 4 that were game-changing plays. The one was a 3rd down drop pass, 3rd and 10, that would have been a first. The other was a 4th down drop pass. The face mask interception touchdown.
By a guy who doesn't drop passes.
No, face mask interception touchdown play was brutal off of Kendall Vildor's face mask went for a touchdown. And the botched handoff. These are extreme swings that you could almost make the argument that have one of those plays not happen. But he thinks that showed that Dan Campbell can't do it. I think that's taking a extreme opinion on this, but he's entitled to his opinion. Do I think it's more than a little bit much? Yeah, I think I'm not sure that I would say that he's making a logical conclusion, but 248-539-9797. Okay. The question was, do the Lions have a bright future? He says no because of Dan Campbell. There's an interesting story about teams and their futures that we will get to coming up and read you what they say about the Lions this hour. But we want to know if you think they've got a bright future. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, Detroit. Summer may be winding down, but the savings are just heating up over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Now, if you've been thinking about upgrading your ride before back to school gets into full swing, now is the time to make your move. Get to Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph and check out a Chevy Silverado or a Chevy Trailblazer with payments as low as just $179 a month. That's right, a Silverado or Trailblazer for as low as $179 a month. And at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, it's more than just a great deal. I'm telling you. Let me postpone this in the middle of my read. Cut it off right there. It's okay. Hey, it's the Sarah difference, right? This is a team we're committed to making your car buying experience easier, more transparent, and focused on you. So before summer slips away, make your move. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph. Experience the Sarah difference, helping you get where you want to go.
People are talking now. You know, So much focus on what's going to happen in the immediate future. There was an interesting story put out by a major publication. We'll get to it today at 11:32 about the long-term future of every NFL organization. Do they have a bright future? And, of course, the Lions are ranked in there. Think about where you'd rank their future. And by that, we mean the next 4 years. 1 to 32, where do you think their future ranks? 248-539-9797. Keith in Southfield, you're on 97.1. Hello, Keith.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
It's a great topic. Personally, I think that Dan has done a great job to get the Lions to where they are. I don't believe he's a championship caliber coach, though. We'll give him a pass on to San Francisco. Everybody was kind of fresh in that situation. People drop passes. But then you turn around the second year and you lose at home in the first round.
Yeah.
And then again, last year, you're 9-8. Now, is this getting better or are we kind of getting worse? So, I mean, more than likely, guys, if he was in any other type of organization, championship pedigree, they would have let him go after this.
Whoa. They would let him go after what?
After probably last year, or this would be his last year. Okay? You can't come to us again with another 9-8. That won't get it done. And everybody loves Dan. I do. But we need to get to the Super Bowl and win. And I think over the years, we have stuck with coaches and general managers to all of our sports organizations for too long. You know, good old Matt Millen for the Lions. We lasted with this guy who was a GM.
Okay,
You can't compare that era where Millen had no success to an era where Brad Holmes and and Dan Campbell have had various degrees of success. They won a couple divisions here, made playoffs in back-to-back years. They won 2 playoff games, which is something that we haven't seen from the Lions in forever. I mean, you look, have your opinion. You don't think Dan Campbell's the right guy? Okay, I can listen to it. I'm not going to fight you too much on it. I like Dan Campbell. I think he's still proving himself. I think he's still learning from things that happen. And that's what happens when you're starting your coaching career. It's not like he was this well-seasoned head coach that they went and got. They took a chance on a guy who was young, a chance on a guy who was fiery and wanted the job, and he seems to be reinvigorated this offseason to get this team where they need to go.
So, look, first of all, he said something. He said a bunch I disagreed with, but, one was I'll give him a pass on the first year. I don't give him a pass for anything. Dan Campbell, everything that happens under Dan Campbell's on his permanent record and should be part of judging the job that Dan Campbell has done and the future and what Dan Campbell will do in the future. What I find interesting is that people don't think Dan Campbell will learn from any mistakes that he made. If he did indeed think he makes them, can he evaluate and do some self-introspection and evaluate the look in the mirror and say, here's where I need to improve on? They pulled the plug pretty quickly on a bad offensive coordinator hire. They've done things differently this offseason.
Twice they've done.
Yeah, and so it feels to me as if Dan Campbell is trying to make changes, what he believes for the positive. It hasn't been the status quo. This offseason, things have been very different. Last week, how many players did you talk to at training camp?
None.
How many the morning show talked to at training camp?
None.
Yep. In the past, we always had a player. Now, does that matter that much? Well, given that they have really talked about how it's all about business, we need to focus on strictly business. It feels like it's a different approach. And so that to me speaks a little bit to a coach's evolution. But Greg in West Bloomfield. Hello, Greg.
Morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just wanted to say that I think the Lions' future is bright. They've got the right people locked in. They've got, like you said, they check all the boxes, right? I think the only thing that can kind of derail them from that is two things. One is if for some reason they foolishly let Dan Campbell and or Brad Holmes go because they haven't taken us to the promised land or something like that. That's one thing. The second thing is injuries. You can have all of the right players on your roster, and if you have a rash of injuries like the Lions had a couple of years ago, that's tough for anybody to overcome. But other than that, their future looks bright.
All right, so hey, thank you for the phone call, Greg. I want to do the 10 text thing right now as far as the Lions' future. And what we're asking is 1 to 32, where do you think they are ranked for the next 4 years? Do you think that the future is bright for the Lions, or do you think the window has closed? The teams are ranked in the NFL from 1 to 32. Do you think the Lions' future is bright over the next 4 years or not? Where do you think they're ranked? Tell us where and why, and we'll read the first 10 texts that come in straight ahead, and then we'll tell you where they're ranked today at 11:35. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson. Look, sometimes we like to zoom out and look at other people's opinions. And what I mean by that, we love other people's opinions here in Detroit, but we love seeing what people outside of Detroit think of our team, think of the organization. As it pertains to the Lions, interesting story put together about the future of every NFL team. Like, do they have a bright future? Do they not have a bright future? And we've had mixed opinions right here about whether or not this team seriously has a window that's just opening or a window that's closing. I think the argument can be made either way. You could say that the window is wide open and it's open for a while because they've locked up their best players. You could also make the argument that the window is most open when those best players are on their rookie contracts. And you have the freedom to have a little bit more flexibility in free agency. If you can get people to agree to short-term contracts so you don't lose your guys. But here's the feedback we've gotten on the 10 texts. Mac in Dearborn says they rank 20th out of 32. East Sizzle in Connecticut says Lions rank 16th in the next 4 years. Reno and Howell says it's definitely bright. I'd say 9th. Bradford and Howell says, I think it is bright. Young talent signed and under contract, solid core and coaching staff. I would say they are ranked 8 out of 32. From Dennis and Allen Park, definitely top 10 because of their youth, and they've locked up their new contracts. I'll go with 8. David in New Baltimore, ranked 6 due to youth and the skill of their players. Chris and Goodrich, I think the Lions are ranked 7th. A bunch of young guys locked up with extensions. David in New Baltimore, ranked 6th. And from Paul and Blue Rock, Lions rank 14th. Many injuries have pushed them beyond their window. Will need to reload post-Goff to start climbing that ladder again. Gator, where do you think their future ranks?
At quick glance, when I look at this, and again, I'm putting in my own perspective of coach and quarterback, it starts right there with those two and then goes beyond that. And I can only go so far here. But I think when I initially look at this, I think the Lions have a really good situation with their head coach and with their quarterback being the prime years of his career. And there are other teams that are in a similar situation, but there aren't many that are better than what the Lions situation is. So I think there might be a handful of teams at most that are in maybe a better situation. So I'm starting at 6, and then I'm grouping the Lions with like another 10 teams that are kind of in that same realm. So I'm going to say it's probably like 8 or 9, somewhere in there would be my guess. But I could have them as high as 6, and I could see them being as low as like 16, but I don't believe that. I think they're better than that because I think they have more players locked up. So I'll go with 8.
As far as their current situation, Kang, where do you think they rank?
I got them 5. I got them really high. I think that look at that 2023 draft and the players they've locked up. That's an all-time draft. That was 2023. So, and their quarterback, like you mentioned earlier, Doug, he's only 31 years old. Quarterbacks played a lot longer now. He doesn't have to rely. I don't think he can get any slower, so I don't think that's going to matter. So I think they have their quarterback in place, and they have a bunch of young, skilled guys that they just recently locked up. They're only playing out their first contracts right now, so I think they're at least around 5 without doing the deep dive and going through every team and every young player. I think they're the 5th best future.
Okay, so this is put together by ESPN. It's called the NFL Future Power Rankings. 2027 to 2029 projections for 32 teams. I'm going to read this, how they rank them. In our annual Future Power Rankings, we're not focused on the outcome of this season. Instead, we're ranking 32 teams by who is primed to be among the league's best from this 2027 through 2029 seasons, which takes us to 4 seasons out. Story goes on to say, to do so, we asked our panel of experts, analysts Louis Riddick, Aaron Schatz, Ben Solak, and Seth Walder, to rate each team's quarterback situation, remaining non-quarterback roster makeup, front office, and coaching staff using this scale. 100% is A+ elite, 90 to 99 A, 80 to 89 B, and you know how this scale works.
I do.
After averaging the results from the panelists, each of the 4 categories was weighed. We came out with the overall score. The result is a comprehensive ranking based on how well each team is positioned for the future. Our experts then picked out reasons for optimisms, reasons to worry, crucial stats and nuggets to know, and bold predictions for all 32 franchises over that span. The number 1 team is the Seattle Seahawks.
And they just won the Super Bowl. I get it. Still not Still not buying the quarterback.
He's got to win like 3 Super Bowls.
Right. He's got to have multiple rings before I'm going to finally be on the Sam Darnold train there.
The number 2 team in the NFL, the Philadelphia Eagles.
I could see that. These are 2 teams I had ahead of the Lions.
The number 3 team, the Detroit Lions.
Number 3. Okay.
Third, ahead of higher than anybody here ranked them. Now, maybe some after the 10 texts came in that had them ranked that high.
Okay. I'm interested to hear this case because I could see a case being made, and there are teams that I was like, okay, are they in a better situation than the Buffalo Bills, for instance? And I think they are, because I don't think the Bills have as many good players around Josh Allen. Josh Allen's better than Jared Goff, but I don't think they have enough really good players around Josh Allen like the Lions have around Jared Goff. So
Do you want to know where Buffalo ranks?
Yes.
15th.
15th.
Yep.
Okay, so I can see that.
Yep.
I was looking at a team like Baltimore. Okay, Baltimore's got this dynamic quarterback, but he's due for an extension, and they've got a new coach coming in there. Even though I like their coach, how is he going to fit in there?
9th.
Okay. I looked at the New England Patriots. I like where the Patriots are at. I actually thought that this was going to be one of these teams that, sure, like the quarterback, like the coach, although maybe there's some uncertainty with the coach, with some off-field stuff. Is that going to work out for them? But I feel like they're building towards something. I like the Patriots, and yet
6th.
Okay. Continuing in the AFC, I mean, Jacksonville was a team that the quarterback still isn't great. I'm not buying them, so they're out. The Chargers, I don't believe in Justin Herbert. I think Jim Harbaugh is a heck of a coach, and maybe they can get the most out of him. So maybe that's another top 10 team.
Jacksonville 13th, Chargers 10.
Okay. Pass on the Chiefs at your own peril, but hang another year on them. I just don't see them.
11th.
The Raiders are intriguing because they've got this quarterback situation there that's really likable, but he's a rookie and a new coach in Kubiak. I'm not going for it.
I'm scrolling. Then I'm at 25th.
Yeah. The Cowboys, I don't think it's certainly not a better situation than the Lions, and Dak, hang another year on Dak, and they keep adding, hanging on to aging veterans. I don't know if they're doing it the right way or not.
16th.
The Commanders, I like the Commanders, like the quarterback, but I'm not sure if that's the right situation there. And now, is he distracted? That's a question.
20th.
The Giants, nope. I mean, Jackson Dart got concussion issues now again, and we'll see what happens with the Giants.
22nd.
The Bears are the hot team. Everybody loves the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't proven anything yet. They had a nice season last year with the 11 wins, but on a last place schedule, I'm not buying them.
The Indiana Bears ranked 12th.
Thank you.
Yep.
The Packers are kind of comparable. I think the Packers are a pretty good team. I like where the Packers are at.
7th. Let me read for you so we don't run down the whole league. Let me read for you what they said about the Lions, all right?
Yeah, I only had like one more.
All right, go for it.
The Rams.
5th, sorry.
Then that was it.
All right, here's what they say about the Lions. Reason for hope as GM Brad Holmes begins to paying the legendary 2023 class that galvanized the Lions' turnaround. Future contention becomes tougher and tougher in Detroit. But between Holmes and Dan Campbell, Lions leadership is unquestionable. And Detroit's group of young stars entering their prime, list them all, is as deep as any. Reason for concern. I still have my concerns about the Lions' ability to rush passer at a championship level. Although 2026 second-round pick Derek Moore could lessen some of the burden on Aiden Hutchinson, what is more of a concern is where are Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph rehabbing from injuries. Nugget to know, Detroit has reset the offensive line with youth. This is interesting. Only Miami has a younger average age amongst its 5 projected starters for the 2026 season.
Yeah, you think of Penei Sewell is still so young, yet he's played all these years in the league. You got a rookie at right tackle, a second-year player at right guard, second, third-year player at left guard, and then Cade Mays is relatively young. Yeah, that's a young line.
Bold prediction, Aiden Hutchinson will win Defensive Player of the Year. His 5 pre-injury games in 2024 always stick out of my mind when he had 7.5 sacks and an obscene 35% pass rush win rate at edge. Daniil Hunter led qualifiers last year at 26.1. Of course, that was a small sample, but Hutchinson is capable of being elite, even best. The edge rusher has the capability to be an elite, even the best edge rusher over a whole season. So They like the Lions' future, man.
Well, it's the window, right? It's
Yep.
not necessarily this year. It's the window. So another reason to like the window is I feel that they're going to end up signing Brian Branch, and Brian Branch is going to take a while to come back this year. It's the Achilles thing, but I feel like next year's Brian Branch is going to be healthy and back to being all-pro Brian Branch. That's going to help out. The only other team I'd left out was the Denver Broncos.
Keep
I thought
going,
Denver,
Gator. Keep
I
going.
thought Denver might be – Denver, to me, was a team that could be ahead of the Lions because of the young quarterback and the coach.
Fourth.
So
Well, the thing is, I think people forget because we see them every day. The Lions, like just the core, like in football, you need 53 guys. I get it. Got a lot of guys you got to fill in there. Got to be good. But the straight core of this team, they don't have good players. They don't have really good players. They have great players from Gibbs to Sewell to Hutch to Jack Campbell. Those are like Amon-Ra St. Brown. Those are
and
five
Goff.
like all pro type players. But I'm not even talking like because Goff could be argued he's just really good or good, right? Those five I just named are like all pro type players, and they're all in the prime of their careers. Now you have to fill out the rest, of course, and you mentioned a lot of the other guys, Doug, but that's why I think the future is bright. And they may not win a Super Bowl, okay? It's really hard, and windows do close quickly. But judging right now, it should be a good, nice 3-4 years where they're really in it.
Okay, obviously we got the season that's on tap, which is first and foremost, but I found these rankings very interesting. Do the Lions have a bright future? The NFL says they are the third best team in the league over the next 4 years. 248-539-9797. One thing about it, though, that's interesting. One observation I want to make about these rankings before we talk to the people that works against the Lions. We'll get to that today at 11:46. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. All right, let's talk to the people. ESPN's Future Power Rankings have the Lions ranked third. The one observation I want to make is the two teams ahead of them are both in the NFC, Philly and Seattle. So it's not as if, they're set to run the NFC here, but boy, does the ESPN guys.
But they're set up well.
They are set up well. And the fact of the matter is, there's something that gets talked about a lot in Detroit is the window. Has the window closed? And I think when you're locking up your best players, the window is not closing. In fact, you're keeping it open for longer.
Well, and to Kang's point about how many great players they have on his team, the NFL has their top 100 list. They keep unveiling, more players every day.
Mm-hmm.
And the Lions will end up having 5 of the top 37 players. Jahmyr Gibbs hasn't been revealed yet, and he's obviously going to be one of the top players in the league. They have 5 of the top 37. They have 6 of the top 88 because Jack Campbell got in at 88, and Laporte is not in the top 100, but probably just outside of it. They have 7 of the top 115 players in all of football, let alone it's 5 of the top 37. When was the last time we could say that about any of our teams? They had this many stud players at one time.
Probably Red Wings.
And these guys are all locked up.
Let's get to Jeff on 97.1. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Excellent.
Good. Hey, I just wanted to hit on what you guys were saying. I think Gator said it even months ago that I think the year that really they're going to step up is 27. Not that I'm trying to discount this year, but I think with a year on that offensive line, another year of Branch coming back from that Achilles, and then, we'll find out a lot more about Kirby Joseph for sure. I just think that we look really good going into 27, as long as we don't have any more catastrophes, for injuries on the team. Again, I think they'll be good this year. I really do. But there's some question marks for sure. But 27 looks 28. I think ESPN had it right.
They need some of these last 2 drafts to, if you're gonna sign your guys to long-term contracts, Brad Holmes has to be exceptionally good in the draft.
Agreed.
You have to be able to supplement your roster with quality young players. And these last 2 drafts, the big 3 at the top of last year's draft. The defensive tackle, the guard, the wide receiver. This year, especially important for the 2 guys at the top to hit, but you need others that are just simply cheaper alternatives. You absolutely need them to hit. Let's go to Brandon in Shelby Township. You're next. Hello, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good.
So before I get to my point, can I do a Champ and Chump real quick? So Champ is Joshua Baez. He had 3 home runs in his first 3 at-bats. I thought that was wild.
Yep.
And then my chump is, they said this is the biggest Tiger series of the year, blah, blah, blah. And then we ended up getting swept, which, that sucked. But you guys were talking about, I'm not trying to change it.
No, it's a fact. Yeah, fact.
But so the Lions, you guys were saying that it's good to have players in key positions. We got Gibbs at running back. We got Brown at wide receiver. And then we got Hutch and we got Penei Sewell. But it also seems like, we got Holmes, we got Campbell, and then we got Sheila Ford. It seems like from the bottom to the top, it seems like it was better than it was in the past. But we got great players in key positions. And, I know some of the backups for those key positions aren't the best, but I feel like we have a bunch of the best players in key positions, and that's going to at least I put number 8.
The one thing I like about this story, Brandon, is we are all aware of the Lions' shortcomings and their flaws. But what this kind of does is compares them to everyone else's challenges over the next 3-4 years. Like the Rams are probably going to have to replace their quarterback. And I know Ty Simpson had a good preseason game, but you have to
preseason.
Yep. You when you think about what is going to be challenging for the Lions over the next few years relative to others, it's better to be the Lions than most, apparently.
Yeah. What I think the biggest challenge is for them over the next 4 or 5 years, it's probably building up the secondary, because I like where they're at in other positions.
Well, what I hope it's not is building the offensive line. I hope they have the material right now that this group is, and because that's a really interesting stat that ESPN put out there. The second youngest starting offensive line in the NFL. If they've got it right, it should be a group that's going to be together for a while. Lou is in Greenville and next. Hello, Lou.
Yes, sir. I have basically a question. I mean, maybe it's my distance from what's going on up there, but what I've never fully understood is the fan base. It's been 70 years since they won a championship. They're one of 4 teams that have never been in a Super Bowl. And I understand that fan is actually derived from the word fanatical. And yet I continue to hear people who seemingly say, well, they're better than they used to be. They made the playoffs twice in a row. I guess it's the abject willingness of people to not expect, and I'm not saying it's bad. I just do not think there's any other major market in the country that would be this accepting of a team that's gone 70 years without winning a championship.
What do you mean by accepting?
Well, because people constantly talk about, well, they're better than they used to be. They made the playoffs two years in a row. They were a game away from the NFL.
I don't think any of those people. I don't think any of those people don't want to see them do more.
Right. Oh, I'm sure that they do. But if they don't do more, they're still going to be content with it.
I disagree with that. That's a complete no. That's a fallacy.
And if I can make one other point, one thing I think that they're neglecting is the Lions have remarkably skilled people. But I still worry about the 2 things that I consider most important: the ability to knock the other team's quarterback down, and the ability to protect your own quarterback. We probably have the least mobile quarterback of any good team in foot. I mean, any team who you could expect to win a Super Bowl, we have the least mobile quarterback.
So you're worried about the Lions were top 5 in sacks last year.
And do you look at that and kind of wonder when the sacks were coming? I mean, did the sacks come when they really needed to knock somebody down?
Well, when you say they're not knocking the other team's quarterback down, actually they did.
Well, and the other side of that, you know how many games Jared Goff has missed in a Lions uniform as a starting quarterback?
Not many.
2. And we're in his first season with the Lions. He hasn't missed, and knocking on wood, hasn't missed a start in the last 4 seasons. Here are his sack totals over the last 4 years. Jared Goff has been sacked starting with 2022. 23, 30, 31, and 38 times last year was a career high for him in times he's been sacked. Those numbers aren't bad. That's less than 2 a game. So they've taken care of him to the point where he has actually been durable as hell in a league where quarterbacks go down every single year.
So how often you are sacked has a lot to do with how often you drop back to pass.
Well, that's the other thing is he's throwing the ball an awful lot.
His sack rate per 100 pass attempts is 6.17. So there are 17 quarterbacks in the NFL that got knocked down more than he did. At least got sacked. Knockdowns, I guess, is a different thing. I mean, look, would you want to be better in the pass rush? Sure. Would you want to protect the quarterback better? Yes. Are either of those things right now appearing to be a crisis? I want to see this new offensive line perform. So I don't disagree with him that these are important metrics, but they were 4th in the NFL in sacks last year.
Yeah. I mean, it's the other numbers you want to see as a whole, and are they getting consistent pressure, or has it just been from one guy? I'm dying to see what Wanham looks like in a Lions uniform in regular season game, and seeing what these other guys that they've brought up, what Hassanin can do, and Derek Moore, if he gets his opportunity, what he can do to get a pass rush, because Al-Qadim Muhammad was actually very good for the Lions last year in a limited role. I'm expecting better production this year because they moved on from him.
I think the caller too is dramatically overstating people's enthusiasm about what's going to happen next and confusing that with being totally content with never winning a Super Bowl.
I disagree with the word content.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. Do the Lions have a bright future? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
M Garage Doors. Michigan State has selected Dan Bartholomew to be its next athletic director, according to multiple reports. He's been the AD at Western Michigan since January of 2022. In 4 athletic seasons at Western, the Broncos won 37 conference championships under Bartholomew. That's headlined by the 2025 men's hockey team, who won Western's first national championship in 60 years. Bartholomew also brought in former Louisville football offensive coordinator Lance Taylor, who led the Broncos football program to its first MAC title in 10 years last season. As an AD, Bartholomew posted record-breaking numbers in athletic department GPA, graduation rate, community service, and fundraising. He will take over in East Lansing, where football season is just 18 days away, as the Spartans open at home against Toledo on September 4th. In the NFL today, the Washington Commanders have signed former Lions running back Craig Reynolds. He will join the Commanders, who come to Detroit to face Reynolds' former team in the Lions for the second preseason game of the year. Kickoff in that game is Saturday at noon at Ford Field. And the Tigers are set to face the Pittsburgh Pittsburgh Pirates in hopes of ending their 3-game losing skid tonight. Framber Valdez will start for Detroit, who was 5.5 games out of the division after getting swept over the weekend. Tigers are still just 1 game out of a wild card spot. Carmen McGinsky makes the start for the Pirates. First pitch is at 7 o'clock from PNC Park. The pregame show begins here on 97.1 at 6:35. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Doug Carr back. I'll give you the full rundown of some of the challenges of our camping trip to the UP. We decided to camp. And it led to some people really questioning this decision. And I want to remind people that people do camp.
Facts.
It's not as if we were, building a tent by hand out of leaves and sticks. We bought a tent. We were in Space 72. There was a bathroom nearby with a full shower. It wasn't glamping by any means, but it was people camp.
Did you make any friends out there, Doug?
Yeah,
like Spot 73. Do you know who they are?
No.
And
here's one thing.
Bob Seger or Ted Nugent stories, anybody?
No.
Any young women? Teenagers?
Weird story that needs explanation now. One of the chump votes came in from a guy who brought his daughter to Detroit from Wisconsin, hung out at the Dream Cruise, then went to downtown Detroit, went to Hockey Town, got a pizza at, where do you say? Buddies, thank you. And hung out at Hockey Town, went to the Tiger game, but chumped the old guy who was talking to the ear off his teenage daughter, telling hunting stories. And Seeger and Nugent stories. I don't know if they were hunting with them or whatever, but apparently he was a bit aggressive with his storytelling and creeped out his daughter, and he's getting votes for Chump of the Weekend. Nonetheless, we'll get to a camping update later. I was thinking about this Lions thing in the story in ESPN that ranks NFL teams by their futures, the next 4 years, this year and then 27, 28, 29, and the Lions rank third. In the NFL, ESPN, using their metrics, think they have a very bright future. Judging talent on the roster, quarterback position, coach, and general manager, which they think are the 4 things that overall determine your future. And the Lions ranked very well and got high marks here. One of the reasons why I think that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell can get the job done here is there are no guarantees in sports. I think the guys that are doing the best job keep their team consistently in the championship mix. And eventually you get the breaks and you break through and you win. Sometimes you break through and you win 4 or 5 times. Sometimes you get a generational player that makes it different, like Tom Brady was for the Patriots. But ultimately, if you are in the mix every year, you're doing a hell of a job. And the odds of you breaking through and finally getting the right breaks, the right people stay healthy, maybe the other teams that are real threats to you, they have some bad luck, and eventually you get yourself a championship. And I don't see any reason to believe that the Lions won't be in the mix here for the next few years, even though they weren't last year. Last year, to me, was a season that was dramatically impacted by a high injury rate to key players. I mean, when we sit here and we talk about the guys that are the best players, they had a lot of guys get hurt.
Yeah, and they did in the 15-2 season as well. That was really unfortunate that year because that felt like what a team, right? 15 wins. It's hard to do in the NFL. And they won a lot of those games after guys got hurt. Guys like Aiden Hutchinson.
There's going to be injuries. It's just a fact.
Yeah, it is a fact. And hopefully the injuries can be kept to a minimum or the non-catastrophic kind.
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah, this guy's got an ankle tweak. He'll be out for a couple weeks. If they can avoid the season-ending knee injuries or shoulder injuries, they could be great. They really could. They've got the roster. They've got the star players. And, yeah, there are questions. Can this offensive line gel together? And we don't know who the starting center is going to be for the first 6 games of the season. But they're working on that at practice as we speak. Giving different guys a look, whether it's Juice Scruggs or trying Tate Ratledge out. They had McLaughlin, the undrafted, second-year player out of Ohio State and Alabama. He had a look last week. So they'll figure that out. And unfortunately, I think it is a blow to take because you're expecting Cade Mays to be this guy for the next couple of years, and it's already, shot down for at least the first handful of games.
248-539-9797. CJ's in Detroit. Hello, CJ.
Hey, hello. Good afternoon, fellas.
What's
How
up?
are you? So I think that we will be a really, really good team. I think we have a chance to go all the way this year. Honestly, even the 15-2 season, I kind of felt it, but this year I really feel it. One of the things that bothered me, and I just want to share this, and I don't know, we know that we're struggling on the defensive end, in the secondary, on the defensive side of the ball. Let me say it that way. But we're struggling in the secondary. We know that our power is on the offensive side. My thing is this, and it's a question to you guys, and y'all, I'll hang up and listen. But why is it that I don't know if it's an arrogant thing. I know that us, you don't want nobody to be hurt or whatever, but why is it that we don't play no offensive snaps, during preseason? Like, you got Josh Allen out there, you got Joe Burrow, you got Superstar, and we never, are we that good to where, well, we just not going to play no offense? And last year we struggled. When we struggled starting the season offensively, and I feel like that's because we didn't play no preseason games. And I don't know.
Last year they did take some snaps. I would say this, CJ. You answered your own question. It's the injury thing. They're coming off a injury riddled season, and they don't want to take any unnecessary hits.
And he might play this week, right? I mean, if he's going to play, I imagine they're going to play him at home, and a couple series, and that'd be it. And I doubt he plays week 3 of the preseason. If he's going to play, it'll be this week. Or if any of those starters are going to play, it's going to be this week. But, yeah, you don't want – you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? If you don't do it, then you're not getting enough time in before the season starts. And if you do, you risk the injury. And look, Jackson Dart's got a concussion he's dealing with for the Giants because he got hit a couple times in their preseason game. So it's almost like I want everybody on the same level playing field. How about no preseason games, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just go with I do the joint practices, have a couple teams come in during joint practices. One team comes in, you go out to another team. You control those practices as much as you can so you can protect the players need protecting and just move on with week 1 of the season.
Let's go to Matt in St. Clair Shores. You are next. Hello, Matt.
Hello, how are y'all doing?
Good.
Real quick, so I'm from Texas, living in St. Clair Shores, just recently active duty Army for 23 years, and I can assure you, people do camp. I don't know if it's big up here, but down south we camp.
Yeah.
And it's a big thing. We've been in different countries, and they camp.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think we're missing the nature part of it. The world would probably be less stressed if they got out of all the electronics and got to camping again. They're here nor there. People do camp.
Yep.
You're not a caveman.
Yep. Thank you.
I'm a Dallas Cowboys fan. It's always our year, so it's hard hearing us so far down the line. But what I would like to bring up is I don't understand all the disdain and just general, I don't know if it's a dislike, but Gibbs. Statistically, and watching him on the field, no, he's not a flashy player. He's not super fast. He's not a sexy player.
Gibbs?
But he's consistent. He's consistent.
Wait.
Are you saying Jahmyr Gibbs is not flashy or fast?
Gibbs, golf. Good.
Oh,
grief.
golf. Oh,
okay.
wow.
Whoa.
All right, slow down. There we go.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's okay.
That is true. He is not fast.
Golf gets a lot of hate, and I don't think he deserves it. Super consistent, and he makes the downfield pass, whereas on ours, that's consistent, but we don't get deep passes. So I wish we did. The only thing I think is an intangible that I don't know if it can be measured. I don't know if it's a stat. It's for Dan Campbell, and it goes along with the length of the NFL season. And I think Dan Campbell's aggressiveness has changed the way the NFL sport was played over the last several years. Going on 4th down, it's not always a statistic thing now. It's we're going. But once you get to the playoffs, he stayed with that. I want to know how many of the Lions starters were injured on fourth down in the previous years, especially last year, and what does going on fourth down so much, how much injuries were led to that? I think that has to be managed. Your injury rate is high. So you're playing all elite players. They're the best in their categories. What does this aggressiveness do on your elite players? And then the other stat, since they are the number 3 outlook on the team, and I think your window is 2 to 4 years, 5 years with the current stats, because you need your veterans, you need your young guys. What does your second and third ring, where does that rate across the NFL teams?
Second and third string? You said the second and third string? I don't know. You gave us a whole bunch of stuff that would require a ton of research. How many starters were hurt on fourth down attempts? Was there a direct correlation between aggressiveness and injuries? And where does the Lions backups rate in the NFL? I'm not going to blow smoke up your channel. It would take me days to answer those 3 questions.
I think they have some depth on this team, and I think there's a lack of depth in some position that scares people. I think there's a lack of depth in the running back room. I think I know after doing the show with Mark Ryan last week for a few days that Mark is concerned about the backup quarterback situation, and I think he's not alone. There are a lot of people that are.
All of that is factual.
Yeah.
He wants you to rank the backups compared to every other team's backups.
Yeah, I can't do the ranking.
So you'd have to have intimate knowledge of every team's depth chart.
Yeah.
And where they stand with all their backups. And all those things are interesting, yes. But I'm not going to lie to you and say I have any idea. Other concerns? Backup quarterback? Yep. Depth on the O-line? It's getting tested already. Secondary? There are backups starting. So, yeah, there are concerns. There are concerns. 248-539-9797. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. It's time for summer send-off savings on your new Chevy. Pay $199 a month for 24 months on a Trailblazer LS with only $999 down. $199 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM Employee Discount, current lease and household with GM Rewards MasterCard, 10,000 miles per year plus tax and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. I feel like we let the last guy down, but I think there needs to be research departments, NFL teams, research departments to answer his questions. And they do, like the minutiae of the game, teams look at, impact on injuries. What are some of the things that teams do to try and help the longevity of their players? I know there's a lot of questions about soft tissue injuries and, does aggressiveness of the coach matter? I don't know that there would be a correlation. Lions weren't near the top of the pack in fourth down attempts last year. Now, a lot of that has to do with where you are in a game. Like if you're losing, you're down 2 scores with 5 minutes left, you might be going for it on fourth down every chance. Right. But the Lions fourth down attempts, they ranked 10th in the NFL. Fourth down conversion rate, 58.1%, ranked 12th in the NFL. And then as far as their backups, there are some real concerns with the Lions backups, but I don't know how to compare them to everybody else's concerns without spending hours.
Yeah. But just by and large, I kind of like the depth. Do you like the depth on this team?
I do, yeah. There are questions, but yeah. Let's get back to your phone calls. Mo in Detroit. Hi, Mo.
Hey, what's up, guys? Great to hear y'all voice.
Thank you.
Hey, I got 3 names for y'all, and I'm all for 2026 and 27.
Yeah.
And shout out to the camping, by the way. Camping is great. My mother and father took us to Mears, Michigan. Had a ball. I loved every moment of it.
Where is that?
Mears is west. It's West Michigan. It's like Western Michigan, right off of Lake Michigan. So
Okay.
Lighthouse, rode the sand dunes.
Oh, fun.
Got away from the phone. It was amazing.
Nice.
I got 3 names: Devin White, Thomas Harper, Keith Abney. The reason why, guys, is because we're paying Devin White a $28 million, a 28-year-old championship linebacker, $1 million, who is actually a stud player. I would then move Derek Burns and that $8 million salary to someone like, I don't know, maybe Baltimore with a 3rd-round pick and plead for Marlon Humphrey. There you go. You kick the tires on a guy. You pay the additional $7 million to Marlon White instead of the additional $7 million to Derek Burns.
To Devin White.
Devin White makes $1 million this year. Derek Burns makes $8 million this year. I would trade Derek Burns
for Marlon Humphrey
and couple him with a 3rd-round draft pick or a 2nd-round draft pick.
Who are you? You said you're going to pay Marlon White. Do you mean Marlon Humphrey or Devin White?
Marlon Humphrey.
Okay.
I would just supplement that additional offsetted income. I would go get Marlon Humphrey.
I mean,
he's movable.
Yeah, I don't know the feasibility of that trade, given the first I heard of it. Devin White could be a real find. A real find. I mean, the dude was 3rd in the NFL in tackles last year. And did he still get to the football on last week against Cincinnati? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he does. The knock on him is in coverage. Can he cover running backs out of the backfield or a tight end? That's the knock on him. But, I mean, he was 2nd in the National Football League in tackles. That is something. As far as Marlon Humphrey is concerned, he's in the last year of his contract. So is this something that is a possibility? I mean, I don't know if the Ravens are going to look to deplete one position group to add to another. They're probably thinking they have a chance to go for it every year, and they want to hang on to a guy like this for the year. But who knows? 30-year-old defensive back has always been pretty good.
It seems to be banged up right now, but interesting thought. I'm not sure the Ravens would be game to do that. Jay in White Lake. Hi, Jay.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
I was going to do a champ and chump, but I don't even care about that anymore. I'm listening to all this Dan Campbell hate today. Not hate, but he's getting beat up pretty good today on the radio, and I guess I just don't understand it. I think the Lions do have a bright future, and I think one of the main reasons for that is Dan Campbell. I mean, you can throw all the statistics at me that you want, but at the end of the day, maybe I'm looking at it through too much of like a Disney Remember the Titans lens, but I mean, you got guys like Gronkowski saying on live TV, "I'd walk through walls for a coach like that." The reason Tony Robbins is a multimillionaire is because he motivates people. And honestly, I feel like what Dan Campbell brings to the Lions, it takes players from 100% to 110%. They want to win for this guy. And I think there's something to that. I really do. I mean, let's face it, every NFL coach knows football. It's not like they just got out of a few years of college and they're like, hey, I'm the new guy. These guys know football. He played football. He knows the sport. But on top of that, he has an ability to motivate his players. I get motivated listening to him. My God.
Jay, I think he's got a skill set that is one of the most important skill sets to have as a head coach in the NFL, and it's the ability to relate to and get something out of the top guy on your roster and the 53rd man on your roster. Get them all to buy in no matter how much money they're making.
Absolutely. He makes his players feel like he loves them and they want to